We are living in the era of data and data-driven decision making. Data is what is driving today's era, and we have business intelligence and data analytics tool which are leading this data journey. Power BI is one of such leading business intelligence and analytics tool, and it was one of the hottest job in 2022 and is going to be a hottest job in 2023 only. I, Amit Chandak, runs a YouTube channel which is having more than 500 videos around business intelligence and analytics, and most of them are on Power BI. For a long, you were asking for a video for the beginners, and your wish has come true now. I have created this video from scratch with the latest version of Power BI for the beginners who wanted to start in Power BI. So before I start this video, I would like to give you a brief overview of the concepts, and then we will go into the Power BI. Now, a Power BI video or any video on YouTube can maximum be 12 hours. So what I've tried to do is I try to include as many concepts as possible in this video. But in my channel, you have two series, beginner tutorial series, and also you have an advanced series, abstract thesis. You can take the advantage of videos there along with this video. So you can start with this video. Whenever you feel that you need more information, just take a look at those two series. If you even doesn't find that information, ask me in comments for new videos, and we will have the videos created for some of the concepts which you think need more explanation or something additional which you need other than what is being covered in this video and not part of the channel in any of the series. So let's begin this wonderful journey of learning Power BI from scratch with few concepts and things which we should be knowing. So the first term is data itself. So data is a set of values of qualitative or quantitative variable, means something which we want to measure against something which we want to measure. And it's not only about data, it's about quality data. See, in business intelligence and data analytics, we use a term garbage in, garbage out. What does that mean? If you don't have quality data, you will not be able to get quality analysis. And that's really important here. And that might require transformation. And Power BI is capable of doing the transformation. Then we have a term data analytics. Data analytics is the process of examining and analyzing the data sets in order to draw insights, conclusion, and make data-driven decision making. So we are talking about data-driven decision making. It involves using statistical and analytical techniques to extract and interpret relevant information from data and can be applied in wide range of fields and industries. So basically, we are driving out the information from the data. We are taking decisions which will drive our businesses. We have another term, which is business intelligence, and business intelligence refers to decision making. Now, according to olab.com, the term business intelligence BI refers to the technology, application, and practice for collection, integration, analysis, and presentation of business information. The purpose of business intelligence is to support better decision making. Now, here we are talking about collection of data, integration of data, analysis of data, and presentation of data. Power BI can do all four. Means it can collect data from different sources, it can integrate them, it can analyze and present. Also, it could happen that most of the time this collection and integration is happening outside, maybe in a data warehouse, and analysis and presentation is going to happen in Power BI. Now, data could be structured, semi-structured, or unstructured. Most of the time we are going to deal with the structured data, and this structured data can come from RDBMS, and sometime it may be also available in Excel files or CSVs where targets and budgets are commonly kept. Now, ideally, we should move them into the data warehouse or a common storage so that they can be managed properly. But in any project, you will not have 100% data coming from RDBMS. You may have some data coming outside. Now, semi-structured data and unstructured data would be dealt little bit outside the Power BI, or maybe converted into some useful information or data and then maybe given in Power BI for analysis. Now you will come across the term tables and fact. Now, so table is basically a collection of related data entries, and it consists of numerous columns and rows. So there are rows and columns, and it contains data. Now table could be a fact table, or table could be a dimension table. Fact table is the table which containing the measures or the facts. Facts means truth about your organization. My sales, my purchase, my inventory, number of employees, their salary, all these are the facts of your organization. They are the truth about your organization that are used to analyze data, as well as dimension keys against which they need to be analyzed. So it will also contain the dimension keys against which you need to analyze this data. You will also hear this term measure, matrices, KPI, and then you will also hear the term parameter, filter, dimension. So what is measure? So something which you want to measure for your success of your organization. And then you will measure it against something, against time, against geography, against customer, against vendor, against items, articles. So you say, I have done good sales. Sales is a measure or matrices. What do you mean by good? Have you done good against your competitor? Have you done good against last year? Have you done good because your margin has increased? All these questions are there, and such questions we will be trying to answer using business intelligence and data analytics. So these are the terms you should be hearing time and again. Then there are two kind of matrices, lead matrices and lag matrices. Lead matrix is something which can indicate what is going to happen. Lag is something which is actually analyzing what has already had happened. Sales is basically something already has happened. But is sales going to decrease? How you are going to know? So it's basically size of your funnel, how many opportunities or leads you have. If your leads are decreasing, your opportunities are decreasing, at one fine day your sales will decrease. So there are lead indicators, and that is how the prediction happens. So somebody is saying, okay, downtime is coming, or how this is coming, because they look at the lead index matrices. And once lead and matrices is going down, we know that the lag matrices will follow it soon. So these kind of matrices you should also remember in your analysis, what you plan to analyze. Now you will hear about relational schema, star schema, and snowflake schema. And star schema is very common term which you will hear while you are doing your analysis. Now, without going into a lot of details of this one, let me explain you one quick example. In a relational schema, what happens? We try to store information in such a manner that it doesn't repeat at all. So let's say if I store state in a city table, what would happen? The state name will repeat for many cities. So instead of storing the state name, what I'll do, I'll create a state ID and state name in a separate table, and I'll only store the state ID in the city table. So if the state name changes or updated, I am only updating one record. So in such a manner, we create a set of table using a process called normalization, and relational schema, or the OLTP system, online transaction processing system, which are our base core ERPs or CRM. They typically follow relational schema, because of which they are able to handle thousands of transactions or millions of transactions in a day. So this is typically how a relational schema looks like. You might have a sales table, sales might have a detail, sales might join to city and state, it might join with time, and time may be further classified as date, month, quarter, year. There could be separate tables or one table. It could be joining with customer can join further with customer group, sales detail can join with item can join with brand, category, subcategory, and all. So many tables could be there. What happens is then this is relational schema. We have a dimensional schema. Now there are two dimensional schema which are pretty common. One is snowflake and second one is star schema. Now what happens in case of snowflake schema? You can still have sub dimensions. Like I combined sales and sale detail here. I combined also customer and customer group, but I still have item and brand. Means item table is there and it's also connected to brand. You can also have city and state, means you still separate out table. Time is one combined. It may be previously also combined, or it's also combined. But when you come to star schema, what happens is that you do not have any join between dimensions also. So no fact join with other fact, no dimension join with other dimension. And the distance of information is 1. So I want to know brand wise sales, item wise sales, the distance is one join. I want to know state wise sale, one join, I will get state. I want to know customer group wise, one join with customer table, I'll get that information. So I can have many join, but all these joins are just one step apart. That's what the star schema. And in that one, fact will not join with fact, dimension will not join with dimension. So these are basic few concepts which should be aware, and you will hear all these terms time and again. So let's begin this journey of learning Power BI, a one complete video, and let me know how do you like it. Comment and let me know if you need additional video to support this particular video. So continue the learning. To install Power BI, we have few options, and two options which primarily we are going to discuss here is basically one of them is download and install. Another one is using Microsoft Store. Now, what are the advantage and disadvantage of download and install? So first of all, when you are downloading and install, as a user, you can control the installation and upgrade. It is supported on most of the Windows version. You don't need to have Microsoft Store, like some versions before Windows 10 doesn't have that. User can easily choose what version they want to install. Now, there are disadvantages of that. What is that? Installer require admin privilege. If you don't have admin privilege, you can't install. Power BI releases desktop every 1 month, and there could be compatibility issue if you are not upgrading regularly. Sometimes there are users which are as behind as 1 to 2 years, and then from there to upgrade to latest version is really going to be a big challenge. Another one is that you need to manually kick off that. Now, when you want to use Microsoft Store, the advantage is one, definitely you don't require administrative privilege. It's automatically get upgraded. Installation happens on background. And because Power BI is releasing every month a new release, it's automatically get updated. So you are always up to date. Now, this up to date can have one challenge, like, if there are some release challenges, then the moment the release is upgraded, then you will face those challenges. Now, you need to be on the latest version of Windows 10 and 11 if you want. So that's the one of the disadvantage, that if you have previous version, you will not be able to install. Now, sometimes the companies doesn't allow Microsoft Store, then you will not be able to do that. Going to older version is also a bigger challenge, because then you have to download and install the older version. Okay, and then there are lesser control available when you are installing from Microsoft Store. So let's go ahead and see how do we download and install. So we will go to a browser and search download Power BI, and you will reach to this south download Microsoft Power BI, powerbi.microsoft.com download. Then go to the advanced download options. And from the advanced download option, you can choose the language and you can download. You can choose the details and see what version you are downloading right now. So right now, this is the version which is published on this particular date. You have a 64-bit version and 32-bit version. Depending on your machine, you can download that. You can see the system requirement, what all systems it has been supported. So you just make sure that you are there. Then installation instructions are there. You can refer to this. Then click on the download. You will get 2 files. In my case, I would prefer 64-bit because I have a 64-bit system. And I say next and let it download. I'm not going to use this download version. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Windows and then I'll search for Store. And then I'll go to Microsoft Store. And inside the Microsoft Store, make sure you are logged in. You need to have an account with that. And if you have account, there would be no challenges. I already have account. You can see that, my name is appearing here. And then search for Power BI desktop. Now Power BI, if you simply search Power BI, you can get Power BI app. You can also go get Power BI report builder. So search for Power BI desktop and then you can click on install. Now this is the method we are going to use. If you download, you double click and install, there would be only couple of inputs you need to give and you need to have admin privilege. It will pop up once you install it. For the admin privileges, sometimes it may ask password. Depending, if you are not the admin user, then admin password is required. So those are things you need to do. So in this manner, you will be able to install Power BI. It's going to take a little bit of time. So let it install, and post that we will open our Power BI and see what all we have. Power BI desktop has installed, and we are now going to open it from the Microsoft Store. You can also use the Start menu and search Power BI and open it. Now let me open Power BI desktop. Once you click, in some time you will start seeing a pop-up, and then the complete Power BI would be loaded into the memory. As you can see, the Power BI desktop has opened. Power BI desktop before December 2022 used to have a yellow color welcome screen. From December 2022 onwards, it is the teal green color screen or teal color screen which is there. So now you can see you have the get data, recent sources. As of now, the Power BI has installed recently, so there is no recent sources. You can open other reports if you already have something. You can press on get started, and once you press on get started, it will ask for an email ID where you can log in. Right now I don't plan to log in, so I cancel it, and I am here on the Power BI. On the Power BI desktop, you see a top ribbon. On the right hand side, you see fields pane, visualization pane, and the filter pane. Now filter pane, visualization pane, and fields pane will be used after we load some data into the Power BI. You have in the middle screen, which is also going to be our visualization screen, you have import data from SQL Server, paste blank data, try sample dataset. All these options are there so that you can bring in data into the Power BI and start analyzing it. Now what you are going to see in this middle screen, or whether you're going to see certain panes like filter pane or visualization pane, is going to be decided by which of these three icons you have clicked. Right now I am on the report pane, so that's why I'm seeing it like this. If I click it on the data pane, I will see the data. Now right now I have not added any data into the Power BI, that's why it is blank. And then there is a model view. Inside the model view, again you have the fields pane and the property pane. Both of these will be useful once we load certain amount of data into the Power BI. On the top ribbon home tab, you see different options to load the data, including the enter data. Now get data gives you access to lot many other options to load the data. In the middle of the screen, you have something known as transform data in the home tab, and from there you can go to transform data, which is Power Query. And again, there are different options available in Power Query that include home, transform, add column, view, tools, and help. You can come out from the Power Query by saying close, because right now we have not done anything. Once you do some operation, you can say close and apply and come out. Inside the visualization part of the Power BI, you have, other than home tab, insert tab to insert the different kind of visuals. Same visuals are available also here, and you can insert those. There are additional options available here like text box, button, shapes, images, new page, etc. Modeling tab. Right now the only one option is enabled is new table and new parameter. Both of them have ability to create new tables. That's why it is available. Once you have some data, you will see other options getting enabled. View. Right now you see this first option, which is going to help you to create your theme, which is enabled. Now these options can open various panes, and that is why they are enabled here. Optimize. We will learn about this once we start using Power BI. If you need any kind of help on Power BI, you can go ahead using the help option into the guided learning, training videos, documentation, support. External tools. I have already installed a couple of external tools, and that is why you are able to see here DAX Studio and Tabular Editor. You can also go ahead and download these external tools and install it. We will cover that in the later part of the course. So this is a brief overview of what you will see when you open Power BI desktop for the first time. We will continue to explore these options in details when we move forward with our Power BI learning. We have installed Power BI and we want a ID to log in into the Power BI. We have a video on the channel for which we are going to give you the link which you can use to create your ID. Just going to let you know the initial steps. So what you can do, you can go to the app.powerbi.com and you can enter the email ID of your organization. Let's say your email ID is, let's say, let me enter Amit at the rate text 123.com, something like that. So you enter your organization email ID or education, and then you go to the next step. And what would happen is, in that next step is going to ask you few things around here. So like, I have got an organization ID, and keep on following up all those instructions. It will ask you a phone number, a code. It will send you the email on your email ID. It will send a verification. All those steps you have to do, and once you are done, you will be able to create an ID. So please watch that video and create your email ID. And once you are able to create your email ID, you can go ahead and log in for the same email ID into the Power BI desktop, and that email ID will also be used to log in into the Power BI service. In case the method which I told you to create the login does not work, then what you need to do is you need to ask your admin, the admin who looked into the Office admin or Microsoft admin. And there is a site admin.microsoft.com where you can create users and you can assign licenses to them. So what you have to do is basically you have to ask your admin to log into admin.microsoft.com, create a new user for you, and also assign you the Power BI license. So you need to have Power BI Pro license. Power BI free license is anyway available with you. So they can assign you, if they have the Pro license, they will assign it to you, and then they will share that email ID with you. And with that email ID, you should be able to log in into Power BI service and able to use your Pro license. Also, in case there are PPU licenses, they will be able to assign you PPU licenses also. So we have created the login. Time has come to log in into the Power BI. So what we need to do for that is, I have already opened Power BI. Let me cross this and click on this sign in option. Once I click on this option, it asks for an email ID. I will enter my email ID, and then it will open a pop-up where it will ask for the password. And once I give that, based on my authentication, if it is two-factor authentication, it may ask few more steps, and then it will allow me to log in. So let me pause the video here and do the login and come back. Login is completed and authentication has been done here, and it is asking to close the browser. And once we close the browser, we will go back to the Power BI where we should have already logged in. We are in Power BI, and as you can see on the right top, the name is already appearing. It means we have successfully logged in into the Power BI, and now we will be able to get the visuals. We can use get more visuals here, and we will be able to publish the file also once we add some content. We will also be able to get Power BI data sets, and we will also be able to use data flows. Anything which require Power BI login, we will able to do those things using this login. So try this login out and see how it works. So Power BI is installed. We have also created a login time to sign in. So what you are going to do here is you are going to come to Power BI, and once you open the Power BI, you will come to this main screen, and there you need to give your email ID. So I'm going to give my email ID here, and then I'm going to log in into the Power BI and showcase you. So what it will do is I'll give the email ID, then it will open a pop-up window, and then in that window is going to ask me the password. And once I give the password, it should be allow me to sign in here. So let me pause the video here. Let me sign in. So I have selected my login and I've logged in, and it has asked me that your authentication is complete. You can go back to the Power BI, and if I come to the Power BI, you can see I'm already signed in here. I'm able to see my name, and that's how you sign in into the Power BI. So let's begin our Power BI journey. To begin this Power BI journey, let's understand a little bit about Power BI ecosystem. So in the Power BI ecosystem, one of the most important thing which we are going to use is Power BI desktop, and that's what we already installed it. And the once you are done with your development on the Power BI desktop, you are going to publish the things on Power BI service, and that is where what we called as app.powerbi.com, and that's where we have created our login, and we are going to log in into that one and going to see our reports. So let's understand how the system works. So you have data sources like databases, Excel files, these or there could be any other sources which Power BI can read. You can read the data onto the Power BI desktop. Once you read the data onto the Power BI desktop, you need to configure your model. Once you configure your model, you need to go ahead and publish it to Power BI service. Once you publish it to Power BI service, now on the desktop there is only one file, PBIX. It contains data, it contains model. And when we are saying data and model, we are talking about import mode, because if it is in direct query mode, it does not contain data. If it is in live mode, which is basically SQL Server Analysis Services, Azure Analysis Services, and Power BI dataset itself, we'll just discuss it again. In that cases, it does not own the data and the model. You can only create few measures out here and then you can use it. So once published to the Power BI service, you actually get two things from Power BI file. One is report, another one is dataset. Now this dataset is again which can act as a source to Power BI desktop, and that is also we call the live connection, Power BI dataset live connection. Just like you have live connection for SQL Server Analysis Services and Azure Analysis Services. Now once we are on Power BI services, because it has separated out into two different parts, one part can be used as source, another part can only be used as report, which is not the case in the desktop, which things were combined. But when you create a new file using this data set and you publish it, at that time you only one file will be created, that's a report file on the Power BI service. Now Power BI service, other than data set, have few more things. It has data marts, data flow. Data mart is the new introduction where you can create your own data mart. You can get the source files. You can import the data into a Azure SQL read-only database. Then you can create your model using the Power Query UIs, and then you can even create your model. You can transform the data. You can create the model, and you will get a data set from that data mart, and that you can use for Power BI development. Now the data flow, on the other hand, is basically the transformation engine. Now the same transformation engine is available in Power BI desktop with the name Power Query. The transformation engine on the Power BI services, which provides similar kind of facility, is known as data flow. Now in the data flow, you can bring in data and then you can do the transformation. You can do pivot data, unpivot data, merge tables, append tables. You can do various text operations, and you can make it ready to be used in a table format. Now data flow basically contains a set of tables only, which are basically ready to be used. It's not like data set where your model is ready. It's just the tables, and then you can import those tables to Power BI desktop, or do a direct query connection. Depending on if you are a premium customer, you can do a direct query connection to data flow. Otherwise you can import them to Power BI desktop. Now what is the advantage? Because in that case, I'm going to again store the data on the Power BI desktop or Power BI service. The thing is that you can centralize your transformation, and if you are a bigger organization which is having a lot of dimensions which are used by cross department, or the dimension which are used across departments, then you should create data flows for your dimensions, static tables, small fact tables. You can do that, and those data flows can be used by other teams without knowing what all things are involved in creating those dimensions. So this is about data flow, data mart, Power BI service. And then once you publish on the service, one more thing happen is that you have a report which users can use. From the reports, you can create a dashboard. Now Power BI dashboard is little bit different from the dashboard term which we use in typical BI world. In the typical BI world, what we have is we have set of visuals, we combine them with the slicer and we call it dashboard. But Power BI report almost does that task. Dashboard here is combination of more than one reports, visuals, or report pages. That's what we call dashboard here. Now Power BI dataset which we have got here, that can also be used for doing analyze in Excel. You can download it from Power BI service, or in the Excel you have an option to use dataset. If you have enabled the XML endpoint, you can use the Power BI dataset for analysis. You can create pivot table. Now you created this analyze in Excel, you created reports, you created dashboards, all of that you can combine into the app, what we call as Power BI app. So Power BI app you can combine and you can view them together. Now Power BI app you can share with user. If you're a pro user, then you need to have pro license, but if you're a premium customer, Power BI premium capacity customer, then you can share the app with the other users, even those who don't have a pro license. Other than that, we have in Power BI, we have Power BI report builder. Previously it was only known as report builder. Now this is a Power BI report builder, and the report which it's create, and when you publish it on service, they are known as paginated reports. They are basically kind of pixel perfect report which you wanted to create, and those are used on Power BI service. You need premium license for. Now one more advantage of this integration is that you can use this Power BI paginated report into the Power BI desktop. There is a plugin, and then you publish it, and then they are available on service. Now another thing which happens when you use this reports on Power BI desktop, you can pass the parameter to paginated report. So you can have a smooth flow from a visual report to a paginated report. That's what can happen with the help of Power BI report builder and paginated report. Now just like most of the other tools, Power BI do have a desktop version which is known as now desktop server. We all have a Power BI desktop. We call it Power BI report server, and Power BI on-premise report server is there, and then we have a different version of Power BI desktop optimized for Power BI report server. But the Power BI report server is not going to be the same as the Power BI desktop version. There are differences, so you are not going to get the similar kind of facilities. So let's go and look at the difference between Power BI desktop and Power BI report server, and instead of that we can say Power BI service. Basically the difference is between the fully managed service versus the Power BI report server. We can compare them. So basically one which you are hosting at your end, another one which is hosted by Microsoft on the cloud, on Azure cloud. So you have these options like analyze in Excel is not available on Power BI report server, which is available in Power BI service. Deployment is on premise and on cloud. Sources which are their cloud and on premise sources, cloud and on premise. Licenses, which kind of licenses are available. Lifestyle, life cycle, release cycle. Release cycle is only 3 for DAX Power BI report server, but almost a month Power BI services is you will get a new version. Composite model is not allowed. Salesforce connection is allowed. Create Power BI reports in Power BI desktop is allowed. Create Power BI report in browser is not allowed yet. Dashboard is not allowed. Distribute group report using app is not allowed. Dynamic M query parameters is not allowed. Gateway required, no, because it's on premise. Host connection Power BI shared dataset, no. Q&A, no. Quick insight, no. Paginated report is supported. Mobile app is supported. Real-time streaming is not supported. Automatic page refresh for direct query model is not supported. ArcGIS Power BI map is supported. Email subscription is not supported. Data alerts is not supported. RLS is supported. Many-to-many relationship is not supported. Cross report drill through means from one report to another through is not supported. Full screen mode is not supported. R script visuals are not supported. Python script visuals are not supported. Preview features are also not supported. Power BI visuals are supported. Power BI desktop optimized version. You have to use Power BI desktop optimized for report server release only 3 times in a year. That is, you can use template app is not supported. So these are so many differences. So if you are planning to get Power BI report server on premise, then please consider these differences. So let's jump back to our PPT. Now we have understood the Power BI ecosystem. Let's quickly look at the Power Platform. So these are some of the standard definition which are provided on the Microsoft side. From there I have taken those. So Power Platform is a collective term used for the 4 key product, which is Power App, Power Automate, Power BI, and Power Virtual Agent. Now, so Power App provides a rapid low-code development environment for building custom app for business needs. So basically, it is for the development of app, and those apps can be used for mobile or web applications, and that can run on all the devices. So you can create Power App. Now, next thing which you can do is Power Automate. Power Automate lets the user to create automatic workflows between the application and services, and it helps in automating the repetitive process. So we want automation, we can use Power Automate. Power Virtual Agents enable anyone to create powerful chatbot using a guided no-code graphical user interface without the need of the data scientist or developer. So you can create your own chatbot using the Power Virtual Agent. And what we are working on, Power BI, is one of the 4 things in Power Platform. Power BI is a business analytics service that delivers insight for analyzing the data. It can share those insights through the data visualization, which makes up the report and dashboard to enable fast information decision. Okay, so Power BI is the one which we are learning, and we will continue to learn that. Now we have seen the Power BI ecosystem, we have seen Power Platform. Time for comparison done of different licenses what we have for Power BI, and then we will showcase you what data we have and how we are going to configure it into Power BI. Let's quickly understand various Power BI licenses. So let's jump onto a browser and search Power BI licenses, and opens Microsoft's official document around it, and let's scroll down. So first of all, you will see the pricing which has been given for Pro and Premium. Now Premium is divided into 2 parts, which is per user and capacity. So Power BI Premium, when we call it only Power BI Premium, it's a capacity, and what we call is Power BI Premium per user, PPU, what we also commonly call it as. It's basically a user-based licenses providing you more facilities. Now if you look at the comparison of these versions, so you can see the mobile app access is available for all 3. Publish, report, and share and collaboration is available for all of 3. But paginated report is only available for Premium, and that Premium per user also have it. Consume the content without per user license is only available with capacity. So basically what happens, you create an app, and then if you want to share that app, you can share with the non-pro users. On-premise reporting with Power BI report server is also given along with the Premium subscription. So if you are taking a Premium capacity, you can also use the reporting server, on-premise report server. These are the limitation. The model limitation here is 1 GB, means the model size on Power BI service cannot exceed 1 GB here. It is 100 GB for PPU and 400 GB for Premium. Refresh rates means incremental refresh per data set. You can have 848 in case of PPU and Premium. Connect to more than 100 data sources is true for all of them. Create Power BI report visualization with Power BI desktop is true for all of them. Embedded API controls true for all of the AI visual is true for all of them. Advanced AI like text analytics, image detection, automated machine learning only Premium. XML endpoint read write connectivity only available for Premium, both Premium, PPU and Premium. Data flows, direct query, linked compute entities, enhanced compute engine, data flow direct query is only available for PPU. Data mart is also the new feature, is only available with Premium. So both the direct query and data marts are available with Premium. Now data security and encryption available for all of them. Matrices for content creation is also available for all of them. Application lifecycle management only Premium. Multi-geo deployment only for the Premium capacity. Bring your own key Premium capacity. Auto scale add-on availability Premium capacity. Maximum storage Pro user 10 GB per user, 100 TB in case of PPU and 100 TB in case of Premium also. So these are the few things which you should keep in mind while you are considering the licensing, my advice would always be considering because you have deployment pipelines which are really important for any development, which is only a premium feature. My advice would always go ahead with at least PPU if you are a small company, and then migrate to capacity once you grow larger into the data. So that's my advice. So we have looked at the licenses. Now time has come for us to look into what kind of data we are going to configure and learn Power BI. Power BI for the users who are just started this Power BI learning. And this is the series I'm creating, this one single video which I'm creating for you to learn the complete Power BI as a beginner. All these features which are required as a beginner, we are going to cover it here. And then you can take the advantage of all other videos which are there on the channel and enhance your skills. So continue the journey here. Let's look into the Power BI desktop little bit more into the details. What are the various tabs it contain? What are the various panes it contain? Or what are the options and settings available in Power BI, and how some of those we can use. So let's go to the Power BI, and in Power BI, once you reach to this screen, after closing your welcome screen, you have this office ribbon on the top, very similar to your office ribbon which you have in the Word and Excel. And some of those you might find it very familiar if you are using Excel or Word regularly. Now under the Home tab, we have a lot of options to get data. Some of the quick options are Excel Workbook, Data Hub, SQL Server, enter data. Means I can manually enter data like I do in Excel. So you can click here and enter the data. And the good thing is you can copy paste the data from Excel here. So if you feel the typing is not as easy as Excel, just copy paste it from the Excel. And we will use that feature sometime later in our course. Dataverse, Microsoft Dataverse, you can use recent sources. If you have already loaded data from some of the sources, you will get these recent sources just like I'm getting. Transform data will take you to Power Query. So if you click on the transform data, that will take you to the Power Query, or what we call edit query in the past. Data source setting will take you to the data source setting, which is already been loaded, and you can modify those. New visualization will enable you to get the additional visualization into the Power BI desktop. You can add text boxes or you can add more visuals. Now you have the second tab, which is Insert tab. Insert tab, you can insert new page, blank or duplicate page are the options. New visual, again you have here more visualization from app source or from the file, means you can get new visual which are not available as the standard visual, which you can see out here in the visualization pane. You can get other than those visual from the app source or from the file if you have created by one yourself, or you have got something which is not available in the app source. You have a Q&A visual, key influencer visual, and decomposition visual, and smart narrative visual also available here. Other than that, paginated report, Power App, and Power Automate visuals are also available here. You can also add text boxes, buttons, shapes, and images into your Power BI desktop, and we will use these features when we progress further. You have modeling tab. Under the modeling tab, you have quite a few options like manage relationship, new measure, quick measures, new column, new table. Right now only new table is enabled because we don't have any data in Power BI right now. The fields pane is empty. It means the first thing we should do is bring in data and create table. Then we have this new parameter. Again, new parameter is going to create a table, and that's why this option is enabled. You have the language option. Right now it is English for me, and linguistic schema option, import and export. Then we have view option. In the view, the first option is for theme. Right now we are using some of the default themes. We can choose one of the themes which we want and use that, or we can bring in our own theme. We can customize these themes. We can save the themes, and we can even browse the themes in new file. Then we have different page views, fit to page, fit to width, and actual size. Mobile layout, in case you wanted to create mobile layout separate than what layout you're going to get it here for the desktops. You have few more options for the pages. Then you have the filter. If you uncheck the filter pane, you will not see the filter pane here. Bookmarks pane, we will going to use this sometime later in our videos. Then we have a selection pane. Again, when we are going to create bookmarks, we are going to use this. Performance analyzer, when we are going to analyze the performance, we are going to use this. Sync slicer is another option which we are going to use when we want to sync the slicer across the pages. Then there is an optimize, and again this feature we will use to check our performance of the Power BI measures, visuals, etc. Help, in case you need some help, you have guided learning, training videos, documentation, support. You have Power BI blog, community access, Power BI for developers, submit ideas in case you have some new ideas, you find a feature is missing, you want to suggest that, participate using submit an idea. You have external tool access, you have examples and consulting services links given here. External tool means some of the tools which are externally available and we can install and use them, and common one are DAX Studio, Tabular Editor and ALM Toolkit, and we will use them later part of this training. Now on the left hand side here you see 3 icons. These icons will decide what you see in the middle here, and some of these panes may disappear depending on which part of these panes we are. So if we are right now in the report where we are going to do visualization, we are going to create interactive visuals, this is what we are going to share with the end users. Then we have the data tab, which is basically where we are going to see what kind of data we have got. We have got tables, we can create new columns, we can even create new measures. And this is pretty useful. While we are creating new columns, we can see what kind of values we are getting and can see whether our data is correct or not. Then we have a model. It is really important that we build a model into the Power BI. We are going to typically create star schemas, and that's here we are going to do the model. In the modeling, you can add additional tab to create small models, and Power BI will take care of the bigger model which is getting created because of these small models. You also have a property pane and field pane here. Once we add the data, we can utilize these. Rest of the options are same. Now if we go back to the home tab and to the report one, in the middle you see transform data, and you again see transform data, which will take you to the Power Query. In the Power Query, we have options like new source. Again, we can add new sources from here also, including the blank query, where we can write down some Power Query code to bring in data. We have recent sources to bring in data from the existing sources. Enter data, same as what we have explained there. Again, you can copy paste data from Excel file here. Data source setting to change something on the already existing data set. Manage parameter to create and edit the parameter that can control what data you are bringing in into the Power BI or Power Query. Refresh preview, once you load the data, you're going to use that to refresh the preview. Then you have properties, advanced editor, manage option. We will use them as per need. Choose column, remove column, keep rows, remove rows. All these are options. Keep rows and remove rows will help us to remove duplicates, remove blanks, etc. Split column is kind of transformation which you are going to use to split your column into multiple rows or columns. Then we have data type. To correct the data type, use first row as header. In case Power BI has not detected the first row as header, we can use it. Replace values to replace the values. Merge query, append query, combine file, etc. are the option for doing the data transformation. Furthermore, on the transformation, we have transform tab, where we can group by, use first row as header, transpose, reverse rows, count rows. We can change the data type. We can force Power BI to detect the data type again. We can rename, we can replace the values, we can fill up and fill down the values, pivot columns, unpivot columns, move and convert data into the list. We can have again option for a split column, correct the formatting, merge the columns, extract the data out from the columns, parse the column to JSON or XML in case Power BI has not detected that. Then we have some statistical, standard and scientific function, trigonometrical functions, rounding and information. Date, time, duration options are also available. We can add new columns also in Power Query, and options are available under the add column. Now add columns could be simple addition of a column. It could be a conditional column, index column, or duplicate. Or we can add while formatting, merging, or extracting data. Then we have view options, what we wanted to view here. Some of the things we can add: column profile, distribution, column quality, etc. We are going to explore later in this course. Tools and help options are available here. We can right now go to close and apply, or close. There is no data right now, so we can simply use close. Other than this, in the file, we have something known as options and settings to look at the options what we have. But before that, if you want to know your Power BI version, you go further down and you have about, which will tell you about which Power BI version you are using. So right now, when I'm started recording this one, I'm using December 2022 version. Now go back to file, options and setting, options. Now second option is data source setting, which we have also seen into the transform data. We have also seen same into the Power Query. Now click on the options and you will see a pop-up out here. Now in this pop-up, we have option related to data load, like always detect the column type and header for unstructured sources, detect column type and header for unstructured sources according to each file setting, never detect the column type. Now background data, do we want the background data processing or not? Then we have parallel loading of tables. Right now it has been enabled. Then we have auto time intelligence. We will see later what is the impact of this. There is a cache which has been allocated here under the data management option. We can clear the cache or we can increase it. The cache here, what we are going, it should be supported by RAM and virtual memory. Q&A cache and folder and artifact cache options are also available. Power BI query editor, what are the various options in the layout, like display query setting pane, display formula bar, enable web table interface, display preview content, show white space and new line characters, always allow parameterization in the data source transformation dialog, or enable MIntelliSense, etc. are available here. So some of these options you can enable or disable. Direct query for SAP HANA, or if you want to enable where is the R directory and all other settings are available here. Similarly for Python, you can set the Python home directory. You can detect the default ID by providing few more details here. Under the security, few important options which you are going to use is basically, allowing the map visuals, which is ArcGIS, map and field map visual. If you don't enable it, you will not see the maps there. Then there are a few other options which are also available here, including use my default browser for authentication. It is really important if you want your default browser to get opened when you are doing the authentication. Then you have the privacy level options. Regional setting, I'm using the default Windows setting. I don't want to change here the language, but you can do that. Prefer to do that before you start your modeling. I'm again here, model language is again use the application language. Updates, in my case it is disabled because I am installing an app from Microsoft Store and it will get automatically updated. If you want to share the users data, the option is available here. You can disable it if you don't want. Diagnosis, if you want to enable the trace, bypass geo, coding cache, etc. is available here. Query diagnosis options are also available here. Preview features, this is really important. If there is some feature which Power BI is experimenting and they come under preview features, like as of now, relationship editing in the properties pane, optimize ribbon, horizontal fusion, field parameter, quick measure suggestion, matrices visual, spark lines, all are under preview features. So if you want to use these features, you need to enable it here. Once a feature becomes permanent, it will be removed from here. Auto recovery. Power BI is going to store auto recovery information every 10 minutes in my case. Report settings. Visual options, display smart guides when visuals are aligned. accessibility option, page alignment option, and format pane. These are the global options what we have. So the options and setting options is divided into two parts, global settings and the current file setting. Now this setting is only related to the current file. Sometime we don't want to change the global setting, then we will only change the file setting. And so you can say detect column type is again available here, and this can be done at file level. Now auto detect new relationship after the data is loaded is some setting which you can do here. Auto time intelligence you can disable at the file level also. Background data, allow the previews to download the background data option is available. Parallel loading option is available here. Again, regional settings, you can have the language selected here if you want. Privacy options, auto recovery option. You can disable if you're working on a large file auto recovery option and it is taking too much of time to save it. But remember, if you disable this, your file will not automatically save and recovery would be really difficult. Then you have SAP variables, which is published dataset. Settings, query reduction, reduce the number of queries to be sent. Instant apply slicer changes, you can disable by say add apply button. Instant apply basic filter changes, again you can say add apply button for the basics filter. This will reduce it and we will experiment it later. Now report settings, you have few more options out here, like visual options, export option, what all you want to enable, filtering options, filtering experience, cross report drill-through if you want to enable, developer mode, modern visualization tooltip, and default summarizations. So all these options are there. You can go ahead and try these out. We will also try out these options once we start experimenting with Power BI. Once I click on OK, if I change something, it will ask for a restart for some of those features. So you can click on OK and you can restart your Power BI. If you have a file which is already you are working on, then you can save your work and close it and start the Power BI again. So this is all about the Power BI, various options which are available in Power BI. So try all these options out. Let's do a quick data analysis before we start giving you overview of the standard data which I'm going to use in this series. I would like you to perform a quick data analysis using some publicly available data. So let's jump onto the browser and search for COVID data. And you should get this WHO coronavirus dashboard or the link which you can click. And inside that one, what you should do is you should go to the data. And if you scroll down, you will see data download option. Click on that. Once you click on that, you will see daily cases and deaths reported to WHO, latest report and count of cases and death. All these different vaccination data are available. Now what way I'm going to do is I'm going to take this first data with the download CSV link. Now this data is getting downloaded. I have downloaded this data in the past, that's why it is showing 2 in the parenthesis, but you might not get that. You might simply got it like WHO COVID-19 global data.csv. Now let's go to the Power BI. I have already opened Power BI and here I have options to import the data. I want to import a CSV data, so I have to go to Home tab, Get Data, Text and CSV, and I have to go to my download folder and get this data. Click on Open once you selected the data. For CSV, Power BI will show you the encoding option, the delimiter, and data type detections based on the first 200 rows. You have option to detect it based on the entire data set or do not detect the data type. You have option to load this data or transform this data. If you load, you will directly get the data into the Power BI, and you will be there in the visualization studio which is behind us. If you say transform data, it will take you to the Power Query editor, and there you can do some kind of transformation on this data. Right now, we don't want to do any kind of transformation, so we will simply press load data. It has started loading the data, and it will show us the amount of data which is getting loaded now in MBs, and it has also shown the rows. You can see the data table can be seen in the fields pane with the different kind of data types which has been detected. We can go to the data view from the icon on the left hand side, the second icon on the left hand side data, click on that, and now see what all data is visible to us. So we have date reported, and it is also correctly identified by Power BI as date data type. Country code, country, WHO region, new cases, cumulative cases, new deaths, and cumulative deaths. So let's try to quickly analyze this data. To analyze this data, first of all, let's bring in country code here. So we can simply drag it here, and the moment we drag it here, you will see that it has automatically created a map visual. Now, whenever you drag such data, which is like country code or country, Power BI can do that. Otherwise, you can click on this column, and you can also say data categorization, and you can say country, so that Power BI can identify the data categorization. So we have got a map, and map has a location. Now I would like to have some bubble size based on this number of new cases or deaths. So I can drag new cases. Power BI has automatically taken the sum of the number. If you click on this down arrow, you can see that Power BI has taken the sum. In case you need min, max, average, count, and count listing, you can take that. Why I have not taken cumulative, why I have taken only new cases, the reason behind it, when it's going to do the sum, it's going to tell us the total, and cumulative would be increasing day by day, so I will get a much bigger data than the actual data. This is right now without any filtering is showing me the cumulative number of cases. I can also rename it as cases. I have double clicked on it, or you have option like count, min, max, average, which you want it to have. Double click and rename. So now you can see with the bubble size, with the country code, how many cases are there. Bigger the bubble means the more the cases that particular country had. Now I can rename this page by double clicking and calling it as, let's say, total cases. I would like to create a table visual. I click here on the bottom, new page, and I click on a table visual. I make it a little bit larger by dragging it from the corner, and I can drag the date reported here. Let's say each date reported. Now you can see it is showing by default the date hierarchy, and this option is coming because of files, options and setting, options, and we have this time intelligence, auto time intelligence, which is enabled at the global level as well as the file level. That is why you are seeing the date hierarchy automatically getting detected by Power BI. Now I don't need that, so I'm going to click on this small arrow and say date reported. Now I simply wanted to see some of the new cases. I drag it, and again I can call it as cases. Right now I'm not creating any major or new column, I just wanted to show you. Now I can click here on the cases to sort it. So definitely total number of cases would increase with the dates, and current date would have maximum number of cases. So these are number of new cases. So if this is cumulative cases, then it would be maximum till date, but these are new cases, so they would be on a particular date. On 26th January 2022, we have maximum number of cases. But if I look at the cumulative cases, but I need to be very careful for the cumulative cases. Let me bring in this one. So you can see the cumulative cases. If I sort on the cumulative cases, the data I have till 23rd December and the cumulative cases would be highest on 23rd December. Let me remove this now. This is basically kind of a trend, so better I sort it on date. Now instead of table, I can also make it as a line visual to see how the cases are growing. So I have made it a little bit bigger by dragging it, and now let me click on the line visual. Now you can see the different peaks which has happened at different period of time and which peak was more dangerous. Now what we can do on the y-axis, we have cases, which is the numeric field. On the x-axis we have date reported. We can simply rename it as date. Now we can also bring in the dates to see how dates were happening there. Now simply click here and call it dates. Double click and rename. Now because the death numbers are smaller compared to the cases, you are not able to compare it. Now to do that comparison, we can always take advantage of the secondary axis available in the line visual. So you drag that from the y-axis to the secondary y-axis, and now you start seeing it. Now look at the peaks here versus here. Now it doesn't mean the dates are more than the new cases because we have changed the axis. Now you can go ahead and play around with the axis number to make sure that it falls below this axis number so that it doesn't look like dates are more. But you can see different peaks are there, and some of those peaks might have come after the cases peak has done. It means the dates would have happened for those cases where people were ill for a long time. You can see here that the peak is somewhere here, and then a sudden peak came here, which is after the current peak. It means the illness was over a period of time and then people had died. It means there are post impacts. And as you can see here, again it has started rising. Now I would like to check this by different countries. Now to do that, plot all these countries on a single visual would be really difficult. To do that, what we can do is we can have a slicer. So slicer is available here in the visualization pane. I click on an empty space, I click on a slicer and I add it. I can give it as a size, and then I can drag a country code or a country name into this one. Now before December 2022, if you click on this down arrow, you will get what kind of slicer you need. But after December 2022, you have to go to the format pane, slicer setting, and you have the style, vertical list, tile, top down. Tile was previously, you have option known as orientation, using which you used to get the tiles. Orientation as horizontal. Now I'm making it as a drop down so that I can just click like this and get it. I don't have a search box here. What I can do to get that is I can click on these three dots and I can add a search box. Now I can search for a country, let's say USA. Now USA might not be simple code, so let me search America. So United States of America. This is how it happened in USA. Let's say how does it happen in India? This is how it happened in India. So we have two big peaks out here, as you can see. So this is the second wave, this is the third wave, and we know this second wave was mostly having the big sufferings in India. As you can see, this is pretty high numbers out here. And we have again the cases rising up. So this is how you quickly can analyze a data. Now you actually don't want only a single visualization. Sometime along with the visualization, you also want to represent certain numbers, and you can put only numbers by using the card visual. So I have clicked on the card visual. After clicking on the empty space, the card visual is available here. Again, I click on the empty space, I click on the card visual, I get another card visual, and I'll try to put that into this one. Using these various options, I can resize it. The various places you have these icons which you can help you to resize it. Now I would like to put new cases in one of them, and you can see total sum here and new dates into the fields to look at number of dates we had. Now these numbers are absolute number. I can click on that visual, I can go to the properties, I can go to call out value and can say display as none. Now this is an unformatted number, but I can click on new cases here and I can say press on the comma and I'll get the numbers. Now I can see it is 44 million. Similarly for dates, I can go click here again. Now the property pane, the format options was open, so directly I reach to the format options. Again I choose the none, I click on the new dates, I get the column tools, and under the column tools I have an option to format this. So I'm saying make it comma separated. So column tools allows you to set the various properties. It includes the format which you want, $sign for money, percentage for percentage, comma separation, decimal places for decimal number, summarization. You can have default summarization defined, so that will happen first time. By default for all the numbers, the summarization is default as sum. You can change it to min, max, average. So even without a measure, when you add it by default, it will happen like that. If you say don't summarize, the number will not get summarized. Means when you put it into a table visual, you will observe the behavior that you are going to get distinct values of that. And data categorization, in case it's a postal code, barcode, country, etc. Depending on the different data types, you will get these data category options. We will explore these options, sort by columns and other, when we move further into the analysis. So now I've got a line visual also, so we can call it as trend. So you've seen how quickly we can bring in the things. We can bring in the slicers, filter, and create some intuitive visuals. Now let's save this file. So say file, save or save as, and we are going to save this file at a particular location. Let's call this Power BI Analysis 1. Once you save this file, you can close it and open it again, and you will get it here. Now this analysis, we have not created any different kind of model. We simply quickly get the data from the internet and we have analyzed it. Let's quickly try to create few more visualization and wrap up this exercise. Click on a new page. We are going to create a bar visual. So I click here on the cluster column chart. I make it a little bit bigger. I bring in country on the x-axis. If it is a vertical bar, then it will become y-axis. I again bring the new cases here and call it cases. And as you can see, there is a horizontal bar when the bar chart have a lot of values. I would also like to add a bar visual. Now bar visual, I'm adding a pie visual, and pie visual I'm going to add on WHO region because I don't want too many values around that one. It would not be a great chart to be plotted when you have more than 10 or 15 values. So I bring in WHO region into the legend and I bring in values. New cases, again I rename that as cases. Later we will create measures and we will have that named as cases, and we can use that. That we will learn at some time later. Now I have a pie visual also. I can have a smart worldwide map. I can have a trend. I would like to have a trend here, small trend. And let me bring in date here on the x-axis, and let me convert it into a date reported. Along with that, I'm also going to bring in new cases, and I'm going to call them cases. Let me create a little bit more space on the top by making these visuals a little bit smaller and add a few slicers on the page. So one of the slicer which I'm going to add is basically the country. I drag the country here. You can see the slicer, and we are going to change the type for the slicer to as drop down. Can make it a little bit smaller also. Let's add, I drag the date here and leave it in the empty space. It's created a table. I can now click on the slicer and it will convert to a slicer. And I'll leave it like as is, or I can make it as a date slicer. To make that as a date slicer, I need to go ahead and choose it is a date reported. Now I will have options for the vertical list, tile, between, before, after, drop down, relative date, time, etc. Okay, but what I can do here is I can go here and say date hierarchy, and I can remove the quarter and I can month and day. So I will be able to see it like this. Now let me make it as a drop down list. I click on the format, setting, and instead of vertical I say drop down. So now once it is drop down, I will see. So I can see, go ahead in 2022 December on first, what was the position. Now because it's a trend visual, single date is going to show one dot. I can uncheck. Keep on clicking, it will uncheck. Now I have country slicer, I have date slicer. I can analyze the data by countries. I can clear the selections from here. Again, I can have two card visuals. So I will have card visuals. Let me make them a little bit smaller. On the first card visual, let me have new cases. Let's call them cases. Make it a little bit small, bigger. This is still not overlapping with the below one, so I can have it a little bit bigger. And let's go ahead and change the call out value as none, and you can see the formatting which we have done in the past still there. Let's make it a little bit more bigger so that if the number is bigger or smaller, it can be displayed. Now the second one, we are going to drag that into the fields, rename it as. Now go here onto the format your visual, call out value and none. One of the way which I use is I just copy paste after I've done the setting a card visual and then replace it with another value. That allows me not to give new formatting. So now we got a dashboard ready, COVID dashboard, and let's call it COVID analysis. So you see how quickly you can bring in a dashboard using Power BI. We have not entered into the details of different things which we can do with Power BI. We can create measures, we can create columns, we can do transformation. We are not looking at all of those things. We have simply brought in data. We even not renamed some of the things. We have just simply bring in the data and created the visualization. Now once we move forward with these test data sets, but we have the learning or the training data set what we have with us, which you are going to use for your Power BI learning, we are going to do many things. So just save this file and close this analysis. Go ahead and try this out, try different options. Now we are beginning our Power BI journey and we need some data. So that data I have loaded on GitHub. Now the data which I have loaded is already in a good schema format which we are going to use. For this series we are going to use the sales data used in video. I'm going to give the link of my GitHub account, but you can note down if you are able to see the URL, you can actually note it down. And from there you click on this file, sales data used in video, and once you click on this you will get an option here to download this file. So you can download it, and once you download this file you can keep it in a folder from where you want to take this file into the Power BI desktop, so you can download. Now this is not only the file which we are going to use. We are going to use few other files also during our process of learning the Power BI, and all those files are available here. Like another important file which we are going to use is going to be the pivot data file, which is available here, pivotdata.xls. That's also I would recommend you to download, put all the files into a folder, and from there we are going to use these files. Let's quickly have a look at the data. So this is the file sales data used in video. It has 4 Excel sheet. The main Excel sheet here is basically the sales data, which contains order number, item ID. Now item ID having a reference table, or what you call dimension table or a master table, which is item table, which is present here. Item ID, name, brand ID, category ID, subcategory ID, then the name of the brand, name of the category, and name of the subcategory. So that's what the item table is. So here in this one, this all are unique, and here in the sales table definitely they are going to repeat because we have multiple times same item has been used. Then on which date it has been sales has been done, and on which date it has been delivered. So it's kind of an online retail data where you're selling an item. Here what we are doing is each row is in a unique order. Means even if you are ordering more than one item, then each of them will be created as a separate row. So we have a sales date, we have a delivery date, then we have a customer ID, again customer ID, we have a customer lookup table or the reference table, we have a customer ID, age, and city and state. Now city again and state will be available in geography. Now this is the city and state of the customer which has been registered city of the customer. Customer may or may not ship to the same city. He might like to send the data to his relatives or friends, or any different city is traveling, you might want to get it there, so it could be different. Then you have something known as city ID, which is going to lead to our geography dimension, where we have city, state, that's where we are going to have it. Then we have quantity, which is how much quantity we have sold, at what price we have sold, and this is the cost of the goods sold. So this quantity has been sold at this price, but at what price we have purchased that's the cost it is given here, and what discount percentage we are giving. Now this discount is on top of this price, so if I multiply these two, I'm going to get gross. I'm going to give reduce the discount percentage amount from them, so I'm going to get net, and my comparison would happen between net and cost, which is cost multiplied by quantity, is going to give me cost of goods sold, and then we are going to find out our margins. So that's our objective. We want to analyze the margin, we want to analyze the discount, and see where are we gaining or losing, or are we doing good job year over year. Now this data is spread across 2 years. We have around 30,000 rows in this data. This is the typical data which we are going to use here. So now what time has come to load this data to Power BI. So we will open Power BI and load this data as an Excel sheet. We have downloaded the data and we are now ready to load the data. Once we load the data, we have to build a model, and our model should look like this. So we have a sales fact which is going to join with item dimension on item ID. Is going to join with the sales table on sales date, and this date table we are going to create in Power BI because the data what we have bought in does not contain a date table. Then we are going to join it with geography table on city ID, and we are going to join it with customer on customer ID. We have a perfect star schema. It means fact table is going to join with dimensions, and dimensions are going to join with fact table. There will be no dimension to dimension join. There will be no fact to fact join. We have one fact here as of now, but even though, or even when we have multiple facts, we are not going to do a join between fact to fact. So our model should take care of that. Now, while doing this stuff, we will learn few more things like how to rename a table, column, table tools and column tools to change the various properties, property pane, model view, and create relationship. So let's jump onto the Power BI. Power BI is already open, and we have an option to get data directly on the welcome screen. This is the first place from where you can go and get the data, but we are not going to use this. I'm going to cross this out. Again, on the landing screen itself, which is our report view, we have an option to import the data from Excel, and we have our data in Excel. We can also import the data from SQL Server, or other options are available here. Same option is also available under the Home tab to get the data from Excel workbook. Then if you open the Get Data, the first option is again Excel workbook. You go to More. You have huge variety of data sources from where we can get the data. There are more than 100 plus connectors from which you can get data into Power BI, and they are classified into files like Excel workbook, text CSV, XML, JSON, folder, PDF, Parquet files, SharePoint folder, databases, common databases like SQL Server, MS Access, SQL Server Analysis Service Database, Oracle, IBM DB2, IBM Netezza, MySQL, PostgreSQL, Sybase, Teradata, SAP, HANA, etc. Other few common databases are also available here. Then from Power Platform, it could be Power BI Datasets, Data Marts, Power BI Data Flow Legacy, Common Data Services, Dataverse, and Data Flows. We have Azure. From Azure, we can get from Azure SQL Database, Azure Snap Analytics SQL, Azure Analysis Services Database, Azure Database for PostgreSQL, Azure Blob, Azure Table, and so many other places where you can get the data, including the Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Then you can get data from online services, SharePoint, Microsoft Exchange, Dynamics 365, Dynamics 365 Dataverse, Dynamics Nav, Dynamics 365, Salesforce Object, Salesforce Report, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, etc. You can also get data from some other services like Web, SharePoint List, OData Feed, Active Directory, ODBC. Now, whenever we don't have a connector available, we typically try to see if there is an ODBC connector available or OLEDB connector available. We try to use that as a common connector to get the data. And REST API is another one option which we use. So right now we need the Excel. So we go to the File option or All option and choose Excel Workbook and say Connect. We have to get the sales data used in video. What I've done is I created a folder, Learn Power BI, and in the data I have placed my sales data used in video. So you also create a folder where you can keep all your data files which you are going to download from the GitHub, and you can place it there. Once you select the file here, you can click on Open. Once you click on Open, it's going to show you all the files, all the sheets which are available inside the Excel sheet. Now Excel sheet can contain sheets or it may also contain tables. If it contains tables, it will show you a name like this. Now to have this in Excel, there is a property to call something as a table, and that's what you have to use. Now right now I am more interested in the sheets. So if I click on the sheet, you don't see any option of load and transform data here. The reason is you have to click on this checkbox. So you can see the customer data here, customer ID, age, city, state, name, etc. I also need the geography data, which is city ID, city and state. I click on item. I also need the item data, which item ID, name, brand ID, category ID, subcategory ID, brand, category and subcategory. I click on sales and I also get the sales data, which is order number, item ID, sales date, delivery date, customer ID, city ID, quantity, price, cost and discount percentage. So I get all these data. Now I have two options, load and transform. When to use what? If my data is pretty large and I want to control it before loading, I should go to transform data, put some Power Query filter. They can be some filters on date, they can be filters on countries, cities, or using some parameters, parameters, we can have those filters. If you want to do some kind of transformation like pivot data, unpivot data, transpose data, or data is not in a shape which is you can consume directly into Power BI, then also you can go directly to transform data. Now going to transform data means we are only going to load the sample data into the Power BI and going to do the transformation, and then we are going to load the transformed data into the Power BI. In this case, we don't need any kind of transformation. So our option is load data. We are going to load all these 4 sheets by clicking on load. Once we click on that, you will see a pop-up which will tell you what is getting loaded here. In case you face some issue, check out what issue you are facing, and based on that you might have to take corrective action either in your file or in Power Query. As you can see on the left hand side fields, I can now see 4 tables. The first action after you get your data is make sure that the names are correct. There is no spaces, unnecessary spaces and all those. So like this customer, do I want to call it customer or something else? If I want to rename, I can rename it. Okay, geography, item, sales. My table names are correct, but just to showcase you, let me call it as sales fact. As you can see, this option is available under table tools. So table tools have name, mark as a date table, manage relationship, new measure, quick measure, new column and new table. Now I can also right click here and say new measure, new column, new quick measure, refresh, edit query will take us to Power Query, manage relationship, incremental refresh, manage aggregation and rename. So let me click on the rename. I get this here and I rename it as sales again, or let me rename it as sales because I want to show you one more option. One more option which you can rename is double click here and call it as sales. Same way, I'm going to click on each column and I'm going to rename that. So I click on a column, it starts showing me column tools. Again, I can rename it here, or I can right click, rename, or double click and rename. Now in the column tools, I can define default aggregation. Age is something which is not something I want to aggregate because it's a customer property. I don't want to summarize it. So I say summarization is don't summarize. When I say don't summarize, it means when I bring it here like a table visual, it's not going to give me a single value. To differentiate between this, I have dragged, let's say age, which is now I have made as not aggregatable. Now let me bring in something, let's say cost from the sales table and bring it here again. Now both the numeric things have created a visual. Now this has created a table visual, this has created a bar visual, but I can make it as a table visual by clicking on the table, and you can see there is only one value, sum of cost. Now we will understand why sum of cost here. Now let me click on the cost here. This is the column I also want to rename. I want to have a capital C. So in the column tool, I make it C capital. And let me press enter. Then I want it as whole number. The other options are decimal, fixed, date, time, text, etc., which I don't want. The format is given here. I don't want that format. The one thing which I could want is basically to have a comma separation if the number is bigger, so I can check that. This is not a percentage column, neither this is a currency, so I'm not going to say dollar, but yes, cost can be currency, but I'm not going to use that. And if it's a decimal number, we can have number of decimal places. Default summarization is sum. So if you see when I dragged it, by default it says sum of cost. The reason it said sum of cost here is because the default summarization in the column tools was sum. Let's look at something else. Let's say price. Again, for the price, you see it's a whole number and the default summarization is sum. So let me make the default summarization as average. Now, instead of dragging it into a new visual, I can drag it into the same table visual, or I can also click on the table. And when I click on the table, make sure that there is nothing selected. It should be an empty space, and then you click on the table, it will add a new table. Let me delete one of them. Now I can drag price here or here. In both the cases, it adds as a price. Now let me remove the price from here. Another way to drag the price here was like this. In both the cases, it has created average of price. The reason it has created average of price because under the column tool, we have set summarization as average. Now let's look at city ID, which is our join column. Now this join column, if I drag it here right now, it is going to give me a single number. Again, when I make it as a table visual, it's going to give me count of city ID. Now I'm not going to change it right now because once I create the join, I want to see does Power BI changes the property, or I have to make it explicitly not summarize or don't summarize. But let's look at the column, any other column which we don't want to summarize. And one of the column which I found it is order number, which I don't want to summarize. But here what you notice is, before I do it, because I want to show you one more place where you can do, see one property at a time. So even let's say if I have cost, price and quantity, all three are numeric, I can't press shift or control and select more than one to change the properties. So do we have an option for that? Now, are these column tool properties are dependent on something? Yes, they are dependent on data type. So if I click on brand, you can see the data type is text, and the options here are a little bit different. Count, distinct, and data categories are like address, longitude, latitude, and all those. Similarly, for text, it is not showing any kind of as icon here. For numeric, it's showing the sigma icon. For the date, it is showing the date icon, and also because the auto time intelligence is enabled, it is also showing me the date hierarchy. Auto time intelligence options is under the file, options and setting, options. It is available both at the global level under the data load time intelligence, auto time intelligence, and current file load data auto time intelligence. Right now I'm not going to uncheck that, but I'm going to cancel it and come back. And what difference it is going to make? So if I drag this date here in this visualization, it by default give me the hierarchy view. So year, quarter, month and date. But I can click on this small arrow or right click and choose delivery date option. I have options like earlier, latest, count and count distinct here. Also, when you add something to the visualization, you can change its aggregation. Let's say I drag quantity here into the visualization. It is sum of quantity. I can click on this arrow or right click and say average. So column tools properties are dependent on what data type you have. So for date, and then also the formats can be changed here. Like for date, I want this kind of a format, short date, I can choose that. Similarly for sales date, I can choose some format. I can also go ahead and write down here mm/dd/yy, and let's see, does it take it? It take it, but how do I understand that? So one way is to drag it into a visualization and convert into a date, right click, date, or you can go to the data view and check out how your data looks like. Here also you have the table tools and the column tools. You can also see here. Now you know how to rename, you know how to set the column tool property. So let's go ahead and set the column tool property for city. Let's call it as data category as city. And let's call state as state and provinces. Now let's quickly look at any other rename opportunity which we have. All seems fine. Now we can see the data into the data view, and we can do the renaming as we have done. Also, we can also double click here and rename. It's the same where I do it here, where I do it in column tools, or double click here and rename it. All are going to do the same job of renaming. Now let's go to the data model view, and the reason to going to data model view is I would like to show you something known as property pane, and also want to correct my relationship. So if I click on the customer here, I can click on the age, and now you can see I can rename here. I can provide the description, I can give certain synonyms, and I can add a display folder also. Means I can categorize the things into different folders, which we will use a little bit later. I have the data type, I have the format, I have the percentage format and 1000 separator. Now if I go to sales here, and let's see, I select cost here, the cost is selected. Okay, I'm also going to select price, and you can see the data type has multiple values. Okay, I can take all of them as whole number, and I can say there are multiple form. Okay, so we have done one mistake. All of them has become whole number. Even the delivery date has become whole number. So we need to be careful. we actually need to control and select these things. So control, price, quantity, order number, all of them are whole number. There is no percentage, no 1000 separator required. So I only need 1000 separator for price, control quantity, control cost. For these I need 1000 separator. So yes, for city ID and order number, I don't need 1000 separator. So I disable them. Now I have done mistake with the date and the sales date. So let me call them as dates. And I can also choose the format for them. So here with the control and shift, I can modify them. But remember when to use control and when to use shift, because if you press shift and you press on the other one, all these columns will get selected. So you need to press control in such cases to select the individual values. Now let's look. Power BI has detected some relationships for us, and these relationships also we can correct into the model view. Now these relationship doesn't seem correct. The reason for that is there is a relationship between the customer and the geography, and we don't want that. This relationship between customer ID and the sales customer ID seems to be correct, and the relationship between item ID and item seems to be correct. Now let's open the field pane and look at one of the thing, that the city ID join was not correct, and this is still recognized as a number here. But look at item ID, which was also a number, not recognized as a number because it is participating in a join. Similarly, customer ID is not recognized as a number. It's also recognized as a key join, and it is not shown as a number or it's aggregated. Now, why Power BI has detected these joins for us? To understand that, we have to go to File, Options and Setting, Options. And here, if we go to the current file, data load, we can see auto detect new relationship after the data is loaded is checked. And because of this property, Power BI has detected the relationship. If you don't want this behavior, if you are loading a fairly large amount of data or large number of tables, and you don't want these relationships to be detected because doing them manually would be right, otherwise you have to do 2 steps, delete and create the new one, you can uncheck this and save it. Right now I don't want to change it, so I'll cancel it. Now actually I want to tell you how to create the relationship or how to change it. So I would delete few relationships to show you how to do that. Now before I do that, in the property pane, this is the new feature came in. If I click here, it will start showing me the property of the relationship. Now this relationship is right now inactive and this is active. But if I delete this relationship, why this is inactive and active? Why? And if I try to make it this relationship active, will it become or not? So if I click here on this relationship and if I try to make it active, it's not making it this relationship as active. It says ambiguous path, sales customer geography, sales geography. What does it mean? In Power BI, you cannot have 2 paths. Now path from customer to sales is one path is this. And if I don't inactivate this, then from city, I can go to the customer and I can reach sales. From city directly, I can also reach to the sales. So there are 2 paths from geography to sales. That is why one of the relationship has become inactive. So what I can do is I can click on this relationship, right click on that and delete. Once I do that, I can now click on this relationship and say make it as active. If I want, I can change it. Now which kind of relationship it should be there? Sales to city ID, many to one. What does many to one means? Many to one means in the sales table, the city ID have more than one value repeating. It means if city ID is 1, more than one time it can come. But in geography table, city ID 1 exists only once. Also, we don't want to have blank values in the geography table. So here in the city table, the values are unique for the city ID. One value only comes once, but that's not true for the sales table. That is why the sales table is on the many side and the geography table is on the one side, many to one from sales to geography. And I can say apply relationship. I can also say open relationship editor, or that I can also do by double clicking on this join path. So this will open here. I can visually go ahead and choose certain different things and do that. Now there is something known as cross-directional single or both. We will also check that out. Now how to create a relationship? To understand that, let me delete this relationship. Right click and delete, right click and delete, and let's understand how can we do that. So one of the way to do that is you take a key column and drag it here on the key column of this table with the left mouse button pressed. You got the relationship, you click on the relationship and look at the properties. Sales to sales item ID, sales is on many side, item is on one side, because in item table item IDs are unique. This relationship is active and single directional, and I would like to make it both directional. What does both directional means? Both directional means the data will get filtered if I filter something in sales table. So typically what happens, item dimension is going to filter the sales table. Sales table is not going to filter the item table. But if I make it both directional, it's going to filter. We need to take one example and understand that. But before we do that, let's learn how to create relationship using the second method. For that, from the home tab, use this manage relationship icon in the middle and say new relationship. Another option you can use is auto detect, but it may detect the same kind of relationship it detected initially. So let's click on the new. Choose the customer table. Choose the sales table. Here I choose the customer ID. Here also I choose the customer ID. One to many, single directional join, and make this relationship active because we want an active relationship, and say OK and say close. Please remember the relationship which we were getting inactive cannot be activated using use relationship function, which we'll learn after some time, because that relationship is having a loop and it is a wrong relationship. We can have one table having more than one relationship with the sales table, or two tables can have more than one relationship, means one relationship will active and one relationship will be inactive. We can't join two columns at a time. We have to create a combined key. So let's say if you want to join on customer ID and city ID with the customer, then you need to have a combined key customer ID, city ID. But definitely you can have another join which is city ID and sales city ID, and that join will be inactive. At a later stage you can activate that. When we create the date table, we will learn how can we create a join both with the sales date as well as the delivery date. Now our relationship model is ready and we would like to test it, that is it working or not. Now to do that, let me do one more thing, is let me right now delete this relationship. Now let's go and try to understand what does these three different kind of relationship means: bidirectional, single directional, and no relationship, and how do we detect there is no relationship. So let's create a new page, and in the new page I drag city from the geography, and before that let me create a table visual by clicking on the table. Let me drag city into this one, and let me bring in quantity from the sales table. Now you see all the quantities are same. The reason for that is the join is missing. Am I right in assuming that? To do that, let me bring in brand from item and bring in quantity again. Now you can see here that the brand in this case is not the same number for each and every brand. This number is distributed among each brand. Power BI is grouping the data by sum of quantity for each brand, giving the correct value. Now if I simply drag the brand here in a table visual, you will notice I got all the distinct brand. I did not get brand at the row level. In Power BI, you don't get the data at the row level. If you need the data at the row level, you need to have some kind of a column which gives you all the values in that particular table. So in this case, I have item ID, which gives me all the values. Then only I will have those 55 rows. Otherwise, I will only have the distinct brand rows, whether I add it alone or whether I add with one aggregated column where I have a summarization. So it means if I want the row level data of sales table, I need to have some kind of a primary key there, which is actually order number. So for the order number, I'll click here in the order number and I'll change its summarization to don't summarize to make sure that whenever I drag order number, it doesn't summarize. It is also kind of a primary key column because order number values are not repeating in our case. Now let's do one thing. We are now understood this relationship is wrong. So we go back to the model view for the geography relationship and we create this relationship again. We drag city ID to city ID and it has created the correct relationship. We don't have to change anything. If we go back to the visualization, we see now numbers are getting distributed correctly across the city and the total is correct. But we would like to understand what the difference this single directional and bi-directional join is making. So let's create few more visuals. So let me create a visual where I have this order number. This is coming from the sales table. Now let me have a brand from the, let me have item IDs from the sales table. Now let me click on the order number here. You see the item IDs are changing. Let me click on an item ID here and you see the order numbers are changing. So sales table changing the item table visual, item table visual is changing the sales table visual. Now let's look at something which is coming from the customer table, which is a single directional join. I click on a customer. Customer is filtering the order numbers. Now let me click on an order number. You see item ID is reduced, but not the customer ID. I can still see all the customer IDs. And the reason behind that, it's a single directional join with the customer. It means the sales table is not going to filter the data of customer, but there is a bi-directional join between the sales and the item and it's going to filter the data of the item table. We always prefer single directional join in Power BI, especially when we are in direct query, because bi-directional join will create additional queries to filter the data in the table, in the visuals which contains the dimension values also. There are ways and means to control these things using the measures which we can use. Now last example before we say our model is correct is to basically check out is everything fine with the customer table also. So we bring in name and quantity. It seems correct. Now you can see we are always getting the aggregated data. Now here if I want to bring in quantity, I say only sum of quantity a single number. If I bring in city ID, I only see 55 or 100 rows which I have. So I have 100 rows, I am seeing the 100 cities. But I'm not seeing the row level data. To bring in the row level data, I need to bring in order number, which is basically, I have 30,000 order numbers. I can say sort ascend by clicking on this, and I can say sort descending by clicking on this again. Now you can see that to bring in the data at the row level, I have to actually force Power BI to have a column, or I need to put a column into my visualization which is at the row level, and that too not aggregated or don't summarize option has been used. So Power BI is not allowing you to have a line level data in the table visual. Other visuals all required aggregation and force the aggregation on the values column. There are group bys available in matrix column and other visuals which we will see later. So our model is ready and we are ready for the next step. For next step would be to correct the theme first. Before we develop any kind of visualization, we would like to make sure that our theme is correct and we pick up the organization theme. Practice all this. It is really important that we take a theme in a Power BI which is organizational theme, or create one theme, and we should do it at the beginning. It's not that we develop a lot of visualization, already done some changes in our visual using fonts and colors, and then we try to change it. So the first thing we do in Power BI is take the organizational theme. Now we have started this, we have done one thing which we have done when we created some test visuals. We have not changed the font and the size. And the reason for that one is that we don't want, once we change those font and size and we change our theme, they will not change. They will remain that, and we don't want that. So that's why we are not changing them at the visual level. We would like them to change globally. So first thing, before I proceed, let me save this file, and the file name is learn Power BI 1. And to change the theme, what we have to do is we have to go to view, and inside the view I can browse a theme. I can look at the theme gallery. Some of the themes are already available here. I can customize the current theme. I can save the current theme. Now browse the current theme. I will try to bring in the theme which is already present on my system, which is not there right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose any one of these themes and then try to customize it. I keep the current one and I say I'll customize it. Now because I'm creating a tutorial, and here most of time my focus would be to have a bigger font, so I'm going to change most of the time the font. But your organization could have some theme colors. So for example, I have bring in few colors here from internet, and I'll show you how to change this. So you can have RGB code, you can have a hex code, and you can do that. So name and color, so you can give this theme as a name, and then, or you can have a color. So I have bring in hex code, so I'm going to use that. And I click outside, I get this number. So I go and look at the, let's say the third one. I click here. I again press the hex code. You can have a RGB code also, and press outside. Now I go and change the third code also. Let me take the second one as the third code. And let me take this. Click outside, I got it. Let me take the fourth one also. Click on the fourth one. Same manner you can change all the top 10 colors. So I got certain colors for my theme, and I can use those. I can also choose any color, like I can, change it like this. I can choose any color which I want, and I can come out, that color would be the same way. You have to choose the sentiment colors. These colors should be one which your organization prefers. You should get those colors. And once you have those top 10 colors sorted out, then you will have those colors as your first color which is getting used by the visuals. Now this is names and color. Then you have an advanced option. This is typically your filter levels, where you will have these first level, second level, third level, fourth level, background elements, secondary background colors, etc., which I'm not planning to change right now, but you can change these and play around. Choose the color from different elements for your visualization, like axis, grid line, text boxes, font. Curious about what is in each category, learn more. So you can click on the learn more, and then it will open these things, and then you will be able to see what does everything means. The first level is foreground background color, second level is foreground neutral secondary, third level background light, axis grid line color, table and matrix grid color, slicer header, fourth is legend dimmed color, card category, label color. So you can see where all places that particular categories will apply. So like here, this first level applies on label background color, trend line color, text box default color, table and matrix values, and the total font color. So many places it applies. So now you know what is going to change what. So I'm going to keep it default right now. When I go to the text size, I'm going to keep the font family same, but I'm going to increase it by 5. I can do it like this, or I can type it here. Font color I'm not changing. With the white background, I will prefer to have the black font color. Again here, I'm going to change it 17. The title color, so which is going to come on the table title or the column title or the visual title. Card, we can add the cards, and in the card we will have the value color, and this value color I want to be 50, not 45. Tab headers, these are the tab headers. Let's see if we change the color, what happens. 17. Now we have visuals. In the visual background color, right now I'm going to keep as white. I can make transparency 100% so they can have the background. If you are using some kind of image and you want a transparency, then you can make by default the transparency is 100% so that the background color would be visible. The visual will not have its own background. Border, if you switch on the border, the visuals will have a line. Right now I don't want that kind of line. Header, visual headers, you can have the background color, the border color, the transparency, and the tooltip. So right now we will keep all these as default. Page level wallpaper, if you want to set some color for your wallpaper or for the page background, you wanted to set some color. Transparency is 100%. So right now, if you put some image or something on the page background, then you have to reduce the transparency to 0 to make sure that it is visible. Filter pane, again, I'm not going to change anything other than making these fonts a little bit larger. So again, I have option like background color, transparency, font and icon colors, title font color, header font color, check boxes, and apply color. So this is the teal color which is there on the check boxes. If you don't like it, you can change it. This is the default color which is coming. Now apply filter cards. You can change these colors from here. So once the filter card is applied, background color, transparency, font and icon color, font size, we are interested in changing that. Applied filter color, what is the filter color for the applied one? Again, we are interested in changing this 14. Apply. As you can see, this has changed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this theme, because what happens if sometime I want to create a new file and I want this organization theme to be applied, then how do I use it? So I say save current theme, and then I'm going to save it as, let's say, org theme 1. Now how do we use this theme? So let's quickly create a new file. So we go to a new file and check out how to use the theme. So here what I'm going to do is, I don't want to bring in any data, so I just go ahead and create a table 1 with enter data 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me call it as table and say load. The new table is loaded. I am in a new file. Let me shift back to the new file. Let me click on this, go to the column tools and call it don't summarize. Let's drag this here. It will create a table visual. As you can see, the font is small. I go to view, click on the down arrow, browse for the themes, choose the theme which I created in the other file. I say open, and you can see the thing have changed here. So in this manner, you can save the themes, you can browse the themes, you can keep your theme, you can put it on the OneDrive or Teams for your team members to use it. So try this feature out. We have created our model in Power BI. Now time has come to create formulas. Formulas in Power BI can be categorized into 2 ways, or they can be calculated in 2 manners: calculated columns and measures. Now columns are something which is going to become part of your table, and they will be calculated at the load time and will be stored in the file. Means they will increase size of your file and will be stored into the memory or your disk, basically disk memory. Now measures, on the other hand, are the calculation which get calculated at the runtime. So only definition is getting saved, so they are not pre-calculated, and because of that reason they are dynamic in nature. Now formulas or the calculated column formulas cannot take slicer values or the filter values which you give in the visualization, but measures can take that. So let's quickly jump onto the Power BI and create few calculated columns which I mentioned, like gross sales, discount amount, and COGS. And why we are doing that? First of all, these all columns require row level calculation, which is multiplication. It's not that from measure we cannot do row level calculation. We will tell you how to do that row level calculation in the measure. Now, so gross amount, discount amount, and COGS amount, we are going to calculate as a calculated column, and then we are going to create a set of measures. We have looked at few differences, and as we go into the Power BI, you will observe further more differences between these two. So let's jump onto the Power BI. We are in Power BI, and to create the columns on my sales table, I will go to the data pane. On the left hand side, I clicked on the data pane. I can see my tables or the fields on the right hand side. Let me close all of them. Let me click on the sales table. In the sales table, I want to create a new field, which is gross amount, which is nothing but multiplication of quantity into price. Whenever you multiply, you should always multiply it at row level, because sum of A multiplied by sum of B is not same as sum of A multiplied by B. We will understand that, but let's create a new column. To create a new column, you can create on a click on a table, and you can use the table tool where you have the new column, or on the right click also you have an option for new column. So let's use one of these options, new column, and in the column we are going to create gross amount. And in the gross amount, we'll say sales quantity. We should use the qualified table name, that should always prefer while creating the columns, and sales into price. So quantity into price is my gross amount. Now once I got the gross amount, I need to calculate the discount amount. I have absolute discount percentage, not the discount percentage, means it's not 0.29, it's 29, means I need to divide it by 100. To get the discount amount, I need to multiply it by discount gross percentage by gross amount by discount percentage and divide it by 100. So let's calculate a new column, which is discount amount. Discount amount, we should say sales and gross amount, and multiply by sales discount amount, discount percentage, divide by 100. As in this case, the multiplication and division, the order is not important. I'm not using parentheses, but if we want certain things to happen before, we should use parentheses. So I got my discount amount, and as you can see, when I divided it, automatically taken the data type as decimal. I don't have to explicitly convert it into a decimal. I got my discount amount. Now let me get COGS amount. COGS amount is nothing but cost, sales cost, multiply by sales. Now some of the organization have this number, which is basically what is my cost of goods sold, COGS what we call. So basically which tells us how much amount you have spent on a particular item, and this might not be same as purchase cost, that might include logistic cost and inventory carrying cost also. So it's not same as the purchase amount, and the COGS amount is not same as the purchase amount, neither the cost is same as purchase price. Okay. So now we got our columns in. Now as you can see, you observe that when I created the columns, these columns are visible here, and when I'm going to save this, they're going to be saved, and whenever I get the new data loaded into my file, these columns will get recalculated and the entire data will be loaded and at the load time, and will be get saved into the file. So these will be recalculated at the load time and will be saved onto the file system, or basically wherever the data is getting saved, in the Power BI service or in Power BI desktop. So now this is kind of a static data. It cannot take your slicer values. So now let's create a measure. Now to create a measure, again you can click on a table and you get an option for measure, new measure, quick measure. We are going to use a measure right now, and you can also right click and say new measure. Now I'll create one measure here and tell you what I want. I want to create a simple measure which is basically nothing but gross, and this measure is not doing any calculation. This is just doing sum of gross sales. Now you observe the difference. Now first of all, the icon difference you might have observed here. There is a sigma icon along with a table, and now this is a calculated icon, and both these icons are not matching. Second thing you might have observed, the measure is not being given here. It is actually being only the calculation which has been stored. There is now table column which has been created where we are seeing the values. So how do I get these values in? To understand that, let's create a visual here. So we go to a new page, we create a visual here, and what we are going to do here is we are going to bring in item brand. We drag it here on the empty page. I have just clicked on this plus button below to create a new page, and once the new page is created, I dragged item brand into the blank place and left it. And once I left it, I'm going to bring in the gross amount and sum of gross amount, which is basically my measure. So sum of gross amount is coming because of the column, and gross is coming because of measure. Now in case of measure, you would have observed there is no mention of aggregation. See, measure contains their aggregation, but itself it cannot be changed. Column aggregation can be changed. I can make it average, but I can't make gross measure as an average because it's already summed up. So you don't get this option of don't summarize, you don't get the sum of changing aggregation with the measures. Now these columns which are numeric type, they can be summed up by creating a implicit kind of a measure. We have defined explicit measure here, and then they can summed up by bringing at, let's say, sum of measure, average of sum of gross sales, average of gross sales, and like that. Gross sales, I simply dragged it, placed it here, and the sum is happening here. Okay, so in this one we have two steps. In basically both we have two steps because we already created gross amount. So sum is happening here, and the measure, again the sum is happening here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another few measures which are required, and let's quickly look at our sheet. We need discount, net, COGS, and margin, and I'll keep on explaining that. Discount is nothing but sum of discount amount. Now what would happen, let me tell you one more thing which is different for measure. Now column getting created into a particular table, but this is not with the measure. I click on this particular table and I say new measure, and I'm going to say discount, and then I say sum of sales discount amount. And what you will find, this measure is getting created into customer table. It doesn't mean its behavior has changed. If I drag discount amount measure from here, which already been have aggregation, which already contains the aggregation or already been aggregated with the discount amount here, the numbers are not going to be different. And the numbers are not different, then why there is a difference? Because measure can lie anywhere in the model. And that is why we are also going to create a separate measure table to place and organize our measures at a different place. Now we got the discount. Let's quickly calculate net, and this is going to be our one of the most important measure. We are going to use it very frequently, and net is nothing but gross minus discount. So if I subtract discount from the gross sales, I'll get the net, and I can bring it into the visual. And one of the ways, you click on the table visual or any visual, and then you just go and check the measure you have wanted to add or the column you wanted to add. It will just get added. You don't have to drag it also, or you drag it here or here, one of the two places. So we got our measure net. Now we have to get the measure which is COGS, which is nothing but sum of sales COGS amount. One more thing which importantly you should notice, if I creating a measure and I simply type sales, then you see I'm getting gross. I'm not getting COGS amount, sales amount, gross amount. Even if I try to type gross, I'm not getting it, the gross amount. The reason is measure takes a measure, column takes a column. So unless I type sum, means aggregation, I will not see my COGS amount columns. Once I take some kind of aggregation, I will be able to see my column. So I got my COGS also. Now I need margin. Margin is nothing but net minus COGS. Now margin can be of two type. We have net margin, which is net minus COGS. We have gross margin, which is gross minus COGS. So here we are only creating net margin. We can have this into the visual and check it out. Now time has come to create two derived measure, which is discount percentage and margin percentage. What's our discount percentage? Discount percentage is discount by gross and margin percentage is margin by net. And we are going to use divide function for them. So let's create few more measure, and this time let me click on geography table and create it here. And we are going to reorganize all of them. So discount percentage is nothing but divide discount by margin. Now you might be thinking, I'm not giving aggregation, why I'm getting all of these? Because in a measure I can simply have a square bracket and I will see the measures. Or if I don't want it, let's say I don't want the second one as major, I can still go ahead and say sum of something. So discount by gross is my discount percentage. I corrected the formula also. So I got my discount percentage. Now I need my margin percentage. Margin percentage is nothing but divide margin by net. Again, I'm using two measures. So basically this is nothing but sum of margin, or basically if I don't have some margin as a column, then it is sum of COGS amount minus sum of net amount, or minus of gross minus discount. That kind of stuff is there. So all this calculation is happening. Let me add margin and discount also in this visual. And you see something strange here, that these are not looking like percentage column. They are below 0. I would like them between 1 to 100. They are between 0 to 1. To do that, I can click on the discount and I go to the measure tool, and just like table tool and column tool, we do have a measure tool. And in the measure tool, you see the name, and then you see a new thing. You can actually move the home table, and we are going to utilize that. Then you can choose the format, what format you want. I can choose percentage from here, or I can go here and choose percentage. And you can see both things behave in the same manner. I can even have a data category for them. Now similarly, I will go ahead and do this change for margin. I will also make this as a percentage column. Now both of them are appearing as a percentage. But our measures are not organized. They are lying all over the place, and this is not the great thing to have. To organize our measure, we will need to have a measure table. Now there is no direct way to create a measure table. We are going to do a workaround, and that workaround is going to give us a measure table. So we will go to enter data and create a table. We are not simply going to call it a measure. Measures is a keyword, so you might not be able to create with the table name measures, but you will be able to create a table with the name measure. Now once you create a measure table, you have to hide this column, but before you hide, you need at least one measure. So I go to the gross, I click on the gross, I go to the home table, and I say go to the measure table. Once this gross is moved to the measure table, I can right click on the column and I can say hide. And once I hide it, you will see immediately there is a difference how this table was looking. It has now become a measure table, and it has come on the top. But do I have to click on each and every measure and move them one by one? This could be a really tedious exercise if you have already created few of them. Now there is an easier way out. Go to the model tab. In the model tab, you can click on multiple of them and drag and drop into the measure table. Or you click on them. I've clicked on two measure with the control pressed, and I can choose a home table. Similarly, margin and discount, I move them into the measure table. With the control or with the shift, you can select more than one major. Now all my majors are at one place, but I want a further categorization. I want gross, margin, net, COGS, and discount to be called as base majors. So I select all of them using the control, and I go ahead and give a folder name as base. And let me call these as advanced major or calculated. Now you can see I have subfolders also. So I have a table, I have subfolders, and my data is organized. So I have created a major table and I have organized my content into the folders. So this is how you create calculated columns and majors. We will continue to explore few more functions and how these functions behave differently into columns and majors. Try these things out meanwhile. Now we have looked at, column on a major, calculated column and a major. Now we would like to understand these functions a little bit in details. So one of the functions which we want to understand is calculate, filter, and sum, min, max, count, and distinct count. So let's understand first of all these sum, min, max, count, distinct count, and then we will come to calculate and filter and how does they behave in different scenarios. So we are going to cover that out. So let's quickly jump onto the Power BI, and we already know how sum function works. We created it, but just set up another example. Let's bring in item brand here. Now remember that, or instead of item brand, let's bring in something here, which is basically the order number. Now for the order number, let me create one major first of all, which is nothing but quantity, QTY, total QTY, which is nothing but sum of sales quantity. Now remember, I'm creating a major right now. And this total quantity major has come to the customer table. We can move it to right table, and I'm dragging it on the visual, because major, the only place I can place a major is inside a visual, and I can sort it and I can see for which order number I have maximum quantity, and most of my orders have 2 to 3 quantities. Now this is when I done a sum in a major, but what happens when I use sum in a column? So I go here into my data view. Let me close all these tables. I go to the sales table and I create a new column here, and in the new column I say sum of sales quantity. Now the moment I do it, you see the grand total which I was getting in the visual here. So in a column, when you say sum and you don't use calculate filter or SUMX filter, which we are going to learn in some time, it's going to give you the grand total. The complete table access is there. The moment you use any aggregation, the complete table is going to be available, and then it is going to be an aggregation of complete table. So it's without any filter, the complete table aggregation. Now that's not case with the major. In the major, it's grouped and sum at that group level. Automatically that particular groups is filtering the number. So right now I'm seeing by order number the sum of the quantities for the order number. If I bring in brand, and sum of the quantity would be brand, total quantity would be brand wise. So whatever I have there in the visual, it's automatically going to adjust to that group by. If I have more than one, it's going to adjust to more than one, and it's no need to be from the same table. I can have one from the geography table. State, brand and state. See, the grand total is still same. We can download the data from here and check out. So we can say export data, download and check out the validity of this data. So this is another difference between a major and a column. That major, it is by default for the row context where the aggregation is happening and it's the runtime. While for the column, it is the complete table which you are getting. So when you do min, max, any operation. Now let's take one more operation at both the places and understand that. Now here, because remember the order number is only once. So the sum of quantity is nothing but the quantity also at the order number level. It's only happening the aggregation which is happening at the brand or state level, where the aggregation level has changed. Because order number was unique, the quantity would be only 3. And to understand that, let's have one more measure, which is basically min quantity. And let me say min sales quantity. And when I drag min sales quantity here, you see there is no difference other than the grand total. Because on the grand total, these things are recalculated again, and at the table level, whatever was the minimum quantity has been bought in here. And this is what we have to understand, because the grand total, I bring in total quantity here again. Let me bring in minimum quantity here. Now when I do minimum quantity here again, I'm getting all the numbers as 1, and I'm getting grand total as also 1. So it's not aggregating the minimum quantity. It's just recalculating the minimum quantity at the grand total level. Now what happens when I do at the table level? Or I create a column. So I go and create a new column here. And why I'm not renaming? Because I plan to delete them after showcasing it to you. We don't have to keep unnecessary columns in our tables. You have to remember that. So I bring in here, and you will see every column contain 1, because at the table level, just like that grand total, it's the minimum value which is coming in. So in such cases, you don't expect a row level sum. Is going to be recalculation at the grand total level in a major, and the column is all the rows. It is going to find out the minimum value. If I take max, it's going to find out the maximum value. If I take count, it's going to give me the count of all the rows. If I say distinct count of something, then it's going to give me distinct count across the entire table. Now we will not learn these features now again for both major and the column. We are just going to simply create them and understand. So let's create a max major, max quantity. So max sales quantity is going to be 3 here, isn't it? Because that's the maximum number we have. At row level, it's not going to make any difference. Now let's bring in count. Count of quantity at order number level would be 1. No need to check that out. So count says qty is going to give me count of the quantities. So we have 30,000 rows is going to add up to 30,000 rows. Then we have function for distinct count. Distinct count means how many distinct values I have. So distinct. And here instead of quantity, I can take city. How many distinct city I'm selling. So I can say distinct count sales city ID. And you can see how many cities I'm selling. Now again, distinct count is not an aggregation of this one. If I add these things, the total would be greater than 100. But at the grand total level, again, it has been recalculated and we have 100 city. That's why 100 is coming. Because if I sort it descending, you will see these first few rows itself will have a total of 100. Now let me remove the state from here. Now for the brand, every brand you have the 100, 100, 100 rather than 4, where we are only selling it to 99 cities. It's not the row total, it's a recalculation at the grand total level, and it is by design. So now you know how do you calculate sum, min, max, count distinct. Now how do I add filters? So for adding a filter to this thing, let's say I want to have only brand 1. So what I'm going to do here is, let's say I plot a table brand 1 and I want a value of brand 1. Then how do I do that? Let's say I want net sales of brand 1. So I create a visual, I drag the brand 1, it created a table. I also drag in net here. Now I would like to create a calculation which gives me only brand 1. Now we will understand the behavior of the measure also here. So let's say net brand 1. So first of all, I'm going to do calculate net, then I'll give the filter function. So calculate function, let's understand what calculate function does. So calculate function first take an expression and then it can take multiple filters. And those filters can return tables, and one of the ways to return table is a filter function. Now the filter function's first argument, it takes a table. Now table can be an expression table, means it could be again coming from a calculate table function or other functions, but it takes a table. So I'm going to give it a table which is item table. Now any related table, now I'm taking a net which is basically having a base table sales, but when I'm using the filter, I can take any connected table with that measure. Now when I've taken calculate net, instead of net I could have taken an expression, I could have written sum of something. Okay, now I'm done with. So calculate takes an expression, then takes a filter. Filters could be table, there could be a number of filters we can keep on adding post that. We can also write down directly this clause what I'm writing down outside the filter. I'm going to tell you that, but before that let me say you here item brand equals to brand 1. Now when I bring this into the visual, you see there is only one value coming in. Let me tell you one more thing. I have copy and pasted it, Control C, Control V. I duplicated this visual, and from the second visual I remove a net. And what do you see? You only see brand 1. You have to remember that the measure, if it is giving lesser values, the blank values does not appear. So measure also act as a filter. Here I'm not going to get anything other than the brand 1. There are ways and means to get more than that value. So one of the ways, I can go here, right click on the brand and I say show item with no data, and I'll get those blank values. So show item with no data on the right click in the table visualization can show me those. But what we have to remember, sometime you ask that, I want this thing, how do I get these brands? See, we have to create a measure, and once we put that measure, let's say you want the brand which contains category 1 or the categories which contain brand 1. So now we created a measure which contains brand 1. Now this can also help me to know what are the categories which contain brand 1. How? I bring in category and I bring in this new measure net brand 1. Now wherever I have value, it means that these are the category which contain brand 1. So if you are trying to find out something after filtering that what it contains or not, we are not going to get a categorical data. To get that categorical data, we are going to put measure here into the visualization, or we can even use visual level filter. So instead of adding this, we could have said net brand 1 is not blank, and we can remove it from here. So here what I can do is Control C, Control V, I duplicate it, and then I say go here, and in this visualization I say net brand is not blank, apply, and then I remove this. Still there are two values because I applied the filter, that's why the filter is not getting removed, but I'm getting two values. So measure is removing the data, measure is also acting as a filter when it is added to visual. And if you don't want, let's say I want to add a gross also here. Now do I need to apply the same filter at the gross where brand 1? I don't want that. That's why I need. And now it is not brand 1. Brand 1 I can use into the slicer. There could be more complex conditions which we might have created. So on all such scenario, measure can act as a filter and major can be used as a visual level filter. And this visual level filter, which is available here in the filter pane, there are three kind of filter: visual level, page level, and all page level. We'll understand that, but the visual level filter can only use majors, other cannot. Okay, so we have done a calculation here. Now we would like to explore this calculation further. To do that, let me duplicate the page. And let me create one more visual. Net brand to calculate net, and I say item brand 1 equals to brand 1. Let me drag this to the visualization. Let me correct the spelling. Now what you see as a difference is, instead of getting a one value, I'm getting the same value here. And this is the behavior that you have to understand, that when you use the filter separately, then with the calculate, when you use this filter separately, it's not going to be behavior in the same manner. It's behave differently. What it means is that it's going to display the brand value, one value for all the brands. And this is only when you use the brand. But because if you use category here, let's say I bring in a category visual, and you remember we have two categories. And if I use this brand 2 here, you still see the correct numbers for those two categories. Only for the brand, it is behaving like this. So this value is coming for all the brands, the brand 1 value. It's only the brand 1 value which is repeating. And that's the behavior which you have to remember. Then when you use the filter, this is how it's going to behave. And when we are going to teach you all, we are going to explain this behavior to you. So right now, just remember this behavior. Now, if I want to have additional filters, let's say from the same dimension, I wanted to have additional filter. I wanted to have, let's say, brand 1 and category 1. So I can say and category 1. I'm modifying the first one. So net brand 1, I am now getting net brand 1 and category 1. And if I drag it here, you will see only value for category 1. I can also use OR here instead of AND. So let me create one more. I copy this, click on new major. Whenever you are on a major, you can always get new major from major tool. And let me create net brand 3. I can say OR. So I used AND, I use OR. And let me bring in here. So either it is brand 1 or it is category 1. So brand 1 is appearing here only. Category 1 across the brands which is appearing, is that's why the number difference is there. So it's a complete category 1 value. Similarly, if I want brand 1 and brand 2, I have to use or I have to use in. So let me create one example. So when you want brand 1 and brand 2, so you can't say brand 1 and brand 2. You have to rename it, let's say 5. It's not going to give any value. You have to say or, because same row cannot have both these values, brand 1 or brand 2, or you can use in clause here. And we use angular brackets, comma separated values, in the angular brackets, the same result will come. If you don't want brand 1 and brand 2, you don't have a not in here, we can call not, you can put not here, and now you can see where all place brand 1 and brand 2 is not here. So we have learned how to use simple sum, min, max function, calculate with filter and without filter difference, and we will explore this difference when we have all function coming in our agenda to learn. So explore these out. So let's begin with the expression function now. So expression function like SUMX, MINX, MAXX, COUNTX, how can we use it? How can we use filter in that? So let's learn about that. So let's go to the Power BI. Now in Power BI, if you remember initially when we created this gross sales, so first what we have done to do that is basically we created a gross amount, and the gross amount was a calculation which is sales quantity by price. It means I created a column first and then I aggregated it. Because I need a row level calculation, but can I do that row level calculation in a measure instead of creating a column and then creating a measure? That is possible. So to do that, let's begin our journey let's create one more visual here, and I'm going to use brand here, and along with the brand what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the gross here in this visual. Now we know this visual, the gross is basically created from a column which is basically already have the multiplication. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new measure, and I'm going to call this as a gross 1. And in this gross measure, I'm going to use SUMX, sales, and here I'm going to use sales quantity star sales price. It means I'm doing a row level multiplication. And when I bring it here, you can see I'm getting absolutely same number as this one. So what's the difference between this one and that one? In that one, half of the calculation is getting done at the load time, and rest half of the calculation is getting at runtime. Here the complete calculation is getting done at runtime. Now when to choose what? Now if our calculations are too heavy and a calculated column can benefit to improve our display time or the runtime or the visual time, then we can create a column which can improve that performance. So in this case, what would happen if there is a real big complex calculation and we do it at row level, our visual might slow down because that calculation might take a lot of time. So in that case, we should go ahead and create a column and then a measure. But in current scenario where we have the limited data, it's always better to have a measure which having this calculation. Now, same way, let's say I wanted to know what is my minimum gross coming from the line level. So I can use MINX, and I can call this measure as min gross. And to get the same thing, what I can do is I can bring in the gross amount, which is a column, and I can change the aggregation to minimum, and we are getting the same number. Same way I can create a max. Now for count, I definitely don't want like, a multiplication and then I don't want to count. I can simply count the rows. So let's take a different example. Let's count using filters. Let's quickly calculate a count measure and then do some filtering measures post that. So for the count measure, I can just click on the new measure under the home tab of the home ribbon or the office ribbon, and let's create a count measure. So here I simply want countx sales order number. So I got the count of 30,000 rows. Now what I would like to know if I can get certain filtering done. Let's say I want to count only rows or I want to sum the only rows where this quantity is greater than 1. So SUMX, filter, sales quantity greater than 1, at that time use the gross amount, and I want to use the sales gross amount. I don't want to use the major right now here. So in this manner I can use the filter out here. Can I use a filter and a major? Let's try that out. So SUMX, filter, item brand equals to brand 1 net we have quite a few net brand 1, let's call it 6. And let's bring it along with this one. Let's look what we have. Okay, here we have brand 1 and this one. Let's see. Okay, we have quite a few. Let me change this one to brand 1 to validate the number. And we are getting the same numbers. So in this manner, in the expression function also, now once we take the expression function, we have to remember that if I use a sales table, I cannot take a column other than sales table here. Let's say if I want to, let's try out and see when I was using item, could I have taken the sales here? So SUMX, filter, item brand equals to brand 1, and can I take now sales? See, it's not suggesting even. So what I can do here is I can take a major. Instead of major, can I do sum of sales? Now I can see that, and sum of gross amount minus sum of discount amount. That's what we need, isn't it? And let's call it net brand 7. And let's bring in this into the visual. Now visual is already selected. Then I can simply check this checkbox and it will be there. But as you can see, there is some problem with this number. Now this happens when in the expression function you use some calculations other than major, then you have to use calculate. Otherwise your calculation will not be correct. Now once you do that, you can see the calculation is correct. So it's really important that you use calculate if you are giving an expression. If you give a major, it is fine. But if it is a partially major, partially expression, then also you should use calculate. So in this manner, you can use expression function, you can filter some tables, you can use majors, you can filter the same table, you can use columns, and you can manage these things. Expressions functions allow you to have the row level calculation, and these row levels can be changed based on the requirement, which we will learn in the future when we will try to have sum of averages and average of sum. So go ahead and try these things out. Let us discuss two more DAX function, isfiltered and hasonevalues. These function can help us in identifying whether the value has been filtered or do we have one value or not. So sometime it may happen that you may be asked that do not show anything unless something has been filtered. So let's say I'll bring in category here and create a slicer on that. Also I will bring a visual with category and one visual, let's say, with brand. Now what I would like, this visual, category visual, and it can have other measures, should not show unless this one category has been selected. So how should I do that? So we have something known as isfiltered which can help us. So let's create a simple measure isfiltered. So we say is filter and we use function isFiltered and let's give it item category. Now once we give this item category and we add this function isFilter to this one, you can see the values are all true. Now I have not filtered anything, but when I click on this one, this becomes true and grand total also becomes true. Now let me add it to brand. Now once I add to brand, you see everything is false, while everything is true in case of category. Now when I filter, everything becomes true in case of brand as well as category and category grand total. So what is this behavior? So what happens? The filter context can come either from the slicer or it can come from the visual. So in the visual, because these rows are the part of the row context, so because of that they are saying true. Yes, it is filtered, and the grand total is saying not filtered because it is not filtering category. When I actually filter it here, everything is getting, the category is getting filtered. So everyone is saying yes, it is filtered. Even the grand total is saying. So can I get somewhere where only I say it is only filtered by slicer? So to do that, what I can say, I say here is calculate and I'll use all selected. And now let's look at the behavior change. Now when I uncheck this, this is all false. This is all false here. Now I select one category, it is true. So now the impact of each row is not there. Now what I can do here is I can make it as an integer. Once I've done that, let me show you this value. Now it will all 0. So what I can do in this visual, I can say show this visual, this particular visual, only when isFiltered is, only when this isFiltered is 1. So apply the value. Now let me add here and let me remove isFilter. Now there is nothing has been shown in this visual. Now you can click on category here and you will be able to see that. I can select the multiple categories and this function still works. So as long as something is getting filtered, you are able to see that. Now let's look at another function which is has one value. Okay, so let's remove this one right now. And let's create one more new measure which is has value, has one value, has one value, and say has one value, and we say item category. So let's look at it and let's add this to both the visuals. So now what is happening here is everything is coming false in the brand visual, grand total, and here in the grand total everything is false, but for each line it's giving has one value. And the reason for that is because we have one value available for each row. Again, the filter of the context of the row is giving us one value. Now the moment I filter category here, it shows true everywhere. The moment I select more than one category, now what's happening here, it's coming true and it's coming false here because of the row context. Why it is coming true for brand 1, brand 11 and brand 12? Because out of those two categories, only one applicable category is applying to the brands. So maybe only they contain brand 1 and brand 2, something like that. So if I click here, brand 12, you see only one category out of those two are available. Brand 11, only one category is available. That is why brand 11 and brand 2 are showing, because only has one value. So how to again deal with it? So let's go ahead and say we want to look overall. We only want to consider the filter values or the slicer values. So say here all selected. Don't use all, otherwise it will not even consider the filter one. Now the moment I do that, everything is false because There are two values which are selected at this level. Now if I make it true, 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 only one value when I'm selecting. The moment I select another value, it's false. So go ahead and try these functions also out. We have learned some basic functionality of the Power BI. Time has come that we now start experimenting with the various visual and see how can we make interactive visuals, or what are the properties we can use from these visuals. So let's jump out of the Power BI and start creating a visual. Now we already created table visual, but this time around what we are going to do is, when we are going to create a table visual, we are going to explore the various properties of the table visual. So I clicked on an empty page, I added a new page using this plus button, and then I clicked on the table visual. It added a table visual. I relocated it a little bit by dragging like this. Means you have a mouse button pressed, then only it will drag, and then you can enlarge it a little bit. Once you enlarge it, let's bring in a visual. Let's bring in certain columns, and I bring in brand column, as I already explained in the earlier part of the series, that whatever we bring in is going to be grouped by or distinct values, and for that you can add some aggregated values. So I'm adding net, gross, and margin. I can also add the calculated discount percentage and margin percentage. Now the table visual is one visual where you can have dual sorting. So I can sort it on brand, and then if I simply without doing anything press on category, it will get sorted on category. But if the category is sorted and I want to sort brand inside it, what I can do is I can press shift button and can sort on brand. Now you can see the brands are sorted. Now brands are sorted like this: 1, 10, 11, because that's how the text sorting works. If I want to correct this sorting, let's say I want based on the number sorting, let me go to my data tab and show you. In the data tab, when I go to the item, you see my brands are like this, but I also have a brand ID which is very similar, which is numeric in nature, which can do the correct sorting. So I click on my brand column, and once I click, I see column tools. Under the column tools, I see sort by column. I click on that and I sort it on brand ID. Now once I done that, if I came back to the visualization, now you can see the sorting of the brands are like that. Now in the visual, I might want the brands to be sorted based on the descending net. So for that, let me click here and sort the category again. One time you click, it is going to be sorted on ascending, another time it is descending. Now because I have done without clicking shift, the sorting has lost, the sorting on the brand has been lost. Now I sorted it on category. With the shift button, I am pressing net, and I have sorted net as descending. So this is the descending order of the category inside the brands. So descending order based on the net, and brands have been sorted on the descending order because that's the only group by available after that. If there are more than that, let's say I have category, I have brand, I have few more, then I can do the sorting on multiple columns by pressing the shift button. Now let's look at the properties of the table visual. Now we have some preset styles. Right now we are using the default one. I can use none, so most of the lines will go away. Minimal, bold headings, alternating rows, contrast alternating rows, fleshy rows, bold header and fleshy rows, spare, condensed. But I'll reset it to default, or I'll set it to default, or I can say reset to default. One of the option I can use. Now in the grid, you can see the grid lines. Now what is the horizontal grid line? If you make it a little bit larger, you will be able to see that, and you will be able to differentiate. This is the horizontal grid line. Now similarly, vertical grid lines, I need to enable that. Right now you don't see it. Now you will see a very small thin line, and when I increase it, you will be able to see that. I can also change the color, so make sure it becomes visible, but I don't want that, so let me uncheck that. Same way I can have borders, top, bottom, left, right, and all these are the bottom borders. I can increase the width to make sure it is visible. We will have similar properties in other visual. At that time we are not going to use them. Then option row padding, you can increase the row padding, and if I increase it, you will be able to realize what does the row padding means. It's a padding between the rows. Let's make it 1 or reset to default. Global font size I'm not going to change, because if I change the font size, then if I want to apply some other theme, that font type will not get picked up. The values, the text color. So let me change the text color for the values. Now these are my values, the text color. Now why only one is checked? Because I'm using the alternating one, and in alternating one I have the 2 text colors, and I can give the 2 text colors. Similarly, I can give 2 background colors also. I'm again not going to change the font. Now values is typically applying to the value portion. This portion is known as value portion. Let me reset it to default. We can do the word wrap. In case there is a longer text, we can enable the word wrap or disable the word wrap. Column headers. Now these are the headers. Let's see, text color is black and background color is white. Let's change it and check it out. This is my column header color. And then the text wrap option is there. Then we have an option auto size width. Now the advantage of auto size width is, let's say if I make it bigger, and if I do any changes, it may actually go back to the original position. Let's say if I do filter or slicer, it might auto adjust. So I can disable this auto size and width. What would happen in that case is, because of some changes, or I come back and go, and it will not auto adjust itself. So we will disable the auto adjust. I reset all of them to the default, and you can see it gone back to the original position because auto size width is on. Now for totals, these are my totals, and for that again I can change the font color, text color, or the background color. Now this is specific column. This is really interesting. Now if I want to change, let's say brand column specifically, I want to change some properties, and let's say I want to make it green color. Now everything is green. I say apply to total, total is green. I say apply to header, header is also green. So if you want something to happen across complete column, then also you can do using this one. Same way I can go to net and again apply certain things on the net. And then I can say apply to header as well as apply to total. I can reset, and both of them will get reset. I can also change the alignment for the complete column. Again, where I want to apply is really important: header, total, or values. Now cell elements is something where for each element you can do conditional formatting. The good thing with the table visual is that I can do conditional formatting for each of the columns I have, because everything is a column here, brand, category. But when you go to the matrix visual or other visuals, you can't do conditional formatting on X's or rows. So if I have a conditional formatting, the same condition if I can apply on all the columns, then it will become the row conditional formatting. There is no way to conditional format a row. To do that, I need to apply the same conditional formatting on all the columns. So if, let's say if I enable the background conditional formatting, I can say back gradient based on, let's say, margin percentage. And apply it here. Then I go to the category and I apply it same conditional formatting, also gradient conditional formatting on the values or grand total. I would like to apply that on values, well, or I can have apply it on values on total. It means it's going to be in the total row also. And if I apply total only, it will be only in the total row. Now I can choose a measure here. It is not necessary that I am doing on category. It will be done on count of category. I can choose any measure. The lowest value will look like this. The highest value will look like this. I can add a middle color also. In this manner, I can do gradient conditional formatting. And in the gradient conditional formatting, you have an option like, should we format the empty value? Don't format as 0 specific color. Now this option will be missing in other conditional formatting options like rule and values. Now you can repeat the same thing. So you will have a similar kind of conditional formatting for all the elements. Same way, we can also do the font conditional formatting. So I go to the a major, let's say net, and there, see, based on the type, the number of conditional formatting option will change, because now we have the numerical major. I also getting the data bars option, which I was not getting when I was saying category. So I go to net, and here now I can do the font color. Again, let's do the font color based on rules. And we can say in the rules, we can define the rules based on let's define the rules based on discount percentage. Now discount percentage doesn't mean you need to use percentage, you have to use actually numbers. So you can say when it is greater than 0 and less than 0.08 means 8%, then it is green, less the discount better. I add a new rule. Now one is strictly less than, another one is greater than equal to, less than, so then it can be greater than equal to say 0.12. Again, it should all be numbers. Percentage means the distribution of the values. Means from, let's say my values are distributed from 10 to 13, then that 10 to 13 is 100%. So here we are using percentage, the absolute number. I say yellow plus new rule. If it is greater than 1, 2 and less than 1, I say it's red. And then I say okay. Now most of our discount percentage are above 8%. Now let's check these conditions out again to make sure we have certain things little bit different. So our discount percentage are 22, 23, 24 kind of range. So let's sort and see what is the range. So from 25 is the max and 21 is the min. So let's change it little bit. So let's say 22, from 22 to 24, and from 24 till 1. Now we can see one green, one of them was percentage, so I went ahead and corrected it. This was percentage, I made it number, and now it is looking correct. So in this one, you can do rule-based conditional formatting. Now we also have an option for data bar conditional formatting. I change my measure to get the data bar conditional formatting on the next one. If I enable it, you can see the data bars. Now if I press the FX button, here there is no option to choose a measure. It means it's going to happen. Only thing is we can choose the positive color bar or the negative color bar. We can say left to right or right to left, or we can say show bar only. These are the only few things which I can do. So when I say show bar only, the value will disappear. And when I say right to left, you will see the bars are coming from the other direction. The next conditional formatting which you can do, and let's try that on margin, is icon conditional formatting. Now you can start seeing the margins. Just like rule based, we have the margin percentage also. Right now it is percentage distribution, means from minimum value to maximum value there is a distribution of 33% which has happened, and based on that these icons are coming. Now this is 20% distribution, the icon is coming. You can go ahead and write down your own number or percentage, and based on that it can happen. Again, there is no need that this could be based on margin. I can base it on margin percentage or discount percentage also. So I can do item conditional formatting on a different column than what column I am doing this conditional formatting. Similarly, we have the next one, which is web URL. For that, you need to have a web URL. So to do that, I need to add a web URL in my item table. So let me do that. So in the item table, I will go ahead and add a new column, and let me call that as URL. and this is going to be web URL. So I'll say https://google.com. I click on this column and say category as web URL. I go here, and here again in my table visual I'll go to the next column, let's say discount percentage. I enable the web URL. I go here and search for URL. I get this, and this is going to be used first, next, or something. It expects a major, and if it is not a major, then it's going to use the first URL. And you can see there is an icon. If I click on that, it will open my browser and will open google.com. So now also what you can do at some time, this is what we do, is basically we create a major which can append certain things, and then it can open like search particular thing, or your website with certain things. That website may ask for single sign-on, but finally can lead you on a different page. So these are different kind of conditional formatting. We have not explored the conditional formatting option, which was basically the field value based conditional formatting. So if I click here, if I go here, we have not explored this option. We will explore that little bit later and do little bit of magic with other visuals. So this is the table visual, and we will continue to explore new visuals. So we will now explore matrix visual. Let's add a new page, and in that let's add matrix visual. So I have added a new page, and in that page I have click on this matrix visual in the visualization pane, and let me make it a little bit bigger and add it. Now in the matrix visual we have rows and columns, means we can have the categorical variables here as well as on the top. So let's bring brand to the row, and let's bring category to the column, and let's bring in net to the values. So this is how a matrix visual will look like if we use row as well as column. Now there could be more than one row, more than one column also, and there could be only more than one rows. That's another possibility. So let's start with having multiple rows first. So we have this one rows, and let me add also subcategory here. So now what's happening, the moment you have more than one, you can see the plus button. You can open one of the plus button and keep on exploring. That's the one way you can explore it. Another way is that you expand it. So when you expand it, you will get the next level by expansion, or you can come completely up and then you can start expanding, expand it to level 2 and then expand it level 3. Then again drill up, completely drill up, and then you can next level. This level you are not passing, or you are not adding the additional one, or neither you are passing the value. You are just going to the next level. You can see the grand totals are same in each level. Again drill up, then you enable the drill down. Now when you enable the drill down, this parallel sign of the next level of hierarchy will have no impact, but if you click here, you will see the next level is coming in, the value is getting passed. Now again, to come back, you can come up the upper hierarchy. So you have expand, you have drill down, and you have the next level of hierarchy. All these options you can explore. Now same way, if you have multiple on the column, you will get the similar option. So I can, let's say, have category and subcategory on the columns, and the moment I have that, now because there is only one row on the row as of now, only one column is there, so the expand is by default is going to work on column. But what happens when both of them have more than one column? So let's say I bring in state or something on the row. So now what happened, I have both the places, I have the more than one columns. So you can see now in the drill there is an option row or column. I can decide where I want it to go, whether I want to expand, or whether I want to drill down or drill up, or whether I want to go to the next level. All these I can decide. So you can have a complex structure like this when you have. So this is when you wanted to have a complex structure, you have multiple columns, you can get these different kind of structure. Now in these structure, in all these structure, the values, if there are more than one values, let's say I drag gross here, they will remain at the bottom. So on the column side, they are on the bottom. We can bring them on the row side also, but there also they will remain on the bottom only. So I can go here in the format pane, and in the values options, we have switch values to row. Now we have two values, remember. Then you are now able to see net gross. They are at the lowest level. Now here you might not be able to understand, just like this one. So to do that, we have another option, which is basically we call as stepped layout off. So we have this stepped layout under the row header, and we switch it off, and the moment we switch it off, you see very similar structure what we had in the columns. So that was stepped layout. Now I have switched off the stepped layout. When I do the stepped layout, I can actually increase the indentation, or I can decrease the indentation as per the need, or I can reset to default. So these are various structures which I can create with the matrix visual with different rows and columns. Let's simplify this little bit. Now I only have one column and two measures, and we have this show on row. Switch values to row is still enabled. The previous name was show on row. Now I can have this like this, or I can bring it here and I can have structure like this. And when I add more of them, it will look completely different. So you have a layout where you have the categorical variables on top and the measures here. So this is one of the look or feel you want, or one of the ways you want the display, and that's the display which is possible using this one. Now one more display which is possible, you remove even this one, so you can create a kind of a KPI display kind of a stuff here, where you have the net gross discount coming in like this. There are more combinations possible with calculation group, where we can have current and prior also coming in here, or MTD, QTD, YTD coming on the top here. So these kind of things are possible, but that require calculation group. So now we know the calculation group and various stuff we can do with that, matrix visual and various stuff we can do with that. Now let's look at few of the properties. Let's first of all bring this to columns, and now let's look at the property. So style preset same as the table visual, grid options same as table visual. You can switch it on, you can increase the size and check it out. These are the same options. There is nothing different than what we have seen in the table visual. Vertical grid lines same, border same options, values we have almost similar options here, other than their switch values to row. Column headers we have the similar kind of options. Auto size width is again available here. Row headers again we have now similar kind of options, but this is plus minus icon, whether you wanted to have it, you wanted to have some color to those plus icons or not, those additional options are available here. Now to have the plus icon, first of all let's bring in something, let's say category here, and using that category let's look at the icon. And let's change the color. So now you can see you can change the color. You can even increase the size of the button. Then you have option for stepped layout, which we have already experimented, reset to all. Now there are subtotals option. Now depending on whether the subtotals are available or not, you can actually set it. Now there could be, now what happens in matrix visual, we don't have a switch off option for grand total. Now let's understand. Let's bring in one more here, and let me expand this. And now once I expand this, you see so many subtotals are there, isn't it? Now brand, there is a category and there is a subcategory, and then we want to have subtotals here. So what would happen the moment I go here and I switch it off the subtotals, you see this kind of a layout. Okay, and also the grand total will also go away. Fine, the subtotals gone away, the grand totals also gone away. Now we can control how many subtotals you want. Basically per row level you can do. And so brand is on the top. If I disable the subtotal at the brand level, I actually remove the grand total. So if you only want to remove the grand total, you can use that option. And you can change the label also, like whenever there are subtotals, you can decide what label you want. So you can decide what label at the category level you want, or you want to display subtotals or not. You can choose where you don't want to show the subtotals. So per row level, same kind of options are also available in the column. So when you have the column wise subtotals available, you have the similar kind of option. Now in the cell elements, we have options for conditional formatting, which we'll explore a little bit later, including the one which is the major based conditional formatting. URL icon, again, if you are showing a URL, you can have a URL icon for there. So like we have a URL here, we have the URL for conditional formatting. Instead of URL conditional formatting, you can even have a URL icon. So for that, we can have an option. We have an option here. And then image height, the maximum height when you have the image could be 150, and you can have an image of height 75 here maximum. So these are the various options which is available with the matrix visual, and you can try those out. Let's rename this page as matrix. But one of the things which we had there in the table visual, which is not there in the matrix visual, is that you can't sort on multiple columns. And now even if there is a column used, let's say you use one of the columns here, then you can't sort on these values. You can only sort on the grand total. Double click. We selected some value, that's why it is coming. Now we have to go and now we got it unselected. Now you can only sort on the grand totals, or you can sort here. Now once you sort here, it will automatically get sorted for the inner options or the hierarchy which we have given here. So that's the way sorting will happen. You don't have any other way. You can't sort on these columns like net, gross, individual, category 8. These options you can't sort. The sorting on the columns would also be the default sorting. And if you don't want that sorting, let's say I want descending year here instead of ascending year. So let's say I go to the matrix visual, and if I bring in, let's say, brand, and from the date table, we don't have a date table here, where we would like to bring in years, let's say from the sales date, and I want to sort it descend. It's not possible. So I have to do, what I have to do is I need to create an year column, I need to do a descending rank, and then I have to do that sorting on that. So this sorting you can't change. So what is the way to do that? Let's quickly see that. And we will have a date table we can use there. Right now I'm showing an example. So we will have year, which is nothing but year from the sales date. And then we need to have a new column, which is basically rankx, rank, year rank, which is rankx, sales, year column, descending. We don't want, we want descending, and the dense. Dense means we don't want to have, dense means if there is a rank 1 repeats, then there would be a rank 2. There would be no jump around. Now, because we are creating it in year, this might not sort, so we might need an additional column. Let's try. So it says circular dependency. To avoid that, let's go ahead and modify this column. Create a column year DESC, which is nothing but year of sales date, and we can sort this column on year rank, and here instead of this one we can use year DESC. So it means the sorting column has to enable any kind of different sorting which you want on the column here. Now this will remain true for a few more other things which we are going to learn in different visualizations. So if you want a sort, and that sort is little bit custom, it's not same as what you see here, and there is no sorting option, then you go to the sort column, create a new sort column. Now when you create a sort column, let's say I created from year another column which is giving me the correct sort, but you will not be able to sort on that because circular dependency, because the sorting itself has been calculated on that column. So to avoid that, we sometimes create these additional columns. Now we will have a date table. We can do all these tasks on date table that we are going to learn after we learn these visualizations. So we can have a descending sorting there, and date would be year would be created from date, and sorting can also be created from the same. So this is metric visual for us, and now time has come to jump on different visuals. So let's quickly look at the bar visual. Now we are going to look at clustered column chart. We have two kind of this one. We have a bar visual, clustered bar visual, and clustered column. So let's look at the clustered column. Very simple stuff we are going to do. We are going to bring item brand here. Now we have a scrolling here. So if you have more values, we have scrolling. Ideally, if you don't have scrolling, 10 values, 12 values, 20 values is something you should have. Now once you drag x-axis, which is brand, y-axis, which is number numerical, but if you have the other visual, these things will little bit change in terms of positioning. So if I copy and pasted it, and then I convert it into a clustered bar chart, and when I convert it into clustered bar chart, you can see that the y-axis is brand and x-axis is net, while here it was brand as x-axis and y-axis is net. So these kind of changes there. Now most of the properties same other than one, which I'm going to explain it you in little bit of time. Now I can change the sorting. I can have the sorting on the brand, or I can have the sorting on the net, and I can decide it is going to be ascending or descending. That also I can decide from the 3 dots. Okay, and on the 3 dots you have an option show as table. If you click that, you will see a table here, and you can say back to report. Now it is not that you can only have one measure here. You can have more than one measure by bringing in cross out here. So you can have 2 measures, but in this kind of visual, these 2 measures should be comparable, because in case you bring in discount percentage or margin percentage, you will not be able to see the values if they are not comparable. You can have a legend here. Legend means you will have, let's say, category here, and category will come as a legend, and you will have that many bars for category. Now let me remove this one, and let me go here on the properties. Now when I go to the properties, x-axis have certain properties including concatenate label, which we are going to experiment in a little bit of time. Then you have a title, and if I switch it off, you see the brand is gone here. You can enable it, and you can have some auto text. You can have some renaming done, and you can play around with the font and other options. Similarly for y-axis, I can switch off the y-axis, or I can switch off the y-axis title, or I can have the values formatting done. Y-axis, I have the ranges, min and max. I can have a measure here because fx is available. Whenever fx is available, it means you can use measure. So it means for minimum value and the maximum value, we can have the measure. So what we are going to do is, what is my minimum value? I'll go, let's say 10% less than that. For the maximum value, I'll get 10% more than that, and that's how I can calculate my measure. Logarithmic scale, if your values are too big and too different, let's say one value is pretty large and other values are small, you can use logarithmic scale, and then you will get a scale like 1, 10, 100, and that will show the values pretty nearby. So it can be used when there is a large difference between the values. Now inverted range means it will come upside down. The smaller will be up, the bigger would be here. So this is what you can do inverted axis. Now values, you can do formatting, you can decide none, you can decide auto. So Power BI is going to take care of automatically. But yes, definitely in case you require the absolute values, you can always use auto. Switch axis position. Now in this case, there we had revert, here in this case you have the axis position switch. So instead of this left side, it will become on the right side. If you don't want the title, you can remove it, because title is already there here, and that title can also be dynamic, because in this title we have an option to choose a measure. So wherever we have fx, we can have it dynamic. Okay, and title is available under the general properties. So you can have net by title, you have these general properties. Then you have these effects, which include background effect, visual borders and shadow, and these are also available for matrix visual as well as the table visual. And then you have properties like size, position, etc. Now grid lines, if you want to show the grid lines, horizontal grid lines, if you want to show which is already visible, you can increase the size if you want. You can change the color, and you can hide if you don't want a grid line. Zoom slider, if you switch it on, you will get a slider, and then you can see the smaller values by zooming in. And while zooming in, you have options like, you want to see slider labels. So when you slide, the newer labels will come here. You can have a tooltip also. Or reset. Then you have column. Now the color is under column, and for in this one the color would be under the bar. So you can see bar and you can see column here. Now you can see FX option. Now with the bar visual, you will only see FX option when there is a single major. If you use legend, or if you use more than one major or legend, you will not see it. And you can have some spacing option, like you can increase inner padding, but making a little bit smaller or bigger, or you can have max category width. That can also, you can play around, but I'm going to reset it to default. Now data labels, if we switch on the data labels, you will be able to see the data labels. Right now, if you remember, we have done the formatting, and that's the same formatting which is getting applied at the data label. Let's see, can we do inside and then we have outside, and we should always keep it auto so that it can bring in position. Then it is horizontal, we can show them vertical, and again for the vertical, keep the position as auto so that it can give you the maximum number of values. Now we have the values here. Now values is right now auto. We can say thousands, or we can say, auto, none, whatever we want to decide, we can have that. Overflow text was off. I can make overflow text as on, so that what would that would do, let me make it horizontal. It will allow more values whenever overflow is allowed. Sometime it might hide values now, but it still doesn't guarantee you all the values. Sometime it may hide the values if it sees there is too much of values overlapping. Now background color is the color of the background. We can make it 100% transparent if you want to show it. Even if you don't choose it, it's kind of going to show the background color only. And the plot area background, the plot area where the visual has been plotted. If you want to have some image, or if you want to have certain things, we can do that. So now these are various options. Now let's talk a little bit about this conditional formatting. Again, we have this FX option. Again, we can go ahead and do, let's say on the net major, I want to have a gradient base, or on the margin major, I want to have a gradient base. This one, so discount major, let's say add a middle color. So 3 with the default values, let's have the gradient, and you can see all these gradients is coming in. But what would happen the moment you bring in additional major, the gross, there is no conditional formatting. Now if you go here, there is no option also here in the columns. I come back here, I say I remove it, I go back, I start seeing the option again coming here. Again, when I add the legend, again I stop seeing this option. But for legend, we have a little bit better option. So instead of showing it as a legend, you can bring it to category as the second element here in the x-axis. And once you do that, you can go here and say sort on brand category, which is nothing but my axis, and you start seeing these concatenated labels. Now in this case, you can see now the conditional formatting has started working. Now what we are going to do, we are going to play around a little bit with this, and we are also going to learn how to do major based conditional formatting. But this option which I have done here is not available in this visual, and I wanted to show you this, that the moment I add it and even I try to expand it, this is concatenate label, and there is no option concatenate label off if I search here. But if I go to this visual, I have option to concatenate label off. So means I can do the concatenated label off, and this visual will look altogether different. Now let me do one thing. Let me remove this visual altogether, make it a little bit bigger, and swap these positions. Let me correct now I have corrected the order by. Now you can see now what I want my categories to have some color. Now to have these category as a color, what we can do is we can create a measure. So let's click on a measure, click on the measure box, the measure table or the measure folder, but that's a measure table basically for us. So let me click there, and now I'm creating a measure and I'm going to call it category color. Now I'm going to use a function which is known as switch, and there are two versions. I'm going to use the first version, switch max of table sales item category. Now this way, basically whenever we use a measure and we need the values of individuals, we are going to use max, and max means the value available in the row. So whatever is the value available in that particular row, if there is more than one values, it's going to take the max. So for that brand there could be multiple categories, but because the category itself is present in the visual, the max of that category in that particular row is the same. So in this, all these rows, basically they are you can consider them like a table, or all these bars, the category is 1, for all these bar the category is 2, for all these bar the category is 3, for all these bar category is 4, and that's going to remain the same. So now what I'm going to do in such cases, I need to work with each and every value when I use a value in the switch. So I need to give the discrete values. Now there is another version, true version. So instead of this one, I can give a true, and then I can write down conditions like if. So that we are going to experiment. So I can say that is red. I can give color, or I can give the hex code. Category 2 is, let's say, green. Category 3 is, let's say, blue. Category 4 is orange, and last one we can have any color, let's say gray. Okay, and if the name is correct or the spelling is correct, it's going to give the error. So we are going to check that out. So what is happening now, I've created this color. I click on this visual, and I go to these formatting options. When I scroll down in the column, I have this option color FX. I erase the older option. I again go to the FX option. Instead of gradient, this time we are going to choose field value. For the field value, we need a text kind of a measure, what we have created right now, color. It should return color code or the 6-digit hex code with FX. And now you can see I'm getting the value. Now here you see there are two values which is getting something. So one of the color name is wrong. So let's go ahead and change that out. So this color might not be available. So let's call it, let's say, gold color. Let's commit that. Actually, this is no category 4. Okay, so there was a category 4 was not available. There was an error in the formula. That's why it was not giving the value, and it was coming to else. So first one will be taken up, because if you give the same value next time, it's not going to go to that. So we got all the colors, small cap, large cap, init cap, doesn't matter, either the hex code or this one. So in this manner you can get this kind of visual. And now if I move the brand down and category up, each category will have their own color in the different brands. So in this manner I can do measure based conditional formatting. Now measure based conditional formatting can be there based on the other measures, based on the categorical values. Both we can use here and can take the advantage. It could be a combination of both also. Now we will see advantage of this thing in some other visual. Now we are done with the bar visual, and now what we are going to do is we are going to experiment with pie visual and the donut visual, very similar visual, and then we will go to more complex visuals. Let's add a new page, and that one we are going to create a pie visual. So I have added a new page, and in this one I added a pie visual. Now pie visual is best suited when you have 5 to 10 values. More than that, it's going to look clumsy. Now there are many options which Power BI provides. Means you can have more than one legends, you can have details along with this one. So all those things you can have. So let's say I drag 2 legends here, and let me bring in value as net. Now there is no axis or something, directly we are starting with legend. Now the moment I have legend, I can expand it. and look how clumsy it looks like. Okay, and if I drag it to details, it will behave a little bit differently. In that case, it will have, you know, these slices in the same color, at least look much better than what we have done in when we had the legend. But again, you can see the problem is there that, you know, we have too many values out here. So in this manner, I can create a basic pie visual, and same is true, I can make it as a donut, and this will remain like this. So now you can have legends, you can have more than one legend, expand, you can have, instead of legend more than one legend, you can have details and you can expand. Now let's bring it. Now this is the legend. Now let's look at the properties of it. So if I go here again, the generic properties are same title. Why I want to have a title or not, I have a function sign. It means I can give a dynamic title, I can give a major here and write down a dynamic title here. Then we have effects like background, whether we want to have a background or not, whether we want to have visual border, shadow. If we have if we switch on the shadow, then we can have a shadow like this, and in the shadow you have option which kind of shadows you want. Then you have header icons, and what happens when you disable these header icons, these header icon will not disable. Okay, now and you can selectively disable also these header icons. Let me enable it. Now a11 icon, but what would happen on the desktop, these icons will not disable. These icons will only disable when you publish it to Power BI service and then you try to use it, then all these icons will get disabled. Now similarly, you can have tooltip, where we will have a tooltip, we can have a tooltip page, or you can disable the tooltip completely, so you will not see tooltip. Otherwise you will see tooltip like this. I can add additional measure to the tooltip from the tooltips option which is available here. I can go ahead and add margin here, and I will also see margin on the tooltip. Now enable disable is available under the general properties. Now here, now the visual properties include the legend. Do you want to show the legends here? Yes and no. Now legend position is another thing which you can decide, top left, top center, top right, top, and there are so many options, center right, and depending on how much space you have where you are placing, you can decide this position. Now there is a text which you can decide font and etc. I'm not going to change it because I will be dependent on theme. Again, the title, here you are seeing a title of, here category was written. If you disable and enable, this category can be, you know, you can see the title or you don't want to see the title. Depending on that you can do, or reset the values. Now the moment you come here, you see the color, there is no option for conditional formatting. Whether I add one legend, two legend, add legend and detail, there is no conditional formatting option for a pie visual. Details label, you can decide what kind of label you are having. Now right now they are outside, I can have them inside, or I can say prefer outside, or I can say prefer inside. Now if you have more values, then this prefer outside and prefer inside will help you. In that case, they will be able to accommodate more values. Right now I'm keeping it outside. Now here Power BI has given, you know, we can choose what we want it to show. Like right now I'm showing category, then I'm showing percentage. Now category doesn't mean the category, this one, the category means the categorical value. Now percentage of total is something which is show category and data value, the absolute value, category and the percentage of total. And same way you can add all the details, category, absolute value and percentage of total. Now when you show the values, you can control how they look like. So display unit is auto, values of decimal places, percentage decimal places, they are separate. For percentage, how many decimal places you want, for the normal values, how many decimal places you want, both you can control separately here. This is a new feature, rotation, you can move it, then it will start moving from the original position, so you can actually get it from a different position starting. Now Pi as a visual doesn't support conditional formatting, but we have a trick to support it. What we do is basically we convert it into a cluster column bar. We go here and then we can do any kind of conditional formatting. But what I am going to do, if you remember, we created this field value conditional formatting using a measure. So I'm going to bring in that measure category color, and I'm going to use that, and I say okay. Now category 2 is green, 4 is yellow, and so on. Now I go and change this to Pi visual, and you can see these are same colors which I have given there are available here. So in this manner you can do conditional formatting in Pi. Same is true for line visual. There is no conditional formatting, but you can have the markers, colored markers, they have two kind of markers. One is marker and second is colored marker, which is coming from conditional formatting, and that you can get using the same trick. We will see that when we go to the line visual. Now we are done with the pie visual, and now time has come that we move to the line visual. Let's add a new page, and in the new page we are going to add a line visual. So I have added a line visual. Now line visual can be created on a date, it can be created on a categorical variable. So if I create it on a date, let me drag in date here. Now date, if date has hierarchy, it will ask for date hierarchy, otherwise we can simply say date, and then we can bring a net value. Now you can see, it automatically created a continuous kind of access. Continuous access is only available when I use a numerical or a date value. Now what is that continuous access and how it is different from categorical? So let's jump onto the properties of the line visual, and here we go on the x-axis, and you see this is continuous access. Continuous access means there will be skip in the values and only few values will be shown. It happens with the date and the number values, but you can change this to categorical, and moment you change categorical, it will happen like this. Now if you have month here, month and all those, then also the same thing will happen. Month here will be treated as a categorical variable, and you will not have the skip values like continuous one. So you have to have the values which is basically continuous, which are basically categorical in nature, and you will not be able to get it squeezed. Only with the date or the number you can get this, a squeeze in values like a trend. So trend is only possible with the dates, or if you have numbers that can also show, like if I want to put a year here, I will still be able to get the similar option. Now when you have date or number on the x-axis, you get that minimum and maximum range. Just like your y-axis, you have a min and max. So you can give these min and max values. Again, the fx is available. It means you can control these dates based on the measures. In the fx, you can use the field value and you can give a measure, like earliest sales date is used here. This was just an option. Now again we have the option for inverts, title, etc. on the y-axis, secondary y-axis. Now very important here in the line visual, when I go to the line visual, here right now you're only seeing one value, which is net. But what happens if I want to bring in margin? Margin will not be suitable on this axis. So what we can do is we can bring margin on the secondary axis, and now you can see both the values are looking much better compared to when we have brought them on the single axis. So this visual has two axes. Now in the line visual, and that's what you observe the difference when we create these combo visual, which is basically a stacked column chart, or this one. So what happens if you try to bring a legend when you have these secondary y-axis and all those things? You cannot have it. Now if I remove the secondary y-axis, I want to bring in a legend, I can bring in a legend, but with legend I cannot have a secondary y-axis, nor I can have more than one measure when I use legends. So with legends I can only have one column on the y-axis, okay, and if I have legend. Now to make this look much more simpler, we can have some categorical variable in x-axis. Now sometimes these lines may not gel pretty well if we have these kind of combination. So the combination could be like something like state here, and all the states have all the categories. So I can bring in legenda like here. So we need to choose what kind of suitable things we can have. Now just like by pie visual, the line visual also doesn't support a conditional formatting, and we can do that using the bar visual. But before I do that, I'll show you one really interesting things, that marker, because the marker is also going to appear when I do that. So if I go to here, we can show the data labels and those. There is a marker here, and I can enable the marker, and you can see that different lines have a marker, and I can increase the size of the marker a little bit. And then I can decide for which series I wanted to have marker or not. So for some of the series I can say marker off. So for that series you can see that this series is only a line, there is no marker here. Okay. Now I can go to the lines, and for all the series I can go ahead and make this line width as 0. Now it is only a dot visual. I can do that for single line also by choosing a particular series, and I can say for category 1 let's have the line size as 1, or I can even change it as a stepped line. Now we have seen this behavior of line. Let me duplicate this page. Now in this duplicated page, let me change certain properties. Let me have lines reset to default, markers reset to default, so there is no marker. I'm going to simplify this visual by not having a category. Now let me go ahead and bring in category here. Because I want to do conditional formatting, I make it as a bar visual. I go to the properties. In the bar visual, I will have column, I will have fx. I can go to the field value. I can do any kind of conditional formatting here. It's not necessary that I'll do conditional formatting which is categorical. I just wanted to show you because we can remember those colors pretty easily. So now I created this bar visual with conditional formatting. The moment I do this line, now I start seeing the color markers here. Now these color markers are not same as the marker what we have, and to showcase that, I go back to the properties, I go to the marker and switch them on. You will not observe a difference. But the moment I make them little bit bigger, you will start seeing the marker coming from behind. And now if I change the color of that particular marker, you can still observe it further. So you have those colored markers, you have this kind of marker, and now what you can do is again the same thing what we have done. We can make this line width 0, and you can have a visual like this, a dot visual, where the dot is colored from inside based on the conditional formatting. So this is the play around which you can do with line visual. There are more such things you can do. You can create a line or trend for month here. Again, sorting would be dependent on the sort column. You can have it on date, you can have it on categories. There is no limit in Power BI that for a line visual you need date. So you can have line visual on any kind of this visuals. Now time has come to explore few more visuals like area visual. Now area visual is very similar to line visual, not much of the difference. So this is our area chart, and if you bring in area chart, you will see it's very similar to the line visual in terms of the way it behaves, but yes, the below area would be actually colored. You can have more than one measure. Now this is not stacked area, don't confuse it with stacked area, because if you had been stacked area, you will see the net value and the gross value on top of it. The number will add up to a different number. Here in the area it will not add up. This is because the net is always less than gross. We are having some discounts, and that's why this consistent gap we can see. You can have measures like COGS also, and you can see COGS under this one because we have the margin amount coming in here. Again, you can have secondary axis like this. So this is area visual. Again, it doesn't support conditional formatting. So when you go here, even when you have one single one, you will not see the color options, the conditional formatting. Let me remove all of them and keep it only one. There is no conditional formatting option available. Similar to line visual, continuing the similar kind of visuals, we have a tree map visual. Again, tree map visual, we have like category and details. So if I bring in brand and I can bring in values like net, I will have these boxes kind of display. Now this boxes kind of display is very similar to horizontal pie, but the challenge here is in the pie we had the percentage value display. Here we don't have an option in the data value to display the percentage values. We can only display the absolute values. We can use conditional formatting here in the data labels as well as the colors. Now colors, you can see even though the colors are different, you still have the FX symbol where you can use the colors for this one. So if you create this on category, you will be able to use the conditional formatting colors. Now I can have more than one and I can expand those like this, or I can have details, which is like having this split of brand inside the category. The moment I have this details, if I go back here into side the color, the option of having FX will go away. So only option of FX is available when we have category, when we don't have details. You can add a tooltip and you can also play around with other properties like data labels, color, legend. If you want to show the legend, you can have it here, and categorical labels. I can switch off the categorical label. You will not see the categorical label anymore here. You are only seeing them in the legend. And we can do conditional formatting for the categorical label also. So these are the various options. Now let's go ahead and experiment with combo visuals, the visuals which have line as well as bar with them, and there we will have a stacked visual also. So before we jump onto that one, let's create a stack visual and understand how does stack visual behave, and then we'll continue our journey to the stacked line visuals and the clustered bar and line visual. Let's add a new page and bring with stacked visual. Now again, stacked visual could be stacked bar visual or stacked column visual. We are going to experiment with the stacked bar visual. Now stacked visual is same as bar visual till the time you are using a x-axis and a value. So let me bring in a value here on the y-axis and let me bring in brand here. Now at this time there is no difference between a bar visual and a stacked visual, and even you can go ahead and see that if I go, the properties looks almost same, and I have a conditional formatting options also available. Now the moment I want to make it as a stacked visual, and that's how it is going to be differentiated with a clustered bar visual, that when I bring in the legend here, the legend actually adds up. So here actually they start showing the additional things. Now so that's how the stack visual look like. But if it would have been a clustered bar visual, you would have seen different bar. In case of clustered column chart, you start seeing the values stacked up on top of each other. So this is the split of brand by various category. This is what it means. So you are seeing various vertical pies. Now unlike pie, there is a challenge here. If I go to the labels here, and that's one of the few things we have to only learn for stacked visual, different from other bar visual or other visuals which you have done. The moment we enable the data label, the data labels is shown in absolute value, and there is no option here unless we start using calculation group or something that we can show percentage and absolute value together, or only absolute value or only percentage value. We can show only percentage, only absolute value in this visual, and percentage value in the percentage chart, which we are going to change it in a little while. But here we can't show the percentage value. If we show the label, we are going to see the absolute value. If I make a percentage of total column, then I can show the percentage, but then I will not be able to show the absolute value. So this is the challenge with the stacked visual, that you cannot have both the worlds here together at this moment. Now values you can play around, and there is a total label which has been enabled. Now the challenge with this total label is work pretty fine with the measures like net or something where you need to show the total, but if you have a percentage column where you want it to show an average, it's not going to work well. So it's going to show the total also there. So in that case, you need to take help of a stacked line visual by showing a line. Now, so you are able to see the total label. Again, for total label, you have various options, split positive and negative, background. If you want to enable a background in a label, you can get a background so that it looks a little bit better. You have conditional formatting option using the FX available here on the labels also. Now we have the grid line, zoom slicer, and all those options available. If you go to the columns, you don't see any option of FX, and in fact there is no trick which is going to work out to make this one working. So this is tagged visual for you. Now let me rename and duplicate this, and once I duplicate it, I go to this 100% stacked visual. Now when I go to this 100% stacked visual, let me click on this visual and then change it to 100% stacked visual. And as you can see, in 100% stacked visual, there is no total label because it's going to be 100%, nothing more than that. And again, I'm seeing the percentage wise split. Now in this visual, I only see percentage wise, I don't see absolute and percentage wise. Now what is the objective of this 100% stacked visual is basically it's going to show you how this 100% value is getting split it up into the 2-1. Now here there is no representation whether which of these brand 1, brand 2 is contributing more or which is contributing less. You can't guess with this one. You can only see in brand 1 how the two categories are stacked up and what percentage they are contributing, and the comparison is in the percentage, it's not in the absolute values. So this is percentage this stacked column chart, 100% stacked percent column stack chart. You can have the horizontal version which we call bar, and this is how it will look like. Now again, the properties are very similar and you can go ahead and change those, and we can, let's call it 100%. Now we have learned about the stacked visual. Let us create now combo visual. The first combo visual which we would like to create is basically stacked line and column chart. Okay, so that's what we want to create. So let's bring in this one. Now, as you remember, we had said that, you know, a stacked visual is not a stacked visual unless you have a legend. So let me bring in the brand and net. Now it's a simple bar visual, and you can go here and you can search for the columns and you see the conditional formatting. So still now nothing as, you know, as a stacked has happened here. Now you bring in the column legend and now it has become the stacked visual. Now the same way, the way we have enabled the labels, like, you know, total labels we can enable data labels here, all those things like what we have done in the normal stacked visual, we can do it here. Now let's go to the y-axis, the line y-axis. Now in the line y-axis, we can add a line. So now the second line could be, you know, margin percentage or discount percentage, whatever I want. So let me bring in discount percentage. Now here in this case, as you can see that the line is in the discount percentage, automatically the secondary y-axis has actually given us that kind of numbers. Now one more thing you might have observed, we have a legend and there is no split of the line here. Now in the combo visual, the line is not going to split. The secondary axis line is not going to split on the legend. It's going to be a single line. It's always going, whether I use the stacked visual or whether I use clustered line visual, both the line clustered visual and stacked line visual, both of them is going to show me only one line. Now there are options to disable secondary y-axis, and it depends on what kind of visual you are having. See, it is showing the secondary y-axis is off, but actually we are having secondary y-axis because Power BI already identified that these two are not of the same ranges. Now if I enable it, you see a little bit difference, but now when I disable it, you see it's moved down. And the reason for that is basically now both of them are on same axis. Now when both of them are in same axis, we can't have like net like this. We need to have a measure like gross, net or cogs, which is of the same scale. Now you can see that these numbers make sense. Because these numbers are now making sense, we can now use one single axis. Otherwise, we can have to go and enable the secondary y-axis if it is not enabled, if you want to use both the axes. And again, just like primary y-axis, the secondary y-axis also have minimum and maximum options, and we can use measures also that. we can use the secondary y-axis align 0 if the zeros of the both axes are not aligned. Now, what we can do here, once we got all the stuff, we can play around a little bit with the line. So you can go to the line here, and again, same way you can make it stroke width more, stroke width 0. Now if you make stroke width 0, the line will disappear. And sometime what happens is we will make line disappear and only leave the label. Okay. So what would happen? The line labels would be appearing, and you will be able to see, let's say if I go here and I say all, series all, and I can disappear some of the labels, but I can still keep the line label. And that's the trick which we use when we sometime want to display something else other than, you know, labels what we are present. Let's say I want the percentage of percentage label appear here, but I don't want I can't show a percentage label because my net is in this one, but I can't have multiple lines. But for a single line, let's say I want to show percentage of total or something like that, I can plot a line for that, and then I can make the line with zeros. I may or may not have a marker, like you right now see the marker here, and you can realize what value coming from line, but you can actually use that. Then second is you can have this marker to be used, and once you use marker, it gives a different kind of look. So that's where you can have a stacked visual and a dot to be represented, and you can make this little bit bigger. So these kind of play arounds you can do with this stacked line visual. So let's rename this and let's jump onto the another visual. Now the another combo visual which we have is basically this one is line clustered visual. Again, very similar visual. Now, but this visual, when you plot it, so you will realize that I have a bar created as a simple visual first of all when I use x and y axis. Now legend is not needed here. Now and unless you use legend, you are not forced to you know, you're not forced to use legend here, and if you're not using legend, you will have conditional formatting at least on the bar, and line you will not have an option. Now what you are bringing in is going to decide. Let's say I bring in net and I bring in the line on the gross, then you see automatically Power BI is detected and did not change the axis. So it is only giving me one axis. And if I want to enable, I can go and enable the secondary y axis. Forcefully I can enable in this case. Okay, so I can move it. If I don't move it, they are on the single axis. So if you want only one y axis or two y axis, you can decide. But if I am taking a measure like discount percentage, the Power BI will detect that, you know, these are not two kind of ranges. Now because I forcefully changed it, I need to go ahead and make it switch on the secondary y axis. So I need secondary y axis here. Again, if you want to align the zero, see the percentage was actually not starting from 0. Actually it was starting from 22 or 20, around 20 it was starting. And the reason for that is basically if they give the complete range from 0 to 24, then you look, this line is just kind of, you know, a straight line because the range is too small when I bring it from 0. So not having 0 can help us. And then again, logarithmic scale. Now in this case, it will not fit in, but if there is too much of difference between that, we can use the logarithmic scale. Then you have the values option. You have the title option. You want to display the title or not, you can do that. Sometime we can hide the axis itself, the secondary axis. Then legends, once you have the legend, you can show or hide the legends. Right now, the legends are the measures. You can hide and show them. Then, and if you continue down here, you can see in the columns, you have the conditional formatting option. Now, as long as it is a single measure and no legend has been used. The moment you bring in the legend here, let's say I bring in category, this option will go away. Okay, so now you will go to this one, and now you will not have the, in the column, you will not have the conditional formatting option. Now again, you can play around with the line, you can make a dot, you can show certain other values. Line is not going to have split again. You are getting a split because of the legend of the bars, but there is no split for the line, and that will remain continuous behavior. You can add a tooltip. One of the things while experimenting with all these visuals we have not done is basically we have not used a feature known as small multiples. Now some of the visuals offer this small multiple options. So I have bring in the bar visual. Let me bring in the brand here and let me bring in net. Now sometime it happens that it's not that you want a legend, you want multiple graphs to be plotted. Now what happens if I want that? I can bring in category as small multiple. The moment I bring in, you start seeing 4 visuals. Now what happens in that case is this side is sharing the common x-axis and this side is sharing common y-axis. So they are sharing common y and they are sharing common x. Now there are a few play arounds which you can do here. So if you go to the small multiples, you can say I only want 1 column. Now the moment you say 1 column, there is a scroll and I can make the rows 3. Now rows here means in the visible area how many rows you want. Maybe I can say I want all the 6 rows. Okay. So better is 3, 2, 3. Don't overload the visual. And then you can see now the moment you do that, you have a visual which is only having the common x-axis and the y-axis are different. Now if I make row as 1 and let's say column max value is I think 6 you can give, and we only have 5 categories so we can do, but if you try to give 7 it gives error. So maximum you can have 6. I am having 5 categories so I can live with 5. Now here you see all of them having separate x-axis but common y-axis. So this is what all we can do with the small multiples. We can create different combinations. Now we want a matrix kind of a view, or we want all of them having common x-axis or common y-axis. Now the limit is there 6, means in the page display as well as the horizontal display we will have that limit, but within that limit you can make it that kind of display. So you can create different kind of displays there. Then you have this shared y-axis which is on, and if you disable that you can see that this is the additional option in the y-axis. You get all of them will have their own y-axis. Now this will be helpful if I go to the small multiples and instead of I create 1 column and I create let's say 3 rows. What was happening previously is basically these x's will be decided by the max value, but if I do this the shared y-axis off, then these values will auto adjust to the size. Okay, so that's the shared y-axis for you. So they can have their own axis or they can have the shared y-axis. So each one of them can have their own axis. So that will help in creating visuals where the values let's say across the categories or across the brands are not in the same value, same values or same range. So if the range is too different, then having separate y-axis can help out. So that is the small multiples, and it is available only for few visuals. It's not available for all the visuals. Let's say if I want to now change this visual to pi, and then you see that there is no option for small multiples here. Okay, so donut there is no, TreeMap there is no option. If I come to this visual, you see the small multiple option and I can drag it here. So it depends on the kind of visual. So depending on the visual you will get small multiple options. So explore these charts. Now what we'll do is we'll jump into the different kind of card visuals we have and have a look at those. So practice these meanwhile. Let's add a new page, and there we are going to create a card visual. So I added this card visual. The card visual is available here on the right hand side in the visualization pane, and there I can add some number. Now you can display a number on the card visual. Typically card visual displays only one value, and sometime if you need more than one value, then what you can do, you can group a couple of card visuals together and you can do some kind of formatting like current, prior and all those. So something we will try to see later. Now card visual has a few limited properties. One of them is the call out value, and you can do and change out let's say color. So this is the call out value color which we are seeing here, and then text wrap if the text is longer than wrap, source spacing on, if the source has spacing then it is on, and the font color. If you remember, we have given the font size is 50 and DIN, that is there. Font color was default was black, and display unit was auto. We can make it none to see the complete number. Now the formatting would be pick up from the net, whatever formatting we have done. So if you remember, we have done a formatting, whatever formatting we have done here. Now we can go ahead and do it like format like this, and we can say decimal place 0, all those formatting it should take. Now if it doesn't take after you change it here, let's say we have to press enter actually. If it doesn't take, you can remove it and add it again. Now same way you can add other card visuals. Now you can also do conditional formatting on the card visual. So you can go to the call out value, and here you can bring in, let's say based on the margin percentage or based on the discount percentage, or you can create a measure and you can do conditional formatting on this one. Same way you can also do conditional formatting on the category label, and you can hide also category label. Let's say if I simply want to display this number, I can have this like this. I can make it a little bit smaller also. Now instead of showing the net as a category label, I may want to go ahead and use a title, and I can switch on the title and I can write down a net here. So this is the card visual. The next visual which we want to use is multi-row card. Now let me say Control Z and let me click on the empty space and add multi-row card. So there are a few different things you can do in multi-row card. One is that let me drag few measures out here. So I can drag net, margin, gross. See, I can drag few measures. I can play around a little bit with height and width and can adjust it. And then I can go and say category label on and off. You can see the impact, like whether you want the labels or not. Label in this case is important actually. Then you can go to the call out values and you can change the color of the call out value, means these numbers. So basically if I change the color, let's say to blue, you will be able to see that. Now we can do that. Let me do reset to default. Then the category labels, and then go to the card, and here you have the style, and then you have this accent bar option here. So if I uncheck that, if you remember, you were seeing a bar out here. So now this bar, if you don't want, then you can actually go ahead and uncheck this one. Now another thing is the borders and shading and all those you can do. Now it is not only that you can take the measures here, you can actually just like table visual, I can bring in brand here. Now when I bring in brand here, I'll make it a little wider so that I can have the brand one and the different measures like display like this. So this is one of the way I can have a display. Now here I can actually want only one, then I can have a display like this. And when you have this one, you will not be able to adjust it to give this some kind of a row and column. You have to have it like this only. But yes, if there are multiple measures, it will adjust to the horizontal one. And remember this brand, if you click, these act as a filter. So if you click on multi-row card, any of the brand, then that will going to filter the other visuals. That's the same interactions is on, and we are able to do that. At some later stage, we will see the interactions and we'll explain you how to enable and disable that. So this is how your multi-row card work. There's one more visual, which is KPI visual, which you can also add, and then you can add the net value, and you can have a trend axis, which we can bring in some date. Okay, so it can give you the value, it can give you this, and then if you want, you can have some target also. Let's say if I bring in net, then I can say okay, my target is gross. Okay, so in this manner you can create this. Again, there are properties which you can play around, like icons, the icon size, what icon size you want. See this exclamation icon, you can see it is increasing. Then you have trend axis, good color, neutral color, bad color. Right now it is red because we are not meeting the target. There is a transparency level which is there. Call out value is this. Again, the call out value display unit is auto, and we have the alignment of the call out value. You can decide whether you want it to have the alignment. The vertical alignment also you can change. And having this bigger one actually benefited right now, because that's where you can differentiate between the vertical alignment and horizontal alignment. Now trend axis, you already seen. Target labels, the color of the target label that we can define. Again, fx function is there. It means we can do the conditional formatting. Distance to the goal we can decide, and we can say date off and on. Okay, so which dates data it is showing right now. So this is this dates of data which it is showing, that you can see on and off. So in this manner you can bring in KPI visual and utilize that. So try these things out, and then we will now look into scatter visual. Let's add a new page, and there we will add the scatter visual. So I create a new page and there I add a scatter visual. Now scatter visual, let me show you few properties. So I go to the let me add certain things and then I'll show the properties. So x-axis, what we can have, x-axis I can have, let's say, city also, and then I can have on the y-axis I can have net. Now this will feel like a dot visual, but the beauty about the scatter visual is that I can actually have another measure also here. I can have a margin also here, and I can have, let's say, a discount on the y-axis. Okay, so we have a margin and discount. Now it's showing only one value, but what I can do here is basically I can bring in, let's say, city on the values, and it will start showing me the value based on city. Now, so I have seen the dots, and if I want a legend, I can bring in the legend, let's say item category. But once I bring in the legend, I'll not be able to do conditional formatting, because legend itself will bring in the conditional formatting. Now let's look at some of the properties here. If I look at the general properties, like, this height and width will be like, something which I'm dragging and keeping, and if I want manually, I can edit that. Position is from which place I am getting started. So I need to make this visual a little bit smaller to show you how the position is going to change, and you can see the horizontal and vertical positions are changing here. And then we have the advanced options like responsive, means it should be responsive when we change it. Maintain order layer, high density sampling is on. Number of data point is 3500. We can change it a little bit. Then we have a title. You can already see a title, or I can use a function here to have the, what kind of title I want. Font, size and all those things are there. Effects right now, background is there, visual background, shadow is there, header icon, all these options are there. Now visual, we have like this zoom, visual specific, we have zoom slider, grid line, legend, we have y-axis and x-axis property, and you can see both y-axis and x-axis as ranges. Now the reason, because both of them are numeric and have the values. Now you have a zoom slider, you have markers, you can increase the size of the marker. Actually this is right now -10, so if you want to increase it a little bit, you can do that. So in this manner we can do. Now in this scatter visual, what we would like is, we want to show certain quadrants, and to show the quadrants, basically I would like to plot, let's say, lines here, and that we can get help from the analytics pane. Now this is, where we can have the constant lines, or we can have the average line. But the constant line has recently added a feature, which is basically I can use a measure here. That gives me a lot of advantage over the average line, and I'll tell you the difference. Let me add an average line here. So I added average line, and let me go below and show the data label. It is 12.21%. But let me drag the margin here on as a card visual, and it is actually around 13%. It is not, the margin is not actually what it is showing, 12% or something. Okay, so that's not my margin. So how do I get that? So let's remove this from the analytics pane. So we go back to the analytics pane. This is the option here, analytics pane. We go to the average line and we remove it, and we go to the x-axis constant line and we say add a line. Now once we add a line, it will be added as a 0. Then we can go to the line and we can go to fx, and in the fx we can go and select a measure. Right now it is showing the measure which is being used on the axis. I can say okay here, and now you see the line has actually moved in between. Now to see the number, I can go and enable the data label, and you can see it is 13%. Now same way I can add a line for the y-axis. I can add a y-axis constant line. So click on the y-axis constant line, add line. You got a line actually at 0. You click on the line, go to fx position. Now this is again showing margin, because that's what we selected last time in this one. You can search for discount percentage, and you can get a line here. Now I got the 4 quadrant here. Now what does this quadrant mean? This quadrant means right now high margin, high discount, but this should be high margin and low discount. Okay, so actually we want margin onto the y-axis, then it shows better. But right now what is happening, the margin is basically we have the high margin on this side. So this is the best quadrant, this is the second best, this is the third best, this is the fourth best. But typically what we have 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have to swap our axes and redo a little bit of stuff. So let's swap our axes. So we got the axes swapped. Now we need to get the constants also swapped. So we go here now on the x-axis we have discount percentage. So we bring in field value discount percentage, and on the y-axis now we have margin percentage. So I clicked on the fx and I changed it. So now this is fine. Now the problem here is still the discount is high on this side. So let's reverse the discount axis. So go to the property x-axis and let's say invert axis. So what's happening right now? This is the low margin and this is the up over. So this is my best half. But if I go to the markers, I don't see conditional formatting option because I'm using a legend. So I stop this legend. I'm fine with these dots, but what I want to plot here is basically this is my best quadrant. It's a green basically for me because I'm getting the highest margin with lowest discount given. This is the second best because it still gives me the high margins above average. Basically the margin is above average, isn't it? So margin is above average but discount is below average, but because margin is high I'm fine. Now here again what's happening, I'm on low margin but I'm giving low discount, third best. This is the worst situation. I'm getting least margin below, I'm getting the margin which is below average and I'm getting discount which is above average. So now discount above average is this side. So now let's try to create a measure which can do conditional formatting for us. Green, blue, yellow, red, something like that. So click on the measure and let's start building the measure. Now in the table tool we got this measure option and we will create a scatter color. So let's create a scatter color. So here we say switch, and here we'll use switch true, means I can have multiple condition. Now before I do the switch true, I actually need two things. I need to know average margin. Now lines we got it, but how do we get it here? So for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two measures, and basically what I'm going to do here is we will say var underscore margin A means overall margin, and I'll say calculate margin percentage, and we use all selected, means all selected is going to give us the grand total of the margin with the selected parameters taking in consideration. So if there are certain filters applied, that will taken care of, and based on that we are going to get this value. Similarly we need a discount also, which is basically discount all, and we are using discount. So we are declaring two variables here, and those variables are the one which we are going to use. And this is how in the DAX, if you need some values which you want to calculate, you can use variables and you can calculate it there. Now we got overall margin, we got overall discount. You need to be a little bit careful. Many times instead of margin percentage I use margin, discount percentage I use discount. Now what's our logic? Our logic, the best, what is the best one? So the margin, when I say margin, it is the margin of the row is greater than or even equal to, margin is equal to is fine, underscore margin A, if it is greater than average margin, and the discount is strictly less than the average discount. Overall discount is nothing but the average discount, overall average. Okay, so discount is less, margin is more, that's green for me. Now let me copy paste. By mistake pressed enter. I should actually press alt enter or shift enter. What is the second best? The margin is still greater, but the discount also is greater than equal to this one. So that's my second best, blue. Then we copy paste these two condition and paste it again here. Now what's my third best? In my third or fourth best, the margin is actually starting going below. The margin is now going below the average margin. Now when the margin is below but the discount is also below, that is still having a better condition, we can say yellow. But when the margin is low and the discount is high, that's red for me. So I got these measures. Now we need to make sure this is margin, this is average margin and all those. So we got these things done. Now let's look at the thing. Now we go here on the formatting and we go back to the markers and check, is it allowing conditional formatting? It is allowing us. We click on FX. We go to the field value, which allows us to choose a text measure, which returns us the color, and we search for scatter color. And it's allow us the selection, and you can see 4 colors coming out: green, blue, yellow, and red. These are our 4 quadrants. We got different color for our quadrants, and now they represent, you know, the whether we are doing good, bad, or worst. That's can be looking at these things we can show. So these are the cities which are doing good. We are profitable. We are giving low range of discounts, and this low range is just based on the average, means below average. So our average discount is 23%, and we are giving less than that. These are all greater than 23%. The axis is inverted. Pay attention to that. So we now have created scatter visual. Try that out, and we will further explore now how to use a slicer visual and what is the importance of this filter pane which we have. So let's add a slicer on this page. Now slicer in Power BI is a visual. Now the behavior of this visual is little bit different compared to your other visuals. So basically let's drag a categorical variable here. Let's say brand. So when I drag brand, by default it is going to suggest me, you know, what kind of you know, slicer it can be. So by default it is going to be list, and you know, previously this small arrow used to, you know, show us the option for, you know, various kind of slicers you can have. But from December 2022 onwards, the option has moved here. Now you can have vertical list, tiles. Previously it was known as orientation horizontal. So if you are in an older version, you have to use orientation as horizontal, and then you have a drop down which is something like this. Now once you filter something from the slicer, these values will get filtered out individual. If you want to select more than one value, you can say with the control, and this behavior what I am doing can be changed. So basically if you uncheck this multi-select with control, then what would happen? Simple click will give you the multiple select, and then you have to uncheck if you have done multiple selection. Now similarly, there is a select all option which you can also add into a slicer by clicking on this, and you can see select all or unselect all like this. Now select and unselect all are having the same meaning. If you have selected everything, and if you have selected nothing, means all values are available. If you want to add a search option, then you have to go to the 3 dots, and there you have a search option. Also, if you want to change the sorting, you have an option to change the sorting ascending and descending in the slicer. So once I add the search, then I can go ahead and search for that. Now it is not like a partial search which is going to select everything. You have to type and then you have to select. Okay. Like I have to select all these. There is no like, you know, select all once I search something, partially select. Now this is slicer. The slicer is going to impact all the visuals which are interacting with it. At some stage later, we will tell you what is the interaction. So basically what happens is each visual interact with each other. So if I have another visual here, that visual will also interact with this visual. The slicers will interact with the visuals. Now this interaction can be disabled or can be changed. So that we will see in a later video. Now slicer impact the complete page as long as that those tables are you know, joined with this slicer. So slicers can filter those, but there is something more than slicer which we have is also a filter pane. Now filter pane is very similar to this slicer. You have the filter on this page. So if I now bring in brand here, I can actually go and filter. Now few things which are already available is search, and you also can see that, you know, the you know, search is there, and there is a multi-select you can do by clicking. There is no control clicking which is required. Unselect all, and there search is there. Now this is basic filtering. You can have advanced filtering in which you can have contains, or you can have does not contain, start with, does not start with, is not blank. If you want to say is not blank or is blank, you can see now there is no blank value, so that's why it is coming. You can erase it. Now let's say if you require or, then also it is available here. But if you require more than two or and, then what you have to do is here basically first go to the basic filtering, then select multiple, and then go back and do the advanced. Then you will get, so basic filtering, select more than 2-3 values, then go and change it to advanced filtering. Then you will get options like this. Then you can have multiple and all. So this is the way you can get it. Now it's also at the page level, so it's going to impact all the visuals which are there on the page. And one more thing which would happen, let's make it basic. The slicers value will also get reduced. Now slicers values will also get reduced if there are two slicer on the same stuff. The one slicer will reduce the value on the another one. But you cannot switch off this behavior using interactions. Means once the filter on the page level is there, you cannot switch off the filter by just doing the interactions which is available under the format. You can't do that. That's not possible with filters. Now you have three levels of filter. Visual level filter only apply to the visual. Page level filter apply to the complete page, means to all the visuals. So let's say if you remember, when I filter brand here, the brand also got filtered here. But if I go to the visual level and I filter the brand here, let's say I bring in the brand at the visual level and I try to filter brand 1, it's filtering the scatter visual, but it's not filtering the slicer. So it's not going to filter that. So that's not going to happen. So it's only visual level. Another beauty of the visual level filter is that you can filter the measures also. So you can say my discount percentage is less than or greater than something. So you can filter the measure, and you will have various options like, less than, greater than, which you can use. Also at the visual level, you also have additional option in these things, and that additional option is topn. So you can say based on, let's say brand, topn brands, based on the topn, and topn is based on, let's say net or something. So based on net values, give me top 10. So based on the top 10 net values, brand values, this visual is now coming in. Or I say top 5 brand values. Okay. And this is only possible at visual level. So visual level filter is only going to impact that particular visual, and measures are allowed to be part of visual level filter. You can filter a measure. And this, why you filter a measure? Let's say you created a, let's say top n, let's say top 2. Now top 2 you created for net. Are you going to create top 2 for based on the net for gross, discount percentage? Then in that case you will say no, I'll go ahead and use a top 10 here, and that will filter my entire visual because I have more than one measure. So whenever you have more than one measure, and for every measure you have to repeat the calculation, you can actually use measure as a visual level filter and can do the same job. So that's what is needed here. Now let's go ahead and look at the last one, which is filter on all the pages. So now filter on all the pages means if I do a filter here, let's say if I bring in brand here and I filter brand 1. Now brand 1 is filtered here, brand 1 is also filtered here, but let's go on this page. In this page also my values have reduced. See, brand 1 only. See here also, if I see only brand 1, clustered column line brand 1, and each page you will see this filter on all the pages has started appearing. I can erase it, or I can clear it from all the pages, from any of the page. So I went to that particular page and cleared it. So in this manner you have this all page filter. Now again, all the filters, whether it is visual level, page level, or all page level, they cannot have an interaction setup. So you can't say disable interaction between the visual and this particular filter pane, or disable the interaction between this page and the filter pane. That's not going to happen. Visual level will continue to interact with visual level, page level will continue to interact with all the visuals on the page, all page level continue to interact with all the pages in the reports. So that's a behavior change. You can also use slicer with the sync slicer option if you just want few pages to be impacted. So you can copy this and you can paste this on another page, and while pasting this it will ask for sync. Now this is not only the option to sync the slicers. You have in the view, you can go and have this sync slicer open, and you can see these property. Whenever you will check that, that will appear. So if I want to add that to small multiple, I'll just go ahead and do that. Now if you go to the small multiple, you see the brand get added automatically. It was not part of this page. Okay, and now let me filter brand one. If I go to the card page, it is brand one. If I go to the scatter page, it is brand one. Let me make it brand two from here, and let me uncheck this. On all the pages you see it's brand two. Now the behavior of the visual should be same. Behavior of the slicer should be same across the pages, then only it's going to work perfectly fine. Okay, if you change it, it might not sync. So these types of things you can get. So this is filter, slicer, sync slicer. So go ahead and try that out. We will continue to explore visuals, and now we will explore map visual. Let's quickly add another page and experiment with the map visuals. So I added a new page. Now we have few map visuals, and I already shown you in the beginning. In case you are not seeing some of these map visuals, you have to go to File, Options and Setting, Options, and from Security, you have to enable these things. Even after this enablement of use of map and field map, it is not coming, then also check the preview feature for shape map. And there is a setting which is available globally under the admin portal. There is a tenant setting for enabling these map. If you're specially logged in, it might not show. So please ask your admin to enable that map setting also. So once you have that, you should be able to see these three maps. And these three maps are one which we are going to discuss. So one is map, one is field map, and third one is shape map. Now I click on the map. Now this map, we can bring in states or we can bring in city and see what all works here. So let's go to the geography dimension, and from there bring in the state into the location. Now I don't have longitude, latitude, otherwise I can use that. This map's allowed to do that. The moment I drag it, you start seeing the dots for all the states which we have. And then what I need the bubble size. So for that I can drag in net here on the bubble size. Once you are done with that, you can go ahead and basically look at the property setting. General settings remain same. You can have a title, you can have the header icons, tooltip, alternate text, and effects which is there for the background. Now in this map setting, you can see a road view, aerial view, dark view, light view, grayscale, all these. Or you can have controls like auto zoom on. So right now auto zoom is on. Whenever there is a selection which is going to reduce certain things, then the map will automatically zoom to those particular places. So that's auto zoom. Then less zoom buttons. So you can have zoom buttons here. So you can use the zoom buttons. Then you have lasso button. So basically you have like this, you can select a portion and it will filter the other visuals. Okay. And then geocoding culture is, you can have auto or can have JA. Okay. So we'll use auto right now. Now I'll reset all these things to default, but you can play around with these properties. Now bubble, you can see the bubble size is -10. You can decrease it to, adjust more bubbles. You can increase it if you have less bubbles. Now color, because right now I have not used legends, I can have FX. So it means based on the margin color or based on some of the colors condition, we can have this bubble color based on that. So if I have color based on certain thing, I can go ahead and do that. Or I can have the conditional formatting where I can say, okay, use the gradient based on the discount percentage or the margin percentage, and the middle color, and say okay, and you can see that I have different colors. So now this can give me an idea. So, and the thing is that my net is high, but my margin is it's in the middle, it's not so great. But you see here my net is smaller, but my margin is higher. Here my margin is pretty low, here my margin is middle, and here my margin is high. So in that manner you can take two decisions, one based on the size of the bubble, another based on the color. Or you can have rule based or the field based conditional formatting also here. Now categorical labels, right now they're off. Once you switch it on, you will be able to see, but this would be too much of busy stuff. So in case you have labels which are pretty small or codes, then only use it, otherwise you can uncheck that. Now heat map on, if I switch it on, you will see it's in a little bit different manner. As you can see, this is kind of a heat map, so gradient all will be taken care by these three settings: 0%, 50%, 100%, and then there are options of radius. We can increase the radius pixel, and based on that, you know, the heat maps can come up across. And then you can be pixels or in meter, and transparency level we can increase or decrease. Based on that, this behavior will be there. Now I'm going to switch off the heat map and let it remain as bubble. Now, so this is your map visual. One more thing you can do in the map visual is basically it's asking for a legend. So it means I can have a legend here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in category legend here. And now you can see the pie are splitted based on the categories, and for each pie you are getting values, and you can compare that, you know, like here the green one, which is basically category 2, is bigger. Here the category 2 is also bigger, and I can actually click here to highlight a particular category. So that will enable me to compare those category, how much percentage they are contributing in each state, and typically value seems to be equally distributed among all the states other than few exceptions. So this is our map visual. Now let's go to the another one, which is basically the field map. Now in case of field map, let's bring in state, and you see the values. If I try to bring in city, I don't see values because it's going to show me dots here, small dots. So it's not best suited for that one. So let's have only the state here where I can get the field behavior. Okay, here again, I don't have an option here for coloring and all those, but there are options inside. So if you go to the properties, you can have again the road view, aerial view, you know, different kind of views if you want. Then you have the similar kind of controls, but you have a fill color. So there are option of fill color below, and you can see a FX here. It means I can control it with the gradient or rule base or field value base. So I can choose those options. So let's look at one of the gradient option, and we will again either go back to margin or discount. So let's go to the margin, and then this time what we are going to do, we will start with red and we will go till green and add a middle color, and in the middle color let's have yellow. So red, yellow, green from minimum to maximum value, and empty values we can say 0 or specific color. So we'll say empty value, fill it with this color. Okay, so now what we are getting here is different kind of values based on the discount percentage. We are getting the values. So here also we can fill in the color. It's not that we are not able to fill in the color in this map. So we can have the state wise fill map. So if this is the requirement, you can use this particular map. You can add a tooltip if you would like to have, like if you are seeing certain things and you wanted to have additional information, so you can have a tooltip there. I can have more than one value in the tooltip. It's not that I can have only one value. So I can add the tooltip values that can help me. Now, this was fill map, and the last map is what we are going to see is the shape map. Now shape map, what we have is basically the shape map. The one more thing which is you have with the shape map is that not only the shape which is available with you, you can bring in your own shape. Now once you can bring in your own shape, and there is a properties which is going, I'm going to let you know, which will help you in bringing that one. So you can see there is a map. Right now I'm using USA state, but if you go, you can bring in custom map. You can browse a JSON file and you can have your own map here. Now there are maps which are already available, otherwise you can get one created. So you can have your custom map here. Now we are going to use the USA state map only. Now, or I can reset it to default. Then there is a auto zoom, which is we can on, means it will take maximum amount of space. Zoom on selection, So, and manual zoom, if you want to zoom manually, then you can have manual zooms. Now these options are there. And then legend, right now we don't have fill color. Again, we have a conditional formatting which we can use. So based on that, we can have the conditional formatting. So basically, again, categorical value or field based value, we can have it. Now you have a legend here. What would happen in the case of the legend is basically it's not going to that, that all the legend is going to come out. Most of the time you will see only one legend is playing around. Okay, so that's where you are not going to take advantage. But what we can do here basically is we can add a filter where we only have the top category, and once we have the top category, then we can actually have that particular one. We might have to create a measure and make sure that's happened. So something like that, we want to have top n based on, let's say, net, something like this we would like to have. So now this is right now coming based on the all the states, but what we want this to happen based on the each state. So each state, whatever is category that we want, for that we would require a measure, and we will learn when we run the ranking how to do that, and we will showcase you. So this is basically your shape map. You can bring in your own shapes, and then there is a color saturation option is there. You can add a data field for color saturation. So let me add net here and remove the category. And now you can see once I remove the category, the color saturation is now net based on the net. It's very similar to conditional formatting which we do, but here it's automatically done. So once you have done there, you can go to fill colors and you can see the gradient is there. And if you don't use that, then you have seen that you have option for conditional formatting. So you can either use color saturation or you can use conditional formatting, whatever you need based on the requirements, you can do that. So these are the three map visual. Other than that, you have the Azure map, and ArcGIS map is also available if you want. These maps can have different kind of licensing, so you need to be aware of the licensing, or you need to have the licensing if you want to use these other map visuals. So try that out, and we will experiment later with the AI visuals. So let's start exploring the AI visuals. So visuals which we are going to explore in this one, which are best suited for our data, is decomposition tree. We are going to explore Q&A visual, and so let's begin with the decomposition tree. So in the decomposition tree, first is analyze the matrix you want to break down. So let's bring in net here. Then in explain by, it is asking us to bring in the field you want to break down. So let's bring in few fields. Let's bring in state, let's bring in city, brand, etc. You can have multiple of them. Now you see this visual, and now you can say, okay, I would like to break based on high value or low value, or you want to go to the next split of something. And if I say high value, so what it's going to do is state was first, so then it's going to give me the high values based on the state. Then I can click on California, and then I can say, okay, I would like to go for the brands. So it will show me the brands, and in brands again I can show I want to go for, let's say, low values. So it's going to show me the split for the low values for the city. In this manner you can do it. If you want to go back to a particular level, you can cross it and you can rebuild it from there. So this visual especially, tells you, let's say how my net is actually distributed against state. Now further that state, how it is distributed. Now if you click here, it will automatically, change that one, and you can see, how the things are, further broken up. So very intuitive visual, can give you a lot of information around that. So you can go ahead and try this out. The second visual which we wanted to, so this was decomposition tree. Now the second visual which we want to explore is Q&A visual. Now for Q&A visual, our Q&A settings should have been enabled both under the file options and settings. We have certain settings depending on which version you are. You may have a preview setting or not. So you can have a preview setting, so that you need to enable. And if it is the latest version, you might not need that. Now you can ask a question. Now some of the question it is already suggested, like top customer states by net, top state by net, like something like that. So we can say, let's say top brand by net. So it's giving me the top brand which is there. Okay. Or I can say top 10 category, top 10 brands by net. So now you see I'm getting top brands. And the beautiful thing about this one is that I can convert this into a visual. Now I got a visual, and now what I can do, I got my visual, and then I can again go for one more Q&A visual, and then I can ask something else and create one more visual. So I can say category wise gross. Category wise gross. Okay, so we got category gross. So we got a visual like this. Now we can actually convert this into a particular visual, whatever you want, and then later we can change this visual. So Q&A visual help us by asking the question and getting the answer. I can ask top city by gross and even if it's sometimes that does not type it correctly, it may take the most nearest correct spelling, and it may suggest you what exactly it basically top customer city, or you may want top geography city. So you may say so we can say top geography city by sales, and it will give based on that. So depending on what kind of things you select, it can suggest a visual also. I can change this. See, only geography city. So in this manner we can get the results, and I can convert this into another visual. Now I got another kind of visual. I can use that. So go ahead and try these visuals out. These are intuitive visuals. The other visuals which are AI visuals is Q influencer visual, which will tell you the key influencers in your data. Right now we don't have sufficient data to run that. Similarly, we have a smart narrative visual, which is going to build up the narrative based on the measures and the dimensions you have available in your data that you can do. Then you have matrices preview visual. All these visual you can try it out. So try those out, and we will now go ahead and enhance our DAX learning by creating a DAX calendar. Before we move into the details of more DAX functions, let's discuss one DAX function which is earlier. Now this DAX function will allow us to do cross row operations. So let's quickly have a look at it. Let's say in my sales table, I wanted to find out what is the first sales date of each customer. When did I sold them the first time? So how can I do that? To find that, I need to find out for that particular row, whatever is the customer ID in the entire table, I need to look at that customer ID and I have to get the minimum date. So how do I do that? So let me add a new column into my sales table. So in my sales table, let me find out first date. Now to get the first date, I'll say MINX because I need the minimum date. I say filter sales. The moment I bring in sales table, the complete sales table is available. That's the difference between the column and the measure. The moment we bring in something in the column, the complete table is available, and we have to force the filters to remove the data or reduce the data. Measures only have that particular row's data, and we have to use all or all selected, which we learn to add additional data. So now the complete table is available. What we say is customer in this complete table, customer ID should be equal to earlier. Means in this row's customer ID, that's what we have to do. Previously what we used to do, we used to declare a variable and there we used to take customer ID. That is also going to do the same job. And then what we do here is, in that case you find out with the sales date. So what it's happening, what it's doing here is, so in the table, take up all the customer IDs and filter this row's customer ID. Once you get that particular partition of customer ID, in that one you give us the minimum sales date. let's say I need the last sales date, and we'll filter one customer and check it out. Let's say if we filter, let's filter any of the customer and see, do we have multiple transaction? Now for this customer itself, we have multiple transaction. So 9, 6, 9, 9 and 9. So first date is coming 12/21/2018. That's the minimum date. 12/21 sales date. We are looking at sales date. So this is sales date 8/29/92 and 12/21. That's the minimum sales date. Now I want to know previous sales date. Then how do I do that? Okay. So we will have pretty much similar formula. Now we are going to use average, but so what happens whenever you want to know previous date? So you, instead of MINX, you are going to use MAXX. So MAXX filter customer ID equal to customer ID for the same customer ID you want to find, and sales date is strictly less than, and that's why we are having max. All the sales date which are less than this date, give me the max of this. Earlier sales date. In case you need next sales date, you would have used MINX and greater than. So for this customer, all the sales, for this customer, I'll get all the sales date. Out of that, consider only the sales date which is less than that, and in that you give the max, because there could be more than one date. For the third one, so this is last sales date. Now what is the quantity which has been sold on the last sales date? Now I already have a column, and suppose I don't have a column, then I want to know last sales quantity. I don't want to have this column last sales date, let's say, and I want to know the last sales date quantity. Then I will say last sales quantity. So in that case, what we do is we'll take this date into variable. We'll call var underscore last, assuming we don't have that column already. Okay, so we got the last sales date. Then we are going to say return. Now we have a variable where we have this value of last sales date, and then almost similar formula. Now you would like to have SUMX instead of MAXX. There could be multiple dates. Now if there are more than one date, there could be a little bit challenge if there doesn't have a timestamp. Now customer is equal to earlier customer, but date is not equal to earlier date in this case. Now we know the date, and that's what we are going to call underscore last. On the underscore last, what was my quantity? Give me the quantity on my last. So what we are saying, customer equal to earlier customer, this row is customer, sales date equal to the known sales date, which is for this one the last sales date, and the quantity on that sales date. So we are getting the earlier dates quantity. So we can get first date, we can get last date, we can get, now there could be multiple such combinations of greater than, less than, equal to, depending on how complex your table is and how complex formula you need. Now sometime what would happen is, if you do like work across dates and there are too many dates and table is big, it is possible that you may get a performance issue. In such cases, what we can do is we can create a rank on the column, and the dates we can create inside the customer, earlier customer equal to customer, we use that and we create a rank. And what will happen after the rank, it is only -1. So then we can move across the date using just rank minus rank 1, and that would become much more easier than taking less than and greater than. So if less than and greater than creating some kind of challenges, then you can create rank and use that rank. So try this out. We will now create date table. Now while creating date table, we will learn certain function like calendar, calendar auto, add columns, EO month, weekday, week number, year, quarter, month, start of functions and end of functions. Now not all of them we are going to explore. For some of them we'll just tell you, what are the limitations and why we are using an alternate. And you will find how useful this EO month function, which is actually end up giving you end of month. And then we are not going to use the end of month function, which is also available with us. And I'll tell you why. So let's quickly jump onto the Power BI. And in Power BI, what we are going to do is we are going to go to data tab. It's not that I cannot create a new table from the visualization tab. I can do that. But while I'm creating, I also want to visualize what data is coming in. So I'm going to go to data tab. So in the data tab, I'm going to say new table, and there are various ways to create a calendar. And one of the easiest ways to create a calendar is basically calendar auto. So you say calendar auto, and you can have some argument, but right now I don't want argument. What it is going to do is going to find out a minimum date and a maximum date from our data, and based on that is going to create a calendar from the start date of that minimum date, and will go till the end date of that max date. So it's automatically going to create that calendar. Now if I don't want to do that, means I don't want to have a calendar auto, then I can use the calendar function, and there also I have few options to start and end. So let's see that also. So I have created a date table right now. Let me also create one more table and show you how calendar function is going to work. So in calendar function, let me create a date one table, and then in the calendar function takes two arguments, start date and end date. Now this start date could be calculation based on something, or we can say it should be basically, let's say, a hard-coded date, which is date. It's a date function. Date function takes three arguments. First argument is year 2018. We are going to manually give that 0101. Three arguments. So month, year, month, and day. Three arguments we have given. Second again argument is the date function, and again in the date function we will give year, which is now 2020, which is the max date available in our data. 12/31. I'm ending it at year end. Now we are able to create a calendar. Almost similar kind of calendar. Again, both the calendar, whether you use calendar or calendar auto, is going to give you a date column, and that will contain all the dates. So basically it's something like, generating a series of date. We have a generate series function which can generate number. This function calendar and calendar auto is going to generate the series of dates. Okay. Now, is it that I can have hard-coded date, or can I find out certain dates and do it? Actually, you can find out the date by saying minimum, let's say sales date. I want to have sales date. Based on that, I know that I can create my calendar and would be accurate. So I can say minimum sales date. Now, once I do that, it's going to start from the minimum sales date. Now, definitely we would not like to start any of the calendar from middle of a month. So we can say start of month. Now challenge with the start of the month function in Power BI that it requires a continuous date. So if I try to give it here, you can see it started giving error. So we can't use it. Same way end of month we can't use it, because they require continuous date, means they themselves require date table. So we will use EO month, but EO month gives us the end of month. So what we do, we say give me the EO month of -1. -1 means for the minimum sales date which you are getting, which is 13th of October, give me the last month end date. 0 means current month end date, which is 31st October 2018. Now I'm getting last month, which is 31st September. Now to add a day into any date, I can simply add a number. So it will add one day. So now it is starting from October, but you will say, no. Can I take minimum of both delivery and the sales date? Can I take 2 min? Yes, we can do 2 min. And for that, let's start using variables to simplify this little bit. So let's have a var, which is _min. So which is basically min of sales date and minimum of delivery date. And again, see, minimum function takes one column, but actually minimum can take 2 minimum or 2 expressions also. So I will use delivery now. So, and then what would happen? I created a variable. Now this variable contains the minimum date, and this minimum date, I'm going to put it inside the EO month. Now again, both these have one of the date is minimum, and both the dates are in October only. So that's why I'm getting 1st October. Now same way I can calculate a max, isn't it? So I will have a max here, _max as a variable. And why I use underscore, it is not compulsory. The only reason I use underscore is basically I want to differentiate between my normal column names and the variables. So that's why I use underscore. Sometimes even I use _1. It just let me know, okay, these are my variables which I created inside my measures or my columns or my table script. Now right now we are writing down a table script. So what we are going to say, max, and here we are going to take max. So, and remember, whenever you are doing a column or table operation, whenever you take this max, it's max across the complete table. When you simply say in a column or a table max of this thing, this is across complete table. Okay, unless you start defining certain filters. Now we got this. Now we need a similar kind of script here, isn't it? But this time we only need EO month underscore max comma 0. We want to end on the month where my max date is ending. I don't want to go beyond that boundaries. So let me do sort descending and tell you. So 31st October because we are ending on 3rd October, or in October we are ending in 2020. So 31st October. Now, but you will have another question. We never end our calendars like that. We never start our calendars like that. We would like to go to year start date and we would like to go till year end date. Now I'll tell you a simple formula to reach that. Now let's assume we are in January. Let's say we got a date of January. Then how do you go 1 month back? -1. So for January it is -1 to go to December and +1. Okay, so month number, if I get my month number, from that month number negatively, if I subtract EO month, I'll reach December, and then I'll again add 1 and come back to January, 1st January, 31st December I'll reach. For February, how many months I go? -1 I'll reach 31st January, -2 I'll reach 31st December. And then +1 I'll reach 1st January. For March, I need -3. So it means -1 of the month. So -1 star month of minimum date will take me underscore minimum will take me to the year start date. It will take me to the last year end date, and I do the +1 to begin. So now we got same logic what we have in the auto calendar. Okay. Now, so you got your year start date. Now, how do I get my year end date? Now, year end date, let's assume we are in December. Do we need anything? No, we don't need to add anything. In 11, how much you need to add? 1. And how much 11 is far away from 12? 1. 12, how much far away from 12? 0. For 10, how many a month ahead we need to go? Plus. So if I am in November, I need EO month max comma 1. For October, I need max comma 2 positive. So, but to do that, how do I get 2 for October and 11 for November and 0 for December? So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to subtract these month number from 12. So when it is December, it is going to be 12 minus 12. When it is November, it is 12 minus 11. When it is October, it is 12 minus 2. So we should be able to reach. So we'll always get a positive number. And let's see, sort it by descending. I clicked on this arrow and I got the sort descending option, and I am reaching to 31st December. So we have also created equivalent. Now, if there are many dates like this, it would not be feasible. Now we can have like array created, and then we can give we can use MAXX and do it. But I think auto calendar would be a better method if you have a lot of dates to get that. Now, one of the challenge which can come with auto date, if you have blank dates, or in case you have dates which is far away. Sometime what happens, we have end of time, and some organization keep end of time, let's say 2999 or some big date. In such cases, you can have a pretty huge calendar which is not covering, which is covering those dates, and sometime we might not want to cover those dates. So in that case, you might have to create a manual calendars. Now you know how to do that. So manual way as well as this way. Now what we would need to do, we are not creating this calendar table just for the sake of one date, isn't it? We need additional columns, and we would also like to join it back with our date of the sales table. So before I add anything additional, there are two things which we can do here. Is basically, one is I can right click on this date table and say mark as a date table, mark as a date table. And once I do that, I will select a date column, and I'm doing it at the very start. If you're doing it afterward, you might have many dates. Select the primary date column, and it is able to mark it as a date column, date table. Now to mark as a date table, you need continuous date. No missing date should be there. Now that's what you need to take care. That's why we are using calendar. Even if you are bringing it from your database or from your source, even if it's a direct query, you have to mark it as a date table. Now the moment you mark it as a date table, look at this date versus this date in the two date table. Now this has become key, and it doesn't have a hierarchy. This table also doesn't have hierarchy. Now I'm going to join it with the sales table, and remember that the sales table, I'm going to join it. It has a hierarchy. That's the first join I'm going to do, and I'm going to keep it active. The second join, I'm going to do it with delivery date, and I'm going to keep that inactive. Anyway, it's going to create the second join as inactive, and I'm going to continue to keep it inactive. Now, so let's join that. Now to join that, I can scroll in the here and find out date table, but I would like to tell you a very cleaner way, because you might have multiple facts and dimension and you would like to, have multiple models saved at different places. So let's say I have a purchase table and I want to create a purchase model. So there is a plus button below which I pressed it and it give me layout one, which I am calling sales and date. Sales hyphen date also you can call out sales date. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the sales table here, and I'm also going to bring the date table here. Now the date table, when I marked as a date table, right now I'm joining with that. I will bring this date column and I'll drag it and drop it on the sales date. With the click I have dragged it, and you can see now immediately the date sign has gone away. It's gone. It's no more there. And I drag it on the delivery date. Inactive join, but still the sign go away. So there is no sign. Now if you go here and look at both these dates, now the date table was already a key, and the moment you join it with the date tables, these dates have gone away. So you don't have the auto hierarchy for the date key, which is marked as a key column in the date table, and any column which is joining with that one will not have the hierarchy. Now we also don't prefer to use the date hierarchies. Now we have used initially in few visuals to show you how to use that, but we are not going to prefer that. We are going to create all the columns here, and we can create custom hierarchies if required. So let's bring in additional columns into the table, and to bring in those additional columns, we are going to use add columns. Now when I'm going to do add columns right now, that add column, I'm going to use this calendar auto or the date table which I created. Anywhere I can create that one. Remember, both the tables only have one date column, and all till the time I'm using this single, means I will have multiple times variable defined for the table, and I'm going to return that. But add columns will have a date for when I begin it. So I'll explain you. So what I'm going to do here is I will say alt enter I have done, or shift enter. I'll say where underscore tab equals to calendar auto. And right now I'm going to say alt enter I done few times, return underscore tab. It's not going to make any difference right now, but you remember this table has only one column right now, which is date, which basically calendar auto is date. Now if I am writing down an add column here, what this add column will contain, whether I create one column or two column, as long as I am inside this function, I will only have one column available date to calculate all those things. And the first and the foremost thing we are going to create is calendar year, and we can call it as a simple year. And to create that, I can simply go ahead, and now how the syntax works. The syntax of the add column works is, first of all, you give a table, which we have given calendar auto. Now calendar auto has one column date. That's what we have to use, bring in our other table. Second is the name of a column, which we have given in the double quotes year. Third is the expression. Now, if you use that static column, like I want to write down 1, I can write down 1. I want to write down in double quotes some name, I can do that static column. But it's a dynamic column, I need to do some calculation. And to do this calculation right now, if I want something from the calendar auto, that's the only thing I have available with me is date. So I say year of the date. So I have a year function, which is going to give me the calendar year, and I take that. And once that is done, you can keep on adding columns. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it right now to show you what I got. So I got a year. Now, is this year available in the next row? So if I, let's say, and let me do a little bit of change to make it a little bit more cleaner. Now in this role, I want to, let's say, create month here. And month here, I want to create let's say I want to take help of year. Right now I don't want, but let's say I want to take help of year. Do I want to get year? No, it's not suggesting. If I say year, it's not suggesting, because year is not available, only date is available. But month here, I'm going to create with the help of a function, which is format function. Now format function can do something which on the top in the column tools, you're seeing format. It can do the similar kind of formats. And there is a formatting strings available, which can do that job. So you can check out that, formatting string in Power BI. How can we do that? So I will tell you a few of them here. So to do that, first argument, it takes a date or it takes a number. So you can give a value which is date or a number, and then you can specify format and or a locale name, means it's the UK or US based on that you want to do format. But here we want simple format, which is basically MMM hyphen YYY 4 times Y MM. If I give 2 times, it's going to give me numeric month number. If I give MM 3 times, it's going to give me Jan, Feb, March. If I give it 4 times, it's going to give me complete January, February, March, April, May, June, like that. So that's what is going to happen. Let me add that and showcase you what happens. So I get that Jan, and then this capital M, small m, it doesn't matter. It gives in this format only. If you don't like it, then you might have to write down additional logic. Now, once I added this, before I move forward in creating more columns, I would like to show one behavior. Now, month, year, look at this column, it's a text column. Now, Power BI, if I create, let's say, a table visual on this month here, let me bring in here. You will observe a behavior, all the apparels are together. Okay, maybe it is not sorted. Let me sort it. Even if I sort this, it is not sorting correctly. The reason it is text, and Power BI doesn't understand month here. It understands date, it understands number, it doesn't understand month here. So we have no property here to, data category month here, or somewhere we don't have any option here. Then how do I tell Power BI sort it correctly? So we need to bring in a sortable column, which is in a format, we should get something which can be sorted correctly in case of month here. And that format is YYYMM. Now I can get it using the format function, which will be a text version, or I'll tell you how to get the numeric version of that one. So Alt Enter, comma, I called it month year sort. Now month year sort, here I will first use the year function, and that I'll use on date, the only column which is available with me. Now once I get the year, I'll multiply by 100. Because I need YYYY then MM, and I don't want to append, I don't want to create a text, so I multiplied by 100 plus month function. I'm going to use month function on the same date. So what I'm going to get? I'm going to get month year sort column, and let me press enter. The moment I press the enter, I got this now. Now this number is automatically sortable. So should I use this one in Power BI visuals? No, I'm not going to use this one, because nobody will understand these. It's really difficult to understand. So we click on the month here. The column tool should be visible. If not, click on the column tool so that it is visible. And in the middle, you have an option sort by column. Go to sort by column and say month year sort. Now month year sort, remember, if I try to calculate this month year sort from month year, it might give me circular dependency error. So that's why both of them are calculated on the date column. Sometime what happens, if you might have observed in the video, we have done it at one place where we created 3 columns. So instead of 2, we create 3 columns, and we create those new true derived column as sort column and the main column, and we use them in the visualization. So that's what we use if you have it. Now again, the granularity should be same. You cannot have 2 values here having the same sort value, and same sort value can have 2 values. These kind of things you need to take care. So both of them should have the same granularity. So that you take care. And once you take care of that, then your sort column would be properly built. Now let's go ahead and look, is there any difference which has happened? We have not done anything on this visual. When we came on the report view in the visualization, you can see that, this is automatically sorted correctly. Now again, we go to the data view, continue to build our date table. The next column we need in the date column is quarter. Now again, we are going to take the help of format function and the sort function, and I'm going to teach you something new in this one. So I take the date, and remember in DAX, the names are not case sensitive. So date is D capital, but it doesn't mean I'm writing small date, it is taking in. But when we move to Power Query, and we will do some Power Query operation, there it is case sensitive. So in the same tool, we have 2 things. We have Power Query where the things are case sensitive, M language, which we use in Power Query is case sensitive. In DAX, we are using data expression, and which is not basically case sensitive. So now let's give a format, and the format which I want to give is Q, but I want one of the Q as Q. So I give /Q, and we will understand the impact of this /q, and then I give a second q, and then I say hyphen y. And let me press enter. What happens? It is showing some error because I have not closed the format. Now you can see that, you know, this is q1. So the first q which I given without slash is basically an escape character. So it's giving me q, and the second one is giving. And if you need 2q, then you have to give slash twice actually. So every number where you want this escape character, for each character you have to do that. Okay. So you can get escape characters using backslash. Now let's move forward. We want the sorting column also. So alt enter, comma, quarter, year, sort. And how do we get quarter, year, sort? Again the same formula, month. Now this time we don't need 100. We can manage with 10 plus quarter function on the date column. We got our sort column. Click on the quarter year, go to the column tools, sort by column, quarter year sort, select it. The sorting would be corrected automatically. We can go ahead and check it out, but we know it's going to work. So let's add. Now what else you need? So you have year, you have month, you have quarter year. Now what you need is month start date, month end date, quarter start date, quarter end date, etc. Now we have a function I told you, start of month. And you know it's not going to work here, and I'm going to show you that. And I have 2 commas, that's why. So first of all, in this one, it is not going to work. If I type start of month, it will take it, but the moment I give date, it needs a table, so it's not going to work out. Again, it needs continuous dates. Now what would happen now? Here we have anyways, we have a continuous dates, isn't it? Let's give it as a 1 and come out. So we can say, okay, we use the new column from the column tools, or anywhere we can click and create a new column. Why don't we do that? We say start of month. Okay, a new column. So we have to give the column name date, and it will take. Oh, we got it. Now you have a continuous date is going to give you start of month and is correctly giving you. Only problem will happen if your calendar is not starting on some standard dates. If it doesn't start on standard date, it will stop on the first date. So let's say your month is starting from 15th and you actually have the dates from 1st, and the previous month 15 is not there from where it's starting, then it will end at 1st. So that's the limitation with this function. Same is end of month. Again, end of month will stop at the last date if the dates are not available in the calendar. Okay. So that's the challenge. That's why we are not going to use it. We are going to use a little bit of trick here. So let's now add start of month. So we will use EO month as we have done in the past. So EO month date -1, which will go till the last month end date, and +1 is going to give us the start of the month. And let's on the same time alt enter, and let's add end of the month also. And end of month is really simple. Then again EO month date (0), which will take me to the end of the month. Now I got start of the month, and you can see this date is same for the complete month, and end of the month again it is same for the complete month. And you can click here and see, you will only see the start of the month here. And I have American format where I'm seeing the month number first. And then this is the end of the month format where you can see end of the month. Now I want start of year and end of year. And if you remember, when we created the other calendar, we had given you kind of a logic for start of year and end of year also. So same logic we are going to use. So from the start of the month, let me create start of year, and we want to go -1 star the month of the date. Means if it is January, we go a month behind, which reach December. If it is a February, we go 1 month behind, we will reach December again, and then we add +1 to it. So in the end of month, we say -1 star the month of the date, and that many months you should go behind, and then add +1, you will get start of the year. Let's quickly have a look at it. So we should get 2018, 19 and 20. That's only 3 years available with us. Now end of year, we again done previously also. So end of year is, we say 12 minus. So if it is a 12 month, 12 minus 12 is 0. So we reach that end of month. For 11, it is 12 minus 11, 1 month forward. It's a positive number which is going to generate here. And we got the end of month, and we don't need a +1 here because we want it to reach only till end of the month. So we will get here end of year, and we got 1231, 1231, 1231 for each year. Now we got month, we got year, but we need quarter. Now what we are going to do for quarter is basically should I use the start of quarter? Like we have a function like start of quarter, end of quarter, start of year, end of year, and the same limitation. Again, we have a perfect calendar where everything would have worked, but what happens if we don't start like that? And what happens when we have the calendar year? Like if we do have a start of year which can start from second, but month or third month or fourth month, which it can take an end of year argument, but quarters will not adjust to that. And same way, if your calendar starting in January, then it may not give a correct picture for few start of year. This one, so because it requires continuous dates, and the dates are not present, not good. So I'm going to give you a calculation for start of quarter. Now this kind of calculation you can even use if your year is not starting from a non-standard date. You have to apply the similar kind of logic. So let's understand what is the start of quarter. So for January, we know we need to go 1 month back. We need to go 2 months back. For third month, we need to go 3rd month back. Now for April, we again need to go 1, then May 2, then 3. So can't we take a mod from 3? But if I take a mod from 3, mod means remainder, quotient and remainder. So quotient is integer division, which is going to give quotient, and mod is remainder. So if I take remainder from 3, first month is 1, which is correct. April is also 1. I can go to March and come back, add 1 and start of April. February is -2, May is -2, which is also correct. But March is going to be 0 and June is going to be 0. We actually need to go 3 months back. So how do we do that? So first of all, let's create a variable where _mod equals to mod of the date from 3. Fine. Now we got the mod. Then we will, now I'm using an expression. See here inside the column calculation, I have started using variable, and so I need to now have a return. So return what I want to return, EO month, date, and what I can say here is, if _mod equals to 0, then 3, otherwise -3, or let's keep it there. We will multiply or mod and multiply this entire calculation with -1 star. So we will reach to December or 31st March, and then we add +1, and let's see, do we get the correct start of quarter? Now there is some calculation logics which seems correct here. Let's look at it. So we said EO month, date, mode of date, not of date, mod we need for month. So we need mod for the month, not for the date. So mode of the month, not of the date. So once we do that, now you can see you are getting the correct date. We need to scroll a little bit till March 31st to see the things are happening correctly. So March 31st you have, and after that you have 1st April, and then you have the same scrolling continues, and in the you can see a change happening here. Now let's quickly look at the dates, 1, 4, 7. Now same kind of logic you can apply when it's starting from February, plus minus some calculation is there. Now how do I get to the end of quarter? Now one way is that I simply add 3 months to it, isn't it? To this calculation I add 3 months and I'll reach it. Another way to look at it, when it is 1 I need to add 2 months, March, and I need to add, isn't it? 2 I need to add 1, which is basically nothing but subtracting these from 3, and for 3 I need to add 0 only. So for 0 I need to add 0, and this time I need a positive number. So for 0 it is 0, or I can say the mod only. Okay, otherwise I need 3 minus underscore mod, and let's try this out. Now we don't need a +1 because we want to reach end of the month only, and you can see I got 31st March. Scroll little bit down, I should have June, the next one is June, and you can see switch happening here, end of quarter. So now we have created start of quarter, we have created end of quarter, and we have not used any time intelligence function like start of year, end of year, which need the dates to have continuous dates. And if we have not started our calendar on the standard start date or standard end date, then they might not give us the dates. Even if the dates are not present here, they will come. And now for that, let's also create week columns and financial year start date. At least we would like to create, and because we want to have a financial year which is starting on 1st of April, quarter start date and quarter end date is not going to change. Yeah, definitely quarter number may change, which we can handle again by applying some logic. Let's add some week related column. So what are the columns we want to add? So we can add weekday. Now weekday, and again we are giving 2 of them. Weekday is dependent on whether you want a Sunday weekday or a Monday weekday. So we give a date, and then there are 3 parameters. 1 means Sunday to Saturday 1 to 7. 2 means Monday to Saturday, and then we have the 3 value which you can also use, basically, which is Monday 0 and Sunday 6. So we are going to use 2 here because we want a Monday week. And when week day is from Sunday, again I pressed Alt Enter, then week num should also have week number, and week number also need to have week num, date 1 or 2, so we are going to say 2. Now we need to have year week, which is nothing but year of date multiply by 100, because we can have 52 weeks, plus week num of date comma 2. So the function takes 2 argument. Both week num and weekday functions take 2 argument, Monday week or Sunday week, whatever week you need. There are more options like 21 for a ISO date. In the week num you can have 21 as an argument for ISO week. We got year week. Now another thing which we need is, let's say, weekday name, isn't it? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. For that we can use format date, and if you give DD, it is 2 days date 0102. If you give 3D, it is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. 4D, complete Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Otherwise 3D, it is sun, month, something like that you will get. So let's look at it, what all things we are getting now. So as you can see, we got all these things. Now interesting thing which we need here other than these is week start date and week end date. That's really interesting. So let's say Alt Enter, and we need a week start date. Now for week start date, so I'll tell you, if I'm on a Monday, what is my weekday 1? If I subtract -1, where will I reach? Sunday. +1 back on Monday. Tuesday -2 will reach Sunday, +1 Monday. Wednesday -3 will reach Sunday, and +1 again Monday. And don't say we'll subtract the weekday of 1. No, that will create a wrong number for Sunday. So we say from the date subtract the week day number, and then add plus, you will reach the week start date. Now interestingly, 2018 starts from a Monday. So we have some problem here, is it? all of them should have same date. Okay. We need weekday, not week num. So weekday, we should subtract the weekday 1, 2, 3, 4, and that should give us the correct dates. And now you can see we got the first Monday to Sunday week correctly, next Monday to Sunday. Now and date, very similar formula, but instead of adding 1, we will add how many days? 7 or 6? Let's add 7. We need to add 6 to start date. So 7 to this formula will give us week and date. Now let's scroll and see. 777 is the end date. 8 is the start date. 7 and 14, 8 and 14. Then we have 15, 21 and so on. So we got our week start date, week and date. We would like to add a little bit more calculation. We would like to have a calendar, financial year start date. And we would like to call it FY start date. Now I want to start my year with basically April. Now, while we can use some lot of variable calculation here, and I've given you one blog where we have these calculation based on certain variable, but here we are going to do it in real basic method. What happens when I am in April? My year is starting in April. For May also it's starting in April. This year, same year April. June it is same year April. It is true till December. Now when I come to January, it is actually starting in last year, April. So what does that mean? So let me start a date, and in that date, I first want a year, isn't it? So if the month, so date requires 3 arguments. So what I'm saying, if in the first argument, which is year argument, I'm saying if the month of the date is less than 3, then year of the date is, it's definitely year of the date is in this financial, but 1, 2, 3, that's what the month are. So it's less than 4 actually. So if it is less than 4, then for all those, the year is actually not in this year. The year is actually in the last year, and that is 4, 1. Little bit of hard coding here. Okay, but it's not completed yet. The if condition is not completed. What happens if it doesn't happen? So if that doesn't happen, the year is in this year. So from April onwards, the year is in the same year. So what we are saying is in the year part of the date is basically, so if the month is less than 4, the year is start in the last year. If that is greater than or equal to 4, then year is starting here. And then the 4 and 1 is what we are hard coding right now here, because it's starting in April. So let's look at it. So you are getting, see, this date is not present. Even though this date is not present, we are able to get this date. And you have to scroll down till you reach April. You will start getting a new year, which is April. And it will match with this start of quarter actually. Here the change is happening. Now, end of financial year calculations are very similar. Again, Alt Enter or Shift Enter, FI end date. Now here our calculation is basically if it is before 4, they are ending in this year. So if it is less than 3, it's actually ending in this year. We don't have to go to the next year. But if it is after 3, like April onwards, it actually is ending in the next year. And then it's not 4, this is 331. So you see where it is ending, and you can check out the dates. Now some of those dates are not present in this calendar. Now if I would have used start of year with the end date also, that start of year needs a continuous date and would not have given me March date for the last one, because the calendar is ending in December. And let's try that out, because we were talking about this thing so many times that it will not give us, it will not give us. Is it going to give us or not? So let's bring this financial year start date using the start date start of year function, which actually support giving an end date. So we say start year, not start of years, to differentiate, and use the function start of year, and we say date tables date, and we give our year end date as 3/31. Look at the first date. The financial year is not starting on 1/1/2018, and the reason why it is not starting on 1/1/2018 because it should start on 4/1/2017, but it requires a continuous date which is not present, so it's giving me wrong answer. Same if I put the end of year, let the name be same, you will see, oh, you very happily see everything is ending correctly, but no, look at the last year. It's ending where the calendar dates are ending. It cannot go beyond where the dates are there. So that is why we preferred using our own calculation instead of using the function start of year and end of year, which require continuous date, and they cannot work correctly if those dates are not present in the calendar. That's why we have not used any start functions. Now let's delete this column. We know now the limitation. Now Power BI as of now also has one limitation, that its slicers cannot take a function. Now there are many enhancements on that which is asking Power BI to support like I can enhance, I can save my slicer on today, yesterday. All those things are not available right now. So for that, we typically what we do is we create a flag like this. So we say is today, and it's not a flag. Basically what I'm going to have is I'm going to have a set of dates. So what I'm going to say is, and it would be dynamic in nature as today's keep on changing. If date, or let's use switch, actually switch true. If date, and we can give multiple condition, is equal to today, then it is today. It's going to error out. I should have used alt enter. I use this one. If date equals to today -1, then it is yesterday. Okay, otherwise it is date ampersand double quotes, or I can use format. And the reason I am doing that, because the two are returning text, the third one also need to return text. It can't return anything other than that. Let's see, everything is fine. Let's commit it. And now we have a column which contain dates. And if you are not comfortable with the format, you can actually use a format function, format, and then you don't need ampersand. I can say double quotes -dd-yy. It has somehow not taken it, but yeah, let's keep it like this. And then what we can do here is this column is not going to sort properly. The reason it's not going to sort properly because it's a text column. Okay, so I made it \front/\front/, so make sure that it is coming, because otherwise for the slash it was taking this. Now the dates are correct, but these are not going to be sortable because these are text, if you can see. And I have taken care here that I'm not creating some dates which are basically having two values for the same date, or two dates have same values. So in this case, what we can do is we can say sort by column is the date. And once we do that, it's going to be sorting. It will sort on the just like your date. So today will not come up and down. If you want today up and down, you can have created different kind of sorting. Now, means basically what we can do is we can create a number and then we give a really high number which our dates are not going to cover, or we can give really small number like 0 and 1 for these things, so that today and yesterday will come smaller. So for YYYDD is going to create a number, which is a number, and then you give 0, 1, 2, 3 for your text number. Same way you can create this month and last month is month, and we say switch. How do we do that? True. And here what we are going to say, EO month of date, and date end of month of the date is equals to the end of month of today then it is this month. And then same way we need for last month, we are not going to do any change with the EO month of date, but we are going to change this one. -1 means the end of month of the date, end of month of the date is same as end of month of the last month, then this is last month. Otherwise we can again take a format, date, comma, what we need is -YYYY. Format is finished, month is finished, and again it will require a sorting. Again we can sort it on month here, and again you can define unique values like 0 and 1 there if you need something different. So now if you go and just let's put this thing here is month, and because we don't have today's dates, we have to do a little bit of change here. So we don't have today's date, so let's go to our calendar. Now this is calendar auto. So what we are going to do is just a little bit of change here we are going to do. We'll bring in, let's bring in dates from here, calendar itself. I'll tell you a quick trick. Alt enter, command this, put calendar function, date 2018, 0101, EO month, today, 0. And now we got a calendar, and let's look at this one. We will revert back auto calendar. And now if you scroll down, you will see last month and this month. So we are able to get last month, this month, and all those working. Now time has come to comment this one. Alt enter, comment this one, and bring this one here. So we are all done. Our calendar is creating, and we are going to use this calendar. We already marked this as a date table. We have already joined it successfully with our table, and now time has come to test that is data coming correctly with this date table. So we bring in, let's say, month here from this date table in a new visual, and in that visual let's bring in net, and we are seeing the same number which we are seeing. Now how do we realize the date join is not there properly? Have we joined it with the next other date table? I don't remember. So let's bring in that date table, say it is, make it as a date, and bring in this value. Now all the values are same. If the join is not there, all the values are same. If you are getting blank values, then you have to check either there's a blank in the date, which is like sales date, or you are missing some values in your calendar. Let's take an example. To do that example, now let me quickly bring in this one here again, and let me start it from 2019. Now you see blank here, and this blank is coming because our calendar did not contain all the dates. So this is how you will be able to identify, or if that's all the dates are present, just check out there could be a null date available in your join column, and if the join column have null date, that left hand side would get some null data. And what we can do, we can either using major or visual level filter, we can remove those dates from our visualization. So create this calendar and then we will move to the next step. Calendar is ready, model is complete for our learning. Time has come now to deep dive into the DAX, and we will learn few more DAX functions. So first let's start with some of the text functions which are like search, find, containsstringexact, left, right, and mid. So let's jump out of the Power BI and let's try to see. Now basically search function is something it can find out, you know, what's there. So let's go to our geography table and let's try to add a column. Now these functions can be used in major as well as column. So let's say I want to find out whether, you know, city contains new or not. So I can create a column and I can say, okay, search one, and I say search. Now the syntax of search, what text you want to find out. So I want to find out new. Now it is not case sensitive. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write down something like this. So it's not in the title case with like the way I have new. Then I'm going to say where you want to find it. I can have a bigger text inside which I want to find out this text. It doesn't need to be a column, but in my case, it is a column. So I'm going to take city. Start position. I can start it from position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say I want to find out something at the end, then I can decide what position I want to find it out. But right now I want to start from first position. So let's leave the third argument empty now. The fourth one is not found value, and the not found value I'm going to fill in 0. I can also fill in blank, but I have to give a value which I want, and that let me see what happens now. So now what this function does, it actually find out what position you have get it, and most of the time the new is at the first position. So let me do sorted descending. So new is most of the time is at the first position. Okay, so that is how I am getting my search, and it's returning me 1, and it's not case sensitive. So it's returning the position on which it is there, and if it is not available, it's returning 0. And the minimum position you can get is 1 whenever there is a success. Now let's try to do another search. A new column again I wanted to bring in, which is 2, and here I wanted to search on, and I'm going to give O capital and N small. Again in the search I wanted to search on, and let's see what kind of results we have. Now let me sort it descending, and you can see in Washington we have it starting from 9th position. So 9th position where O will start and then on will be there, and then we have another few more cities where we can see on is part of the system. And it is not necessary that it is at the end, it can be there in the middle also. So in this manner I can use search. Now how do I use search for in a major or to find out the cities which contain, let's say, new? So whenever you want to have some kind of filtering, let's say cities which contain 1 or new, something like that. So what we need to do is in a visual we will bring in city, and then we will create a major which can actually tell us whether that condition which we want is true or not. So we'll say search M1 major 1, and we will say calculate count of geography city, or I can say count row cities, filter geography comma search. I want to find out new. Again, it is not case sensitive, so I can write down whichever manner I want, and I'll say find out in geography city. I'm not bothered about the third argument, and I'll say no, if it should be 0 if there is no value found, and it should be greater than 0. So my condition is it should be greater than 0. Now the good thing with search is basically you can use wildcard characters. So you can use wildcard characters to do a search. So basically you can create a pretty complex kind of search using the wildcard characters here. Now let's jump back to geography and let's start using the second function, which is find. Now find is case sensitive. So let's bring in one column and let's say find 1, and if I do find, then let me start with the same way. Now let's look at the syntax. I say find, and in the find again what text I wanted to find, let me do the way I have done it with the new in search, I just give some kind of characters which is small and capital, not same as what we have in the text. And then I say find it in the city. Again, start position I don't want to mention, and if doesn't found, then give me 0. Now if you look at this find, I don't see anything other than 0. The reason it is case sensitive, it will not find. Let me make it as new. I can see one value. Let me sort descending. Now you can see again I'm getting New York, and New Orleans as my answers. So I'm able to find. Now find is case sensitive, and also you might not be able to use wildcard characters here. Again, let's take the on example. Find 2. And if I say O capital N, then I don't have anything. Let me make ON small, both small case. I can have it like this. And then I can say sort descending. You can see the similar result what I was getting for search. So these are the two functions. Same way I can use it in the measure. Now let's come to the another function which can do job for us for searching, which is basically contain string. So does it contain the string or not? So let's experiment. Now when I come to this function, one thing is this function return true and false. It's not like search and find function which is going to return you the position. So it's just going to tell you whether the column or whether the string contains that particular string or not. So let's use contain string, and now in this one the syntax is reverse. First we have to say within text. It could be a bigger text in which you wanted to find out, need not necessarily be to a column, but here we are going to use a column. So I want to use the city column. In the city column I want to find out new, and let me check whether it is case sensitive or not. So I got it, and now let me sort it on descending to check true and false. Now I'm getting true. So I contain string can give me the string and return me true and false. It was returning 1 0 and it was returning position. Now I am not aware of the position in this case. I'm just aware that yes, it exists and it is not case sensitive. So that's what is there. Now if I have to perform the similar kind of a measure using contain string, how would I do that? So let's say I want to say does new is contained or on is contained on something. Let's say contain M1. So we say calculate, count, geography city, filter, geography, and here I can simply say contain string, within the string which is city, what it should contain on. Let me give on in capital, and I'm not checking it's equal to true or equal to false because I know this is going to anyway return true and false, which my filter can check. And you can see I have the cities which contains on the 17th of such cities. Now good thing with the measure is like it gives me a count. I have a grand total. I know number of cities which it has. If I create a column, again I need to create a measure to count it. Now that's not case with the measure. Measure is giving me the values which is having these thing which is having this condition true as well as the total count and all those. Now I can complicate the measure and create different kind of measures here. Now let's go back to the data view, and in that again go to the geography table. One more time we are going to use, and this time we are going to say how to use containsstringexact. So we have a function containsstringexact, and here again within string means city. I can have a bigger string in which I wanted to search a smaller string, and I want to search new, and let me give not the matching string. And as you can see, first three itself are false while they should have been true. Now let me make it the exact same case, and now I'm able to see them true. So containsstringexact is case sensitive, containsstring is not case sensitive. You can use these things as per the requirement to search within these strings. So try these out. Now let's learn 3 more DAX function, and to learn those 3 DAX function, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in the pivot data file. Again, this file is available on the GitHub. You can download it from there. And in this file, we are not going to bring everything. What we are going to do is from this one, we are going to take out this text operations sheet. Now it has contained few things which can be used for text operations, and that's why we are bringing in this one in. As we don't want to have some operations on Power Query right now, we are directly going to load it. So now I got my text operation table inside it, and let's go ahead and check it out what data it contains. So I have this text operation, and here it has the column like the first column, which is basically detected as a text column, not as a date column. Then I have a month year column, which is detected as date. Then I have a key column. So now let's try to use left, right, and mid function. So first of all, we can try on this on DDMM column. First we can check, is it going to give us a correct date using date value or not. So let's create a column date, and we'll say date value. We have a function date value where we can pass a column DDMM, which actually contains date as per us, and it will convert. So actually in our case the middle is month. So to understand that well, we need some kind of a format where we have month short name so that we can understand it pretty well. So let's look at a format. I think this should work. So for us it is 12 January, this is 31st December, this is 1st December, this is 6th May, this is 28th November. So we don't have to do. Power BI has recently done a great job, even though your data is in DDMM format, and I am basically on MMDD format. Still it is able to detect it correctly. Previously what we used to do, we used to use this left, right, and mid function on that. So we don't need to use that. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this key, and we would like to separate. So first I would like to separate this 2020 out of this key one. So how do I do that? I create a new column, and where I will have, let's say, year. This contains, let's say, year. So what I say is left, because I want to take out from the left side, and key one. How many characters I want to take out? 4 characters. So I'm able to get the 4 characters from the left hand side. I give my key. Now I want to take out this middle one. So how do I take out the middle one? So for that I need to use the mid function. Now I need to know the start positions of 4 of these, 5 and 6. From 6th position I'll start, and I need 5 characters post that. So 6 character I need, and post that I need the 5 characters. So let's say we will call it as mid. The function also which we are going to use is mid. The key one is the column which I'm going to have. Starting position is 6. Next 5 characters I need, and I wanted to take out the 5 characters from the 6th position. So first argument is the position, the start position. Next argument is the number of characters. So which column, from which position, how many characters you wanted to take out. That's what you have to give, and you will be able to take out. Now the last thing which we need to do here is the right function, and we will take out the right part of it, and we can call it at, let's say, key right, and we will use right function. Now in the right function, what we are going to do here is basically we are going to give key 1 comma, how many characters I need? I need 4 characters. So I give the 4 characters, and I should be able to get it out. So now you can see I'm able to separate out left, right, and mid using the function left, right, and mid. So you can try out there. Now few combinations you can try out using the length part of it, or searching it out and do it. Now to take that kind of an example, let's go back to our geography table. What I would like here is the city to be broken into first and last name. Now like New York will be broken into New and York, but these cities which only have the one single name, they should be shown in the first name, they should not be shown in the last name. Then how do we do that? So let's start with the first column, which we are going to call first, and let's take out the first part of the city. So how do we do that? So first part is definitely need to be left, so we say left. Then we need it from city, so we say city. Now what I need to do is I need to do search. Now in the search, what I need supposed to do, so I need to search for space, isn't it? Find the text, so I need to find out the space. From where I need to find it out? I need to find out on the city column. Now what would happen here is basically the space is always one character ahead. Okay, so I can return here 0, then I will not be able to subtract 1. I always want to subtract 1. Now, but what would happen if this string is only single string? Then I will not found a space. So if I return 0 and 1, then I will not get any first name. So let's say if I return 1 and then I do -1 and I do, then what would happen in that case is those characters will not come, which is only having the 1. And I want them as a first name. So I can't return 1 here. So here what I need to do, I need to use one more function len, which is going to give me length. And in the length function, I'm going to again pass city. So it's going to give me the length of the city. Now, if length is 3, it's going to give me 3 characters. So let me do +1 and see, does it suffice our need? So length function was not closed properly. I'm closing that properly now. Now you can see in the first name, I got it. So in the first name, whenever there is a break, I got the first name. Whenever there is no break, I got the complete string. That's fine. That's what we needed. Now let's come with the last. Now in case of last, what happens is whenever we have a space, we need those many characters after that. So what we can do here is we can use the write function. In the write function, we can use on city. Now what I can do is I need to again search for the space. Now I need to search it in city. Then let me return 0 right now. Now what I supposed to do? Now what happens is this is going to give me the position of the space, isn't it? So what I can do, I can subtract it from the length to get how many characters I need on right. So from the length of city, so here what I'm going to do is from this length of the city, I will get it at the 4th position. I subtract the 4. So I will be able to reach to the last position. But what is happening in that case is basically whenever there is a single character, it is also coming in the last one, which I don't want. So instead of 0, let me return length here. Len of the city. Now what happens when I do that? Now when I do that, the length and length is going to make it 0. So I will not get any characters on the right. And hence I will not get anything in the last name. So now see, we have learned left, right, we have learned the search, and now see how we have used that. So you try out these text operations and we will continue with more DAX function. Now time has come, let's look at some of the table functions. Now these table functions can be used to create table, and this can also be used inside a measure to do the calculation. Now if they are used inside a measure into the variable creation and then further being used to do the calculation, then these measures, these functions can take the slicer values, but if they are creating tables, then they will not take the slicer values. So let's quickly have a look at these functions. So let's begin our journey with calculate table. So now this function is very similar to calculate, but it returns a table. So let's try to create a table, simple table. We want to create a new table. So let's click on any of the table. Now I'll say new table and let me create sales brand 1 table. Okay. So how do I do that? I can say calculate table, and in the calculate table I can give a table name which is basically sales I don't need a major here, and I can say item brand equals to brand 1. So what would happen? I'll get a table which only contains the brand 1. Now, because we don't have a brand 1 into the sales table, based on the IDs, we can check it out. But this is the same number which we can get for the brand 1. So what we can do here basically is we can go ahead and bring in item brand, and then we can bring in the count from the sales table. So let's bring in something from the sales table, which is basically order number, and let's say count of the order number. And for brand 1 we have 1274 number. Now this new table is nowhere joined with any other table. If you want to perform any filter operation, so like if I bring something from this new table and expectation that it is connected with item or any other table is not going to be true. So let's go here and try to bring in something from here. Let's say order number, and let me bring in count. You see all of them are giving the same count. It's giving a Cartesian, and the reason for that is it is not connected. If you create any such tables, you have to go ahead and join it again. Now let's say I want to use it in a major. Now let's create a major brand 1 M. So first of all, I create a variable, and variable could be, let's say, table underscore tab, and again I'm going to create the same table here, calculate sales, calculate table sales item brand equals to brand 1, and then I would like to return the results. Now when I want to return the results, and when I created a table here, I need to take the help of the X functions, the expression functions, and I need to mention that I'm going to use this tab, and from this tab I need to use a column, and that column could be, let's say, gross sales or quantity or something like that, or let's say, can I use the net major itself, or let's simply do the count of the columns. So let's say countx underscore tab and order number. Let's remove this and see, can we do this? Now let's search for, we actually written the long spelling, should be easy to search now, and we are getting this number. Let me correct this. So now you can see I can filter using the calculate table, and then I can bring it this one. Now there would be chances when we come across such situation where we have to use table. Most of the cases we will be able to use calculate, but yes, if there are chances where we think that calculate cannot do the job, we need calculate table, we can use that. Now we have seen calculate table. Now we have another function which is summarize. Now what summarize does? Summarize actually can aggregate the data. So what we have done here, basically, if you see, we have calculated brand, but let's say I want a static table which gives me brand wise data, sum of quantities, or let's say even the net. Can I do that? So let's click on any of the table, we get the table tool, we create a new table, and let's say I want to create a table which is basically brand wise net, gross, sales, anything I want. I say summarize, and in summarize, now understand, if you use the center table sales, you can use any dimension related to it. If you use item, then you can only use the measure from the model, because that is connected one to many only with one fact. So from the related fact, you want to bring the data, you have to bring in the measures. So I'm going to use sales here, and then I can, now after I mentioned the table, I can specify the group by without giving a new name. So I can say item brand, I want to group by item brand, Then I can say these columns which I want to bring. So I'll say underscore net just to differentiate between that. And I'll say I want to have net. I can actually use sum of something. So let's say I want to have another one where I say underscore qty, where I can say sum of sales quantity. Now let's look at the what is the unfiltered net for us here. For the brand one, we have 363,882, and we are getting here for the brand one 363,881.59, which is converting to 882. So now any slicer you apply on the pages, they are not going to impact this, or they will not have any effect on this. It's going to remain static like this. And sometime when you use major in such things, you are expecting that they are going to work based on your filters and slicer. That's not going to happen, especially selected value things can go for a toss. Now we would like to take one example. Now there is something very similar function group by, and there is something summarize, and they have different implementation when we wanted to do. We would like to understand that thing. So to do that, we need to bring in a new data. There is a very small difference, and to understand that difference, we need the new data. So please download it again from the GitHub, append, summarize, and group by. And this will contain two tables, data 1 and data 2, both having same kind of values. And what I want, very simple thing is, just wanted to union this data and summarize. Simple ask. So we have table data 1, data 2. I just want to summarize item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. These values I want to summarize. So how would I do that? So let's create a new table and let's call it data 3. Data 3 by summarize. So S. So first we create a variable where union or where tab. So we say union both the tables. They have the same structure, so we don't have any problem in doing a union. So we say data 1, comma data 2, and then we say return. We say summarize underscore tab, comma, but we have the first column is basically, let's see, item. So we say item, and we need to summarize the second column value. So we say underscore value is equal to sum of. Now here sum might not work. Let's try value. We can't use. So we say SUMX, and we say underscore tab, and we say value column. Let's try that out. Now you see there is these calculations seems little bit weird. The numbers are not adding up. This is actually the total which we have. Now let's use the very similar function group by. So let's create one more new table. I copied this code and I'm going to call it, let's say G, because I'm going to plan group by. So let me say group, and let's start with group by function. So group by function, what it requires, it's a table. So we say underscore tab. Then it requires group by column name. So we say, okay, fine, we have item. Then it requires name for the expression. We say, okay, underscore value. Now again, we know sum is not going to work. SUMX. Now there is something known as current group. Whenever we need to use this current group. And in the current group, we say the value column. And then we say, okay, now group by and give us the results. Now what you are seeing here, the results are right. So this is the difference. So when you wanted to do some kind of runtime calculations, group by does a better job. So when you are unioning up the data, mixing up the data, and then you want to group by, then group by can do a better job. So summarize and group by both summarizes the data, and they can be used in creating table and creating measures. We'll take a major example. Now to take a major example, we'll use something which is really interesting. We'll say averages of sum. So let's take one example. We are going to take summarize in a major. To understand that, let's bring in state, convert it into a matrix, Let's also bring in city with that. And let's bring in net. Now let's expand this. Now what is this value here? This value is sum of the cities. But what happens at the state level? I want average of cities, not sum of cities. Then how do I do that? So that's where we will bring in summarize functions into the play. So how do we do that? So we say average of city net. So we say SUMX, and I'm not creating a separate table. I can write down a table here. So let's try that. Summarize. And here what we are going to say, summarize sales, geography, city, and we say underscore net as net. Now if I do SUMX, then it's going to return me same result, isn't it? So I say underscore net. So what is happening here, instead of bringing that in the temporary temp table and then using net, I'm simply saying have the summarize inside this one and get me the temp. So I created this measure average of city, and I bring in here, and you see the same result. Because I don't need average, because I don't need sum, I need average. So let me do average x now instead of sum x. Now let's see what happens here. Now you see, now this is the result. Now this is actually the average. Now for one value it is coming same. For when there are more than one value, you can definitely see that this is not the same value. This is an average. Now how does this average came, or how it is behaving? So what happens is, till this level, the level which you're there, you are doing a sum, and post this level, which is actually a group by level also. So the data is right now grouped by geography city, and you can also use values here. We can have a very similar function by using values, but values is only useful when you use single. So if I only have one, let's say geography city right now I have, so I can also try it with values, and in that case I might not require this additional effort of creating a separate measure. I can use the net measure, and let me call it as 1. So we are getting similar kind of values. So what we are doing here, basically what we are saying is group the data till a particular level and post that take the second aggregation decision. So you are summarizing the data. So what's net's behavior? Net's behavior was sum, because it's sum of gross minus sum of discount. Same is happening here. What was the net's behavior till the geography city level? It's sum. Post geography city level, what's its behavior? Its behavior is average. And even if I put it as a grand total level on a card visual, it's going to give me average of cities, overall average. And we have around 100 cities. So if I go here and put in the absolute value by showing none, you can see simply it is divided by, kind of 100. 78996, 78996.49. So summarize function or group by function can help us achieve these kind of things. Now sometime you will also use all and all selected with these depending on the requirements. So try these things out. Now let's experiment with one more function which can create summarize tables for us, that is SummarizeColumns. So for that, let's click on any of the table that we have, and let's try to bring in a new table from the table tool, and let's call it SummarizeColumn, a function which we are going to use SummarizeColumns. Now it's little bit different from the summarize. First of all, it is not talking about any table, means I can have a combination of columns, group by columns, and the name and the expression, and I can do it. So let's say I can say item brand, and let's start with the same thing, and then we will say underscore net, and then we can give a net measure. So we start with that. So we are grouping the data. We want to group the data in new table, so we immediately get that. Now brand 1, we remember the value now. Now let's say I want to add the geography city. I can simply go ahead and add geography city here. We are no mere mentioning where, you know, the sales table is in the center table and all those. Now if we have multiple tables from where it is coming in, let's say especially we have one, let's say sales table, we have purchase table, for both of them we wanted to bring in multiple majors. It's pretty easy. We just say few set of group bys and just mention it here, and then they are grouped. Let's say I also want to bring in gross underscore gross just to differentiate. Again, we are creating a table. So when we create a table, it will not accept any slicer or filter values. It's going to be static once it is created. And if we need to join it back with certain columns, we need to create new joins so that they can get filtered. If I filter item dimension, it's not going to have any impact on my calculated table. So we now learned summarize column. Now let's look at one more function that is basically accept. Now accept, what accept does is basically is going to subtract the data from table 1 to table 2, and it's not intersection. We have seen union. The intersection is basically common one. Now accept is basically A minus B in sets, basically something which is present in A not in B. Okay, and I want, now I have these two data table and I want to know what is that which is in terms of item which is present in table A but not in B. So I want to create a new table where I would like to know those items. So what I can say here is basically data items, and I would like to say accept, and I can say distinct if I'm not sure that all is going to give me duplicates and all those. So I'm using distinct. I say data 1 item distinct items comma data 2 distinct data 2 items. So I got item 3. Now what is the uses I can do in terms of, you know, basically in a measure. Now in a measure, if I wanted to do these need to have the common dimension, only then I can display this result item 3. Okay, otherwise displaying result of item 3 little bit would be challenging, but right now because it is for item 1, at least we can go ahead and create a measure where we say, okay, for item 1 data 1, let's say for items, is there something which is not present in the table 2? So let's try to create a measure here and let's see can we do that. So we say count rows except distinct data 1 item comma distinct data 2 item, and we got a table and we just wanted to count the rows, and we'll say not in data 2 let's bring in here, and now you can see we have done one mistake. Let's correct. Now we see only item 3 which is coming. Now we could have reversed, like data 2 we wanted to know what is not present in A, then we are going to use item from data 2 so that, you know, we can plot that out. So in this manner you can use except in the table as well as in the measure. So now let's look at few more functions. One of the function which we are already using here is basically distinct. Now sometime what would happen that you will come across needs where you might need a table using something distinct. Like say I might need a table with distinct brands. Okay, so how do I create that? So I can go ahead and, so you know how we have used it already, but let's just for an example we want to create a table using distinct brands. So we can say brands equal to distinct item brand, and we get it. Now let's do one thing. Let's create one more table, and this table we are going to generate a sequence of numbers. And for that we have a function which is known as Generateseries. So let's call it as range numbers or ranges, and we will use function Generateseries. In the Generateseries I gave 1, let's say I can say 1, 100, I can say difference of 1, and then I can have it like this. Now let's say if you, and I get the numbers. Now I'm not generating the calendar here, but I can definitely get dates from it. I'm going to give you an example. Like say if I say add columns here, I can definitely go ahead and say there a date, and what I can do is I can start with a particular date, let's say 2018, 01, 01, and I can say plus. Now this is going to give us value, so we have to say value, and we are getting dates. Now the first one is actually adding 1, so we can start with 0, so we can have that. So we can generate number, and from that number we can also generate the dates. So it's not that we all can generate only using the calendar, we can also using generate the dates using Generateseries function. Now I don't want to continue that, because let's experiment a little bit more. Somebody ask you give a table of, let's say, even number or odd number. Now it's starting from 0, so let's say table of even numbers. Let's start from 1, table of odd numbers. Now can I give only a number like a whole number, or can I have a decimal, like can I have a 1? Now these tables could be really heavy. Now this number is right now is not it's a whole number in the format. I need to convert it into a decimal, because initially when we created it was this, and then let's increase the decimal place to 1. And I've created really heavy tables using this Generateseries. So please remember, the more bigger table you create, it will become slower and it will become heavier. It might load a lot of data into that one, so series could be really big. Now the challenge with Power BI is that, we cannot simply enter a number and get it. We need to have a table where that number exists. So that's why we have to create Generateseries. So let's say I want to create a EMI calculator. In that cases, I need that kind of numbers to be available with us, so that we can create those kind of EMI calculator with the rate of interest. So there we need Generateseries again to generate the series for us. Now we also have something known as generate. Now what generate can do? Generate and cross join are two functions which actually can provide us a table across two tables. So I can do a kind of a cross join using both of them. So let's say you want to create a new table, so you can say gen1, and we can say generate, and let's say I want to, let's say what kind of item brand I don't have, isn't it? I have certain item brands in my table. What combination I don't have, let's say for category and brand. So what is the brand category combination I don't have? So I can say distinct item brand, comma distinct item category. So this is going to give me all the combination, all the 12 brands, 13 brands, whichever I have with the 5 categories, 13 multiplied by 65. I have all the combination. Then I want to know what I don't have. So except I want to now know something which I don't have. So I go and take the help from summarize, and I say from summarize from the item table, and I'm grouping it. So item, and I'm not going to have any major. I'm simply going to say just give me the distinct of item and brand. So brand and category. So first is I've taken brand, so I take brand, and then second I taken category. So I'm going to take a category. So what I'm saying here is give me the distinct item categories using the summarize, and I already generated the combination here, which is basically the total combination which is possible using these item and categories. And now I come up with 13 such combination which is not present. So what it is saying, category 2 is not present with item 1. So category 2 is not present with item 1, 6 and 11. Okay. So let's go to our item table, filter category 2, and look at the brands it has. It does not contain those brands. So it contains a brand 9. And generate doesn't contain a brand 9 in category 2. Now same thing I can do using the cross join also. Now let's take one more example. So create a new table. We say cross join. And in the cross join, what we'll say is basically cross join function. Again, in the cross join, we say distinct item, brand, comma, distinct item category. And in both of these functions, we need to take care when we are doing this Cartesian. Basically, they do Cartesian product for us to generate these combination. Again, this should generate 65 rows. Now the column name should not be same. If the column names are same, they are going to give the error. Now I want to do the same except a minus b. So then I go ahead and say, okay, again I want to use summarize item brand. The first one was brand, and then item category. Now again you got such 29 combinations which are not present in our item table. Now they do the same job. Where should I not use cross join or should not use generate? So it said whenever you want to use filter, you have to use generate, don't use cross join. And for that example, we need to bring in a new file. So let's go to the home tab, bring in Excel workbook, and that this Excel workbook is between date ranges. What does it contain now? It contains certain start dates and end date. And what I want is I want to generate each and every date between these dates. So let's load this. So now once this is loaded, and we have now so many tables, we got this sheet one, let's call it date ranges. Now to do that, I want to create a new table. Now there is a column way or there is a major way. There's no column way. Column way can only happen in Power Query. You generate a list and then you expand it. So you can have a major way also, as long as you have a date table. Now I don't want to create a date table. What I want here is basically, I'll tell you the first way, which is basically if I want to do it using the cross join. So I'll say dates in range. So I say cross join. And then I take this date ranges. Then I want to generate a calendar function. So I say, okay, it contains start date, but somehow I'm not getting start date here. I say date ranges. Okay, so I'm not getting, so I'll say, okay, min of date ranges start date, comma max of date ranges and date. So it will contain all the dates, and then it will do a cross join with those dates. For all the dates, what would happen is it's going to bring in all the dates. Now I need to filter. So I need to add a filter clause here, basically filter where what is the new column, which is date. So date should be greater than and equal to start date, and date should be less than and equal to end date. So I add a filter, and now the data is 296. So but actually what is happening here, is basically a cross join is happening, and on top of that cross joining we are filtering. So we are doing additional operation. Now let us see how do we do this using generate, and is it a better option. So create a new table, and we again say dates in ranges 1, and we use generate function. In the generate we give again the date ranges, then we say calendar, and then we say date ranges, and see we are able to get date ranges start date here as a column now, and date ranges and date also as a column here. Two 96 rows we are getting here, and 296 rows we are getting here. There we have done additional processing, here we have done lesser processing. Now it can really make a difference when we have lot of data. So try these special functions out, generate, cross join, and how can they help you to solve complex problems. So let's learn few more DAX function. So these functions are typically around the filtering, ranking, and Firstnonblankvalue, Lastnonblankvalue, and how can we get distinct using some alternate methods. So let's jump on the Power BI and let's try to understand this all function more in details. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a new page, and in that new page let's bring in category from the item. And once we bring in the category, let's also bring in the net measure. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create few all measures here. Let me click on the measure and let me create a new measure, and the new measure which I'm going to create here is, let me call that as cat new all calculate net, and I'm going to call it all. Just simple measure. I said just saying all. Let me create the second measure, which is going to be very much similar to this measure. Let me call it as 1. And in this one, I'm going to say all item. So previous one, I did not say anything. This time I said, okay, this is 1. I'll create one more, and this time I'll say calculate net all item category. So I said all item, I say all item category, the second one. Let's bring in this also into the visual. Now what's the difference? All of them is showing the grand total right now. They are ignoring the context of the category, and we are getting a grand total number, and they can help us in creating percentage of grand total. That's look like a great thing to have. Now let's bring in few slicers here, and let's see how does it behave. So first let's bring in a slicer from item table for category itself. So bring in this, make it as a slicer, Control C, Control V, remove this thing, and then bring in the slicer from brand instead of category, and then bring in one more. And this slicer, the third one, we are going to bring it from the state, and let's try to observe the behavior, what happens. Let me filter category 1. This has no impact on all three. I continue to get the grand total. So whether I use all item, all category, all same behavior is still showing me grand total. Now I go ahead and filter the brand 2. Now I see that the category is filtered because of all categories. Still it is showing the grand total. It's behaving like an all selected for the category. It's not behaving like all, at least for this one. It means because I'm not using the same column from that dimension, now the all is not working. Now here in the second one, if you remember, we've used all item. So from the item dimension, it is still ignoring all the filters. So we are still getting the grand total on all the rows because still it is able to ignore the filters from the item table. Now the third one, if you see here, is basically with the all is again ignoring all the filters. Now we are fine. Okay, so when we take with category, if we filter category only, then it's going to ignore it's going to ignore the category, it's going to ignore the filter of the category also. Now let's bring in the filter from another dimension. Now the dimension itself is changing. Now what happens when I change the dimension? Now look, the item and the item cat both are showing the filtered data for Arizona. Now they're showing the same values because definitely they are showing the grand totals, but this cat all new where I don't have any filter is not impacted by my filters, and it is showing me the grand total here. So this is why, like, percentage of grand total, which basically is, kind of fixed. So if I want a fixed kind of grand total, I don't want any thing which is updating it, I can use that kind of behavior. So now this is different behavior of, all you have seen in 3 different things. Okay. Now let's join hand with all selected. So let's say what happens if I start with, and we'll keep on adding one by one. So now cat new all cell, and let's start with all selected. Let's bring in all selected. Now what's happening here? This is behaving same as all because it's other dimension. Let's start with category. It do filter category, but if there are 2 of them, it shows the grand total for both of them. So for all the selected one, it shows. So the category any filter will apply. Now that's the difference. All the filters is going to apply, and it's going to show the total which is coming out. But when I came from the brand, see, I don't immediately it starts showing me this number. Now this is impacted, this is impacted. So the all selected basically is giving me the selection is always obeyed. So if I select further, so whatever I am selecting, that they are getting carried forward. Okay. So this is my first version. Now what happens in the second version? All cell, all selected, item, and let me call it all cell 2, and let me bring this into the visual. What happens when I filter category? The last 2 behaving same. Select more than 1 category, last 2 behaving same. Brand, last 2 behaving same. 2 brands, last 2 behaving same. Okay. Arizona, last 2 behaving same. And the reason for this behavior is basically in all selected, we do obey the filters which are coming in. And because we are obeying the filter, it's making us it's giving us almost similar kind of behavior with the all selected, whether I used item, whether I used, because the filter will be honored. So Arizona filter, if I give in, it's going to be honored. The brand filter I'm going to give it, it's going to be honored. And that's why we are getting those kind of result. Now, when we are using other dimension, especially even with the all, it kind of behaving like all selected. Unless we use the all bracket without mentioning any table, or we use all of sales table, which is my center table. So this is all and all selected, and we'll continue to explore other functions. Let's try out remove filters. Now remove filters would also have very similar behavior as all, but let's try it out. So let's do this. Let's duplicate the all page, and let's remove all of them, and let's create a major. Let's start with major, which is remove filters 1. So we say calculate, we say nat, and we say remove filters. Let's say, can it work without table? It's working. If I apply filters, though filters is reducing the context, that's what the filter can do. that it can reduce the context, but the grand total is not changing. Same way it's behaving like all. Now let's move one more step further, and let's try remove filter 2. And here now this time around we'll say remove filters of item table. Behaving same, but it takes the filter from the state. So we say only remove the filter of the item tables. So the moment we came outside the item table, it is start obeying the filters. So let's take it, remove filter item brand. Let's call it remove filter 3. Now it's filtering, and I actually said brand, so it's actually giving the correct values also. Category, let me say, so it should ignore the category context. So Arizona, same is coming. Now brand, the brand filter start obeying the moment I say category, because it's only the category filter which is going to be ignored. So when I'm only filtering category, it's not filtering, and it's filtering. Now let's do a little bit more thing here with this one. Can I do something like this? I go ahead and say remove filter 4, and I say sales, comma, table name or column name, and I say, let's say item category geography state. Can I say like that? Let's try that out. So that cannot work, but we are going to experiment all except in some time. This is not allowed here. Let's try removing the sales table and see can it work. Again it is asking from same table, so it can be from same table, means I can ignore item brand and then other can work. So I can have item brand, but I cannot have across table. And what we are doing, because the next function we are going to experiment is except, all except, and then we will try to create certain subtotals and grand totals. So this is not going to work, so let's remove this and say item brand. And now what would happen is they're coming from the same table. Now the brand filter, for the fourth number, the brand filter is also getting ignored. So category and brand have no impact, but yes, geography will have. So now this is remove filters. Let's understand all except. Now all except says that, you know, it's basically wanted to only filter what you are giving. So let's bring in a different visual here. So what I'm going to bring in here is basically I go to geography table, I bring in state there, make it as a table visual, then I bring in city, let me make it as a matrix visual. Let's bring in net. Now let's try all except. So we create the first function all except. So what I want here is I want to calculate net, and let's say I want percentage of what percentage each city is contributing in the state. I don't want the grand total. I don't want that all selected or remove. Here, I just want that percentage of subtotals. For that, I need the state total. So what we can say all except geography state. So don't obey any other filter other than geography state. That's what we wanted to say. In the geography table, don't obey any other filter other than geography state. So let's bring in here. Now you can see the state totals are also coming at the city level. Okay. Now we could have used remove city also. That would have also given us the state level total. So basically that's kind of, you know, exclude, and this is kind of include. Okay. And we're going to make it fixed also. Now this is basically kind of fixed only, but it has, you know, a filtering mechanism. Now when I bring in, let's say, a city slicer here, and I try to filter something. Now let's look at one of the city here. Now we can't have, you know, if I select single city, it's going to show me the single city, but what's the grand total it's showing? What's the total it's showing? It is still showing me this number. Remember this number. At the grand total number, this number, and the state level, it's showing me this number. So what's happening here is basically the state context is not going away. But what happens if I start filtering, let's say, brand or category? What happens in that case? So I bring in this brand slicer, and let me filter brand 6. Now the moment I filter the brand 6, the all except allowing the value to pass. And why all except is doing that? Because you said you have to ignore everything in the geography table other than state. So when you were talking about city or state, it's doing that. But the moment you go across the dimension, it's free to filter it out. So now what should I do? So now I go in the all except and I create one more version, which is, you know, very similar to what we call fixed level of detail. Now here, instead of geography, I say sales. Sales is the center table from where the major is coming in. And let me call it as all except 1. Now you see the brand 6 is still filtered, but my subtotal is still same. So now I'm getting subtotals. So time has come to create our first subtotal, and we'll say percent of subtotal. Now depending on what we need, we can use one of them. So basically it is divide, and in the divide we can use net, and we can use all except 1 or all except what we wanted to achieve using that. So we got percentage of subtotal, and we can mark this column as percent column to get it. So each of the state is going to become 100%. Now and this is 100%. So when it start getting filtered, so the values have reduced here, the net values have reduced, and that's why you still see it's still calculating based on that 100%. So when you say brand 1, the brand 1 is actually 14% for Arizona. Okay, so that's why it is happening. Now when I don't have any filter, that's 100%. So if you want that filter obeying, then you use that the other mechanism. Now that's the one mechanism we can get. And similar one more mechanism we can have, percentage of grand total, is basically remove filters can also be used. Now again, what we wanted to get out of it, that it will entirely dependent on that, but you can say calculate net and remove filters, and definitely I can only remove the filter of city here. So I need to remove the geography city here, because if I remove all, or if I remove the state filter also, then it will no more be percentage of subtotal, it will become something else. And let's move this little bit overlapping, we'll adjust it. We need more space, and let's bring in subtotal 1, and let's mark it as percentage, and you can see we are getting similar result, but the behavior might not be same. Like when I do this brand, now this is again 100%, okay, because it brand can filter. When I go to city filter, both of them going to behave same. Okay, now percentage of total if I need. Okay, so for percentage of total, again one of the way is basically we use those all measures. Now all measures which is simply having the all were giving the grand total, so they're going to ignore everything and it's going to give us, or we can say ignore the geography dimension and give us the percentage of grand total, because this one contains geography only. So those are the ways we can get percentage of grand total. So what we can do here is basically let's get percentage of grand total or percentage of total only, and that could be divide net comma calculate net comma all mark it as a percentage column. Now if I do it, this is going to remain whatever it is. So let's see one of the cities from here. This is 0.52%, still remain 0.52%. Now there could be one more version basically where we say all geography I'm not talking about city right now because I have geography state as well as city inside this visual. So I only bring in now percentage of total, the one. You have to scroll a little bit and understand this. Let's make it as percentage column. So the first time without filter, the things should look very similar. And when I go here in this city, it still looks similar. But the moment I go to the brand, you will be able to observe the difference. Now this one is still based on the grand total which we had initially without any filter, but this is obeying this one, and the overall grand total is still going to be 100% in this case. So now you know how to calculate percentage of total, percentage of subtotal, how remove filters, all except, all and all selected can be used to do that. So go ahead and try that out. Let's now look at the rank function. How can we use rank function in Power BI? So rank, we can use rankx function. It can be used in calculated column as well as measure. So first let's explore here how can we use it into measure. We will later in time intelligence will come across example where we will be doing rankx in a column. So let's say I have a city, I'm bringing in city into my table, and let me also bring in net is lying here in my measures. And so if I sort it descending, this is how it looks like. Now what I wanted to do here is I want to create a rank. I want to say city, this is city 1, city 2, city 3, city 4. This is how I want to create. So I would like to create a measure. Now clicking here from the table tool or measure tool, whatever is visible, you can go ahead and create a new measure. So when you create a new measure, we are going to use rankx. So let's call it city rank. I'm calling it city rank 1 because we have a couple of options and we're going to explore that 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll say rankx all. You can have all and all selected, and we need to differentiate between these two. All geography city, value is net, and then third parameter we will leave right now, descending, and dense. Now what does descending means? I want the highest value at the top and the lowest value at bottom. Dense means, let's say there are two ranks which are 1 and 1. Then the next rank would be 2. If there are two ranks which are 1 and 1 and you want next rank to be 3, it is skip. It is by default skip, and also dense is by default. So even if you don't use, it will create a dense rank. So it will create a skip rank with descending order. So skip is default and DESC descending is default. So now let's add this measure into the Power BI. Let's create one more measure, all with all selected. So let's call it city rank 2. Just copy pasted the code here and we'll say all selected. Now there is no difference, but look one at what happened when I select a city into a slicer. So let me do one thing. Let me go here to the format, slicer settings, selection, show select all, control and remove few of them. Now you can see when I removed couple of values, the first rank, if you see, is starting here from 3, not from 1. The reason is, even though the cities are removed, their ranks are intact. But that's not with the all selected. In all selected, it is only considering those ranks for which the data is right now available in the selection. And because it's all selected, that's how it behaves. We have also already seen that. Now there is one more rank behavior which you should be aware of. So I'll show you a couple of examples and then you will understand how this rank behaves. So let me do one thing. Instead of doing this, let me duplicate this page. So right click, duplicate page. Now let me make it a little bit smaller and erase it, and let me bring in state here. Now the moment I bring in state, and let me sort on state first, state, and then with the shift let me sort on net. Now you will observe that the rank is rearranged itself inside the state. Now I'm going to tell you how you can get this rank, but even if you don't do it, the rank is going to rearrange itself inside the second or the third value which is being used in the visual, which is not present in the rankx function in the table. So in the rankx function, if you remember, we have used city, state is not present, so the rank is getting distributed inside the state. Now there is what would happen because of that, and let me take you one example. Let me bring in city ID. Now why all the ranks are 1, and let me even remove state here. The reason here is the city ID is not present in my rank, and when the city ID is not present and I wanted to create a rank, the entire ranking is happening inside the city ID. So city rank inside the city ID, because that was one which is not present, and because of that my rank is now 1 1 1 1 for everything, because there is only one city inside the city ID. Previously for state we had multiple cities, so it was working. So now you know the reason. If you getting rank 1, why are you getting that? So now how can I correct that? So can I bring in some rank which can consider both of them, or can I have a rank which is at the geography level or the table level? So now the table level rank can benefit in this case, because the table itself is at the city and city ID level. Okay, so rank 3 we create at the city level, the geography city ID and city level, geography table level. Sometime we might not have that level, or let's say consider both of them. Let's say you don't have that flexibility having both at the bottom level, then how do we do that? So here I'm considering 2 columns. In the city rank 4 I'll consider 2 columns, and in city rank 3 I'm considering the complete table. And let's see what happens when we add these. Now when the visual is selected, I can simply check this checkbox and get them inside. Now you see both the ranks are correct here, And the reason for that is basically because the geography, city and city ID both are at the lowest level, so the geography rank also only on geography is also working. So now we got this. Now how do I actually get that rank in which I have actually used state wise, city wise rank? So do I need to always consider a rank, or is there a better method to get a rank for state city? Means you want to get a rank for the city inside a state. So the rank you can get for in such cases is basically, so let's copy this formula once again. And this time what we are going to do is, so there is one way where we can combine the rank. So you know, now if you bring in both of them, now even if I combine, let's say if I combine, you know, you're going to get a continuous rank. Now if I combine and then I want still the rank to be at state and city level, then what I need to do is, possible with both all and all selected, filter all geography state equals to max geography state. So what we are saying, in the context, whatever is the state, max means whatever is available in that row. Even if it is not available, where you are using max, go and find out in the table using max. So if there are more than one value, one of the value will come. So this is basically the row value. Okay. And this is the entire table getting filtered because you have used all for state and city. So for entire data getting filtered for state and city. Now we got this rank 5. Let's bring in here. Now let me make it a little bit smaller, this one a little bit bigger, and you will again see the ranks are distributed inside the state. Okay, the same way when we only use city. Now this is when the things are across the dimension. We can bring in a combined rank. We can bring a rank which is basically for state. Inside the state we can get the city ranks. We can get a combined state city rank. I could have used both of them, just like I add city ID and city. But can I get a combined rank across dimension? I want to create a rank on, let's say, state and brand. So if I bring in brand here, if I bring in state here, now what would happen? If I bring a brand rank, then that would rank inside the state. If I bring in the state rank, that would, you know, rank inside the brand. How do I get the combined rank? Okay, so we used all selected. Can't we use the same? Let's try that out. So can we do it cross dimension? Rank brand state. So we'll say rankx all selected geography city item brand, second argument net, third argument empty, fourth descending optional, fifth DESC. We need it, if otherwise it will be skipped. Now it's saying no, all non-blank value, all selected, remove filter, come from one table. Okay, so what should I do then? Let's take the another route. Let's bring in summarize. Summarize can do across tables. So we say sales. We know the sales is central table for both of them, and with the sales I should be able to get both geography, city and item brand because they are on the one side. So I can have a table like that which contains all these group data, and then I can use net. Then it's not showing any error in the formula. Let's bring in this formula. What happens? Now we have done one mistake here. State we need to bring in because we have state here in the visualization, not the city. And which state we have? geography state and item brand. Geography state and item brand. So why it's not working? Because we missed all or all selected here. So once you do that, you start seeing the ranks. Now you might have observed that still rank is not correct. Why this rank is not correct? Because we are forgetting there is one more column which is actually participating, which we are not considering. What's that column? So if you remember, some time back we went to this brand and we say sort by column is brand ID. So actually brand ID is participating and we are not considering that inside our rankx function, and that is what causing this issue. So what we should do right now? So one way is we add brand ID, or second way is we remove the sort by column from it. So right now I remove the sort from here, and let me come back and see. The moment I do that, then the rank is correct. So now if you have a column which is having a sort by column used, be careful while you are creating rank. If you are not getting it correctly, just go and make sure that either it is added, you use the table level, or you include it in the rankx, or if that's not needed, then you can correct it by removing the sort by column. So this is one more challenge which you can face on the rankx. Now we are done with this. Now how do I get only 1 rank, 2 rank, 3 rank? One of the easiest way is to filter the rank here. Is, you know, having a filter on the rank is less than equal to, let's say, 10. So I can apply a filter. Now this is most suitable for combined ranks whenever you have, but if you have, let's say, only one, let's say I have brand and I want net and I want only top 5, then I don't need to do this much also. I can go here and say topn, and this is only visual level filter, and I can bring in net here and I can say give me top 5. So I have this topn. Now topn is available in the visual level filter, but we also have topn available as a function. So the next function which we are going to see is topn. And how do we use the topn function? Let's explore. So let's create one more table. Let's copy paste this table. We will compare the results there. Now let me erase this so you get everything. Now we want to bring topn. So let's create a new measure, topn. So there is a function topn. If I use that function topn, then what would happen? Let's see. So first is alki n value. So I say only 5 value I need. Can it be dynamic? We need to explore. Then it is asking table. So we say, okay, fine, all selected. Item brand or all item brand. We can take anything what we like depending on the requirement. Then order by expression here is net. What is the order? Ascending, descending? We say descending. So we got this. Is it going to help us out? Okay, we need to see that. Topn. It's erroring out. Why? It is saying calculation in measure brand wise topn table of multiple values was written, because topn returns a table. It doesn't return a measure. So that's what we need to do. Calculate net, and it is not necessary you calculate net. You can calculate gross also. But when you want the topn of gross on basis of net, let's say you say basis on the net, give me topn table, and I want gross also, I want net also, I want margin also, and all of them should have topn on based on net. Then you will have net here. Otherwise you can have their own topn. So what is happening right now? Still there is some error which is we are seeing, and to remove this error you need to say values item brand. Once we are done, you will only be able to see 5 values. And now you can actually remove this net and you will only get the 5 values. And if I sort it descending, these are the same 5 values I was getting in the other table. Now, what happens when I bring in gross, or let's say discount percentage, something like that. Now, topn disc percentage. Now, I can have a measure which is discount percentage, but I'm not using it in the topn. So what is happening here is, you see this brand 5 is, and this is almost kind of similar values. So maybe we add some more decimal places, let's say 3. And enter if it can differentiate. Now let's sort on this. Now when we sort on this, are these the top n or not? Let's create one more and see, are these top n of discount? Because they might not be top n of discount, they are top n of net, and it is possible that discount have some other top n. Let's bring in this also. I can check because the table is selected, and you can see discount has its own top n. So, and they are different from the top n of brand. So that is why when you need such a top n, either you can use the top n filter, you have to use same top n, or you can use this top n measure itself as a filter. I can go ahead and say this top n is not blank. Then I'll get only those records. And because I'm using all selected, this top n got adjusted automatically. Okay. So either you create all the measures with net, or use this measure is not blank to filter rest of the table. Now, how can I make this as a dynamic top n? Okay. So we have top n, we want a dynamic top n. So what I want here is basically, I have brand and net, brand and top n. Can I make it little bit dynamic? So can this n be dynamic? So to make this dynamic, what we are going to do, we are going to go to modeling tab. Inside the modeling tab, we have something known as numeric new parameter numeric range. We have field parameters also, which we are going to explore after some time. So numeric range. So we take numeric range. Inside the numeric range, right now I have only maximum value as 20. I have 13, so I can keep it 20. Increment of 1, I need 1. Minimum, I don't even need 0. I can start with 1. And default is 5. So if I don't select anything, give me 5. And I say create. Now what does this do is, basically this is going to create a table using Generateseries. And I have not changed the name, so the name of the table should be parameter. You can change the name. If you have not changed the name, it will become a parameter. And you can see it's a Generateseries 1,0, and it already created a measure parameter value which we can use. So what you can do is, basically you bring in this measure and you can check its value. And it's using selected value with the default, so that if you have not selected, then it gives you 5. If I enter 6 here, it will be 6. Now how do I get a dynamic top n? So we don't have to do much. Just search our top n measure, and in the top n, instead of 5, give this parameter value, just give this measure, and it is now 6. I want top 1, it's top 1. I want top 10, it's top 10. So you are able to create dynamic top n with the help of numeric range. So use this modeling option, new parameters. Previously it is also known as what if parameter. Now it is known as only new parameter or parameters. So use parameters and do that. So try these out, and we'll continue to learn new things. Now let's explore first non-blank value and last non-blank value. And they are different from first non-blank and last non-blank. So let's explore what does these functions can do. First, take an example what actually I wanted to do. Let me bring in my date wise data for you, and there could be many examples around this, but let's explore one example. So I have date, okay, and I have this net. Now let me bring in month wise data, month here and net. Now if you are in a banking sector, inventory, all these places, there is a very big importance of what is my month open balance or month open inventory or opening balance. Sometime that opening balance need to be the first date of the month, and sometime it should be the first available date. So I would like to know here is what is my value, first value in this month, whatever date is available. Then how do I do that? So for that, what we can do is basically we can create a new measure and taking the help of first non-blank value. So we say okay, first value month, because we want it month wise first value. So how do I get that? Calculate first non-blank value date. What is the column on basis which I need to calculate this first non-blank value? Date. What is the expression? Expression means a measure. I can use sum of something, sum of gross sales or something if I want there. So I do this first non-blank value sales, and let me go ahead and do that. So first value of the month. So now you see here is basically what's happening here is, see, this is the 13th value of the 13th. Now this is the value of 1st November. This is the value for 1st December. So I got my value first non-blank value. Now similarly I can also get last non-blank value. Okay, so let's create one more measure and let's copy paste this and change the function only. Last value of month. So last non-blank value. So I bring in this and I bring in this. This I don't need actually. And because the date itself in the context, so that date itself is the last date. Inside that date we don't have many dates. So it's only when you have month or you need to use all except or all and max combination to get that kind of stuff with the date. But here let's say this is 28,000 and then 20,000. So if you look at here on 31st we have 28,836, which is same as here. The decimal place we don't have in the net, and on 30th we have 20,476, 20,476. So we are getting the last value of the month. This is last available value. Now to understand this better, let's take one more example. Now let me bring in customer name. Now let me check out what all sales I have for this customer. So what I will do is, from the sales table I'll bring in sales date. Okay, and now I can bring in my net, or I can bring in my quantity, isn't it? Now I would like to know for each customer what is my first sales. Okay, let's remove this. Let's remove date, or let's bring in. So we say first sales. So calculate, and even calculate is not needed if you don't want here, in this case at least. First non-blank value. Now I have to consider sales date. Okay, and date of date also we can explore, but let's consider sales date. And we don't have to close it here. So what was the first sale? 1342. We got it. What is the next sale of the customer? 10? 1486. What is the first sale of the customer? 43. Okay. So this is my sales. But does it seems like a correct grand total? 15,000 is my grand total. This seems only first 4 value itself will have. Can I correct it? So let's try here. SUMX values customer. Either I can use the customer table only. So one of the way we can try out is we say calculate this at the customer table level because the customer is the lowest one. Can you do that for us? And now you can see total, which seems much more accurate. So when you use this first non-blank value, what happens when you go to the grand total, again the first non-blank value will get calculated. So at that time you might not have that kind of value. So that value for the first non-blank date will come there, and that's why you will not get the correct value. So now to get the correct values, what we'll do is we will actually force it. Now what I've done here is I've forced the sum at the customer table level. If the table level is not your level, it may have a different level. Let's say right now I have the customer name. So you can use values and summarize depending on what level you need. If there are more than one, you can use summarize. And sometime instead of having this as a calculation, you can have that as a separate measure and then you add it as a measure. Have more clean things out here. Again, we are getting the same results. Now we have used values. Similarly, you can try out with summarize. So we understood now these two functions. Now what happened? We have used distinct. If you use distinct count. Now let's look at. So this was the measure, says distinct count cities. Now what happens is basically this measure giving you 100, that's not a problem. On a large data, this might have a problem. Also, how do I find out distinct of more than one column? Can I give a comma separated here? It's giving error. So what should I do? Can I give expression? Something like that, ampersand. So what I'll tell you one way which can help you. So first way is basically using the values just like we have used right now. So we will call it distinct one, and let me create it into a table visual so we can quickly get that. New measure. So we can say count rows values city ID city. Let's add this to visual. 100, same answer. We have multiple cities repeating. Now one more way is there when we need more than one value. Let's say this is distinct to and this time we will use summarize sales. First let me add this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the combination also. Let's say I want, and it can be across dimensions also. So you can take city ID from here and you can take item brand from brand item. So these are the combination we have for city ID and brand. I could have taken city from city geography table or state from the geography table to find out those combinations. So this is a faster way to get this distinct count done. So try this out and try all other things which we have done till now. Let's start our journey for time intelligence, and here we wanted to compare month on month, quarter on quarter, week on week, half year versus half year. We want to check out what is my MTD, QTD, YTD, and want to compare it with the previous month MTD, QTD, YTD. So how we are going to do it? So what we are going to do is we are going to use some dates or total function and previous functions which are readily available in Power BI, and then we will see how do we do it for week, which is basically not having any standard time intelligence function, and that would be the manner you are going to do it for most of the custom periods. And I'll take an example of half year just to showcase you how can you do it for custom periods. So let's go to Power BI, and Power BI what I'm going to do is I'm first start with total MTD to show you month till date. So now what does month till date means? Month till date means, let's say I have a date here and I have some data net. Now if you see on 13th of month, my data should be all data from 1st to 13th. Now because I only have data on 13th, my data would be same as 13th. On 14th it should be sum of first 14 days. So this should be sum of these two. In 15 it should be sum of these 3 days, and it's keep on going till 31st. Till 31st my data would get summed up. So every day is sum of all previous day in that particular month. On the first date of the month it will reset because it's month till date. So on the first date of the month that value would be same because that month started on that day. Second date it will add up. Third date 3 days of data. So month till date is from the start of that month till the date where you are. Now this date could be in slicer, this date could be in the row context, just like what we have here. Okay. So now let's begin our journey. Let's start creating some time intelligence functions. And let's do one thing before let's create one, and then we will create a, so we create a measure, and let's start with total MTD. So let's call it TMTD net, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to just tell you the format of total MTD and then dates MTD, how we can use those functions, what are the arguments required, and post that we will continue with only one, because most of the time the result is same, the only way you are giving the parameters is different. So you have a function total MTD. Now this function doesn't require a calculate because you can have an expression here which is basically net. Now it requires continuous dates. Now I'll give the dates, and we have 6 rules which we need to follow to make sure that our time intelligence work. So we need to look at those, and we are following all of them, but let me showcase you. And then we can have additional filter if we want. Here in this case we don't want it. So let me create this TMTD, and as you can see the TMTD, the first date is the same number, second date is adding, and it's keep on adding till 31st, and then again reset on the 1st of the month, and then keep on adding the values. Now time intelligence is working for us. Now what is making it work and why it can fail? So one of the things which you need to make sure is you need to have a date table, because date table can ensure continuous date. The time intelligence function in Power BI requires continuous date. To ensure that it is continuous, mark it as a date table. So second thing, ensure that you mark the table as a date table. So on the right click of the table, you have an option mark as date table, and it is already marked as a date table. If it is not marked, mark it as a date table, and it will ask for a date, and you can choose a date, and it will ensure that it is a continuous date. Third thing, which is you need to have your join of your date table with the fact which you have. Now this date join should be on the column which don't have any timestamp. That is another thing to ensure. Now this date join should be single directional also. So you have a date column which doesn't have a timestamp, you have to ensure, and this join should be on this join should be single directional. What happens if you have a timestamp? So let's take an example. Let's say I have a timestamp. Then let me create a new column. We have fairly some additional columns here. Let me create a sales date 1. We don't need this. Oh, if I modify this, you will face some error. In the existing visual, we might face some error. So let's not do that. So let me create sales date 1, what I'm going to do here is sales date plus I add some time to it, 2,0,0, 2 hours I'm adding just for the showcasing. And you need to have a format where you can see the time, because if you make it as a date, it would look like, you know, date doesn't have a time. So you say, oh, my date doesn't have a time, it's not showing correctly. No, it has a time. Only when you change it to date time, and you will be able to, and you choose a format where the time is visible, you will be able to see that. Now, one thing you should understand, that if you change the data type in DAX from date type to date, it is not going to become date. You do it in Power Query, it will become date. But if you do it in DAX, it's not going to become date. It still internally have the date. Now, if your join is on date 1, so if I move this join to date 1, then you will see what is going to happen. You will say my time intelligence is not working, my net is coming against the date which is blank. All these issues will happen. So the date should not have timestamp. So what you can do here is you can use a function date value, which can actually take out the date part. It can convert a text also into date, but it can also help in this. Now everything is coming correct. So I'm just going to move it back, and then you have to make it single directional, because when you start filtering, and if you filter certain things, it might throw you an error that you don't have a continuous dates, because the join is bidirectional. Having a bidirectional join means the values which are reduced in the fact table are going to be reduced in the date table also, and it might not get the continuous dates. So these 5-6 things are which I've told you, you need to make sure. The one more thing, which is the thing which you must remember, that you are going to use the date or the period from the date table. So I'm using date from the date table. If I need, let's say, month here, I'm going to bring it again from the date table only. What happens if I don't bring it? You say, fine, you're saying, why should I be bothered about that? How does it matter for time intelligence if I bring it from some other table? Isn't it? I would like to bring sales date. Let me bring sales date, and it may not work as you intended. So these are the things you need to make sure. And same way, slicer also or filter also should come from date table. So all these things you ensure to make sure your time intelligence is working properly, just like we have seen it here. It's working for us. Okay, now we got MTD, and MTD is going to give me month data. Why is going to give the month data when I use month here? Why it's giving the month data? Because it's going to take the last date of the month in this case, and we'll discuss it further. What does that mean? So I got TMTD, and now I can create a folder to keep our time intelligence thing. So let me call it new folder TI, and it moves to a TI, and we'll try as many as we can create here. So let's click on this, and let's try to create a new measure. Now we are going to use datesmtd function. So we call it net mtd, or we could have called mtd net, calculate net. Now dates mtd function is kind of going to return the table, and I'll explain you what it's going to return. So it's going to return the continuous set of dates, and so it's going to return a table. Whenever we get table, we add it to a filter clause so that the data can get filtered out. So for each of the date, it's going to return us a set of dates, and those dates we are going to use here. So we got a net mtd, we are going to bring it here, and you will not see any difference the way two functions are working. All the values would be same. So now onwards, what we are going to do is we are going to only keep working with one function, and you can try out the second function in the similar fashion. What does this datesmtd gives us? Now we know we can't take it dynamically if we create a table, but at least it's worth checking what exactly it is giving to understand, you know, the functionality of datesmtd. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's click on any of the table and say new table, and we create it, and let's call it mtd table. and let's go ahead and check that out. Now you see it's giving the 1st December 2020 to 31st December 2020. So first question might arise, why it is 1st December, not any other month? Okay, that's the first question. Before I answer that question, let me go to a new page and let me call this as MTD page. Let me go to a new page, and in the new page, let me bring in this net MTD. So our second measure is not in our folder. We can't move it from here, we'll move it later. Okay, fine. Let's bring it on a card visual. The value is not there. It was giving value here, isn't it? October it was giving value. Why it's not giving value here? And the answer lies in the table we created. What was that table giving us? It's when nothing is available, the MTD function has to take the date. From where is going to take? It's going to pick up the last date available in our calendar. Where is our calendar ending? And tables are static. So that's why it was taking, it can't take a slicer value or row context value or anything. Slicer filter value it can't take. So that's why it was taking some value, and that value was coming from calendar auto, and calendar auto is ending our calendar at what date? It was ending our calendar on 31st December. And if you go here and if you look at the date table, the max date you should find as 31st December. Sort descending 31st December. So the max date is that. Does that mean if I change that, my MTD can change? I can control that. Let's try that out. And we are going to do what we have done in the past also. Let's take it till max of sales date, or even the end of month max of sales date. Now max of sales date is going to ensure that we are on, see, 320. Now what MTD has to say for us? Look at what MTD is saying. It's coming from the date of date. So now the table has modified, reloaded, because that table has some changes. This table also got changed, and we are getting a value. And now you know why we are getting value, because we are getting those 3 days. So now whenever you use MTD function, you are not having a slicer, you are not having a filter, you know how to control it. Now sometimes it is not possible to do that. So then you need to have those filters. And if you remember, for such things, we have created in our date table this month, last month. And sometimes you don't want this month, last month. You might to have last month, last data month, or latest month. So some people, what they does is basically they don't do this. They also do this. Alt enter. And we are going to use the max of sales date. And from other table, anything I'm bringing in a column, it's going to be this. And I'm going to call it as latest month. And we should be careful, because we are doing a sorting, then we should be careful. This month and latest month, one of these is coming. Switch is going to ensure that is only one thing is coming. Now latest month. Now what would happen in that case is, now let me do one thing. Let me move back a little bit. Calendar auto. Now again it should become blank. Now but what I can do is I can bring in is month. I can bring in slicer. I can bring in search, latest month, and let me save it here. Let me save my file on this one. Okay, what would happen? It will always be latest month based on the data which is changed in the sales table. Every time I load the data, latest month will change based on the data I have, and I'll always get the correct MTD, QTD, YTD. Also we are going to do now. So I got my current month. Let's quickly get QTD and YTD also. So let's duplicate this page, and in this one let's start with QTD and YTD. Now we are not going to do with two functions, we are only going to use one of the functions. So let's remove TMTD. Okay, let's create a new one. Now the functions are very simple for these things. Okay, we are going to use datesmtd, so let me call it net qtd. We are going to use datesqtd here. Calculate net datesqtd something seems to be wrong. Let's see. Date of date, it's not suggesting. Are we creating a major? Yes, we are creating a major. Net qtd net date of date. Yeah, it started suggesting. And let's bring in, now what is quarter till date? Let's understand that. Now quarter till date means from the start of the quarter, and we are using standard quarters here, and there is no way you can use non-standard quarter because Power BI is not asking you from where your year is starting. And typically if your year is starting from 1st month, 4th month, 7th month or 10th month, datesqtd is going to do good job for you. The reason being, it's QTD. Start from the quarter, it doesn't matter it is 1st quarter, 2nd quarter, 3rd quarter, as long as it is giving me the correct values. So QTD is going to do a good job. Now this quarter is going to start on 1st October. We don't have data for 12 days. So this is going to give us the data from 13th and keep on adding. And it's not going to have a reset on month end. No. Again, next month, no reset on the first date. First date, there is no reset. The reset would happen on the 1st January, which is the next quarter. Then it will continue to increase till 1st April. 31st March, it will continue to increase. And 1st April, there will be a reset. Because it's a quarter. And same way when you look at the month wise data, October, November, December, it keep on adding. January again, January value. February again, adding value. 3rd month again, value is getting added. The 4th month, which is the 1st month of the quarter, again, the values are same. And it takes the last value in the April. So it's not going to be that every day's QTD is not going to add. It's the last day's QTD of that month is going to come. Okay. So it's not that, you know, if it is QTD on 13th and then QTD of 14th and 15th is going to add up. No. So in turn, what is happening is basically they also give you month value and quarter value whenever you are not using the date. So at the quarter level, I'm going to get quarter value. At the month level, I'm going to get month value. So pretty interesting stuff here. Now let's quickly create a YTD measure also. So new measure, net YTD, calculate net dates YTD, date of date, date from the date table. That simple thing we are doing. Now what does YTD means? Now YTD, here there are two parameters. We are only using one, and I'm going to explain you about the second parameter very soon. Let me add it to this table. It requires a little bit of space, I think. Now YTD means from the start of the year, and this YTD right now without the second parameter is standard. YTD do provide us what year end date you want. Year end date means it will automatically calculate how the year is going to start. Okay, it's only asked for a date, not the year. We'll show you how to do that. So now right now what is going to happen? My standard year start from 1st January. We don't have data till October, so it's keep on adding from October till December. Now 31st December is end of quarter, end of year, and this was the first quarter we have data, so that's why the data is matching. Now the first quarter of the year again started on this one, and the year is also started. So see, look, month started, quarter started, year started, all of them has a reset. Now in the second month, only month will reset, no reset for quarter, no reset for year, and we'll keep on moving. 3rd month, similar things will happen. On the 4th month, the month got reset, the quarter also got reset, there is no reset for year. and we have to continuously move down till the time we reach again the 1st January, where all three get reset together. So 1st January 2020 we got all the reset together till 31st. The year is accumulating, the quarter is getting accumulated for the last quarter. This is for the last month accumulation which is happening. So from the start of the year till the date which you are looking at, now the date could be in the row context, date can come from the filter or the slicer. So whatever date is coming, based on that date is going to be calculated. It's not that, let's say if I filter October, here all the dates are coming and that date has, even if I filter 31st, see the value for the 31st is coming, the complete month value is coming. It's only not only the 31st value. So MTD, QTD, YTD is going to make sure that is happening. See, right now in the filter you only have 31st because you have clicked here. It is same as selecting 31st in the slicer. So if I select the November 5th, the data will be based on the November 5th data. Okay. So the entire, it's not because I have all the dates here that's why it is coming. No, even if the dates are not available in the context, even that it will bring in all the dates for that particular dates from the start of the month, from the start of the quarter, from the start of the year, depending on the function you're using, and going to give you the correct value. Now we have learned how do we get MTD, QTD, YTD. I want to learn how do I get last month MTD, last month QTD, last year YTD, or last year MTD also, or last year QTD also. How do I get that? So let's begin our journey for previous, and not previous here because previous is another function which we can use. So we want the last. Let's call this as last. MTD, QTD, and YTD. Okay, so we bring in date and we will bring in few things and then keep on moving based on the requirement. So MTD. So MTD, there are two variations we can try out. There could be many, like you want to go 2 months back, 3 months back, 4 months back, that's all possible. I want to go 1 month back, 1 year back. Then for QTD, we'll only try one year. There is only one option. So what I want to go, I want to go 1 month back. So how is there a function in to do that? So what we do is net LMTD. Okay. So I say net LMTD, and in this one, what I say, calculate net. I'm again going to use dates MTD only, but in the dates MTD, what I'm going to say, date add. And remember, I was telling in the previous videos also that it need to be a continuous date, and that's why date add need continuous date, because I'm going to move the entire data a month back minus 1 month. So what I'm saying is move the entire data set a month back. So the what dates MTD is getting, so whatever month I have, it is going to get one less month than that, and that is why it need continuous date, because it need to have that last month dates available. So date add function needs continuous date. It doesn't add simply like if you want to add today 1 month, it will not add. It can add on any column in the date table, and that date which it's trying to display you should also be available. Otherwise it might bring in blank. Okay. So now we got date LMTD. Let's see what it's doing for us. Let's scroll down on 13th November, and we start seeing it start rolling up values. Now if you are looking these value at the date level, it might not give you the last date value on the last date, but if you are looking at the month level, let's say you bring in month here, and with the month here, if you want to bring in MTD and LMTD, and you will see the same value repeating, but that was not the case while we looked at 30th. So there would be a small behavior change. It will automatically going to adjust the last month correctly. Now we want to bring in last month, isn't it? Last year same month. That could be one in requirement. Last year same month. So either you subtract 12 month or you subtract 1 year. So LYMTD, very simple, 12 months or 1 year, whatever you like, you can do that. And let's bring in this measure also. here as well as here. Now here you are easily able to see, we don't have to scroll too much, but here we have to scroll almost for a year to get the data on 13th. And see, these are MTD. So on 14th is accumulating and 15th is accumulating. It's not the same as the net value. So it's not the net value. It's not last year's net value on the same date. It is the accumulated value for that one. So it is not 36,000. If you look at the value, first 2 days is not 36,000. Okay. We will learn how to get last year same day value or same weekday value or something like that also. So now we got it. Now let's duplicate this because there are too many things we will not be able to add here. So now let's do same thing for QTD. So let's bring in QTD here. For QTD we will keep things simple. We will say okay, last quarter. We know last year is just 12 months. Okay, so in both the places. Let's bring in last quarter till date. Again, click on a new measure. Right now we can click on a measure and get a measure tool and do that, or wherever we are, if we see the measure we can create that. So we say L net LQTD last quarter till date, calculate net dates QTD date of date. Now this is going to give quarter, but we want to move, so we will say date add, and we'll pass the date to date add instead of passing it to QTD. datesqtd -1, and you can have a quarter also here. So we are saying now move one quarter back, no 1 month back, no 1 year back. Right now we want to move a quarter back. So we moved a quarter back, and we move quarter back. You can see here the thing, but how it is happening. And for this one you have to wait till 13th of January. You got to get the value. We got the quarter. Same way we can get year also. So let's try out one more new measure, and that's going to give us net YTD LYTD, basically last year till date. Now for year it is only year till date. It is not two option. Okay, so net comma dates YTD date add date of date comma -1 comma year. Bring it here, bring it here. I would wait for an year, as you can see there on the other one, to get the first value. Now one thing which we have not done here is we have not tested. How do we get it for financial year? We say dates YTD has additional clause that can give us this one. Okay, so before I compare and create MOM, QOQ or YOY, I'll create one of them and rest you can create. So let's check out this YTD. How can I get it? FYTD. So net FYTD, calculate net dates YTD date of date comma 3/31. Our year, let's say, end in March. So from 1st April the year is starting, and let's bring it here only. And if you see here, this is because this is the last year one. So last month till date we have, last year month till date also is there. Now you will see the scroll. Now let's observe what happened on the 1st January. On the 1st January, you don't see a reset. because this is not going to reset on 1st January. The reset will happen on 1st April. So the 1st April value is same because our year is starting from 1st April. So that is FITD. But when you do the trailing of this net FITD, which is where we have to come back here, then how do I do that? We are going to keep it very simple. LYFTD, same as this one, but here only the first argument we are going to change, just like we have changed it for the YTD. So here we are going to say -1 year. It's not going to change even if it is a financial year, because each year is year behind, isn't it? Whether it is a financial year or whether it is a non-financial year. Now what would happen is the values will be just, accumulation would be different. So the reset in the LYTD will also happen after April. So in April 2022 we are going to see the reset. So here what would happen when you reach 2020, there would be a reset here. There is no reset here. We have to move till April of 2020 to see a reset here. Here you are seeing the reset April has reached. So that's the difference. So what we are doing, we are moving the dates behind 111. Now how do I calculate month on month or quarter on quarter? Now above month level it is month on month, above quarter it is quarter on quarter, above year it is year on year. For MTD, above month or above level you can have month on month. For quarter level, quarter on quarter, or for year level, year on year. That would be comparison. And so you can always compare like this. So how do I get, let's say here, let's add one more, let's duplicate this and let's add one more thing. Here is, I want to compare month on month. So MTD versus LMTD, or here also I want to add month on month. So let's remove this. So how do I compare? So diff or diff percentage, we only calculate, let's say diff percentage or change percentage, sometime we call it. So there are a couple of methods. One method is you divide and then you do -1, or the second method is, which I'm going to use here, is divide current. Always we say current, which is MTD. So diff percentage, we have a couple of ways. One way is basically we can have current divided by prior -1, or the second way which I'm going to use is current minus prior divided by prior. So current is what is MTD, which is net MTD minus LMTD, net LMTD, comma, big, and now I don't need parentheses because in the divide we have already have numerator and denominator separator, and I can have here is LMTD. So we got this change percentage or diff percentage, whatever you want to call it. Now this is your values of the diff percentage, which you get it, and for the dates you have to wait a little bit. Now same way you can create QOQ, YOY, quarter on quarter, year on year, same things can be calculated. Now what we are getting here is MTD, month till date. But you might ask question, can't I compare 13th of November with 13th of October? Is there not a way in Power BI to do that? Why should I get MTD? Or 14, let's say at least 13th is the first one, so you can compare with MTD 14th. We learned half of that method while doing these things. What's that method? So let's, now we say, and we'll take one or two example, and what I call them is trailing measures. Trailing means they trail behind certain things, certain days, month, quarter. So let's create our first trailing measure, trailing behind a month. So I call it trail month, and again this can be also be used for trail month, and this time I say calculate net, and we don't use MTD QTD, we simply use this dated, which we have done last time. We say you trail the dates by a month and give us the result. What happens? Let's see. If you want day behind, trail by a day. So trailing month, see 15,000, 21,000, 37,000, and again there could be a small little bit difference if the number of days in the month are not same. That seems pretty good. Tail month, okay. Let's look at with the month here, trail month, and net. See, working fine. That's give us good. So if I want last week same day, trail by 7 day, trail 7 days or week, 1 day is 1 day, simple. Calculate net date add date of date minus 7 minus day. We are trailing by a week now. If you want to trail by a day, one day, 2 day, 3 day, 5 day, any number of days. And one important trail which I'm going to tell you now. And to understand this trail 1 week also, we need something which is weekday here, otherwise we'll not understand this. So let's bring in weekday. See, this was, let's bring in weekday name. So this was a Saturday and the data has came on Saturday. This was a Sunday, this came on Sunday. What happens if I want the same thing last year? Last year, Saturday, what was the data? I can't trail by 1 year. So let's trail by 1 year. Is it going to give me Saturday or not? Trail by 1 year. How do we trail by 1 year? We have to write down year because it may be a little bit different. So we say trail by 1 year. And we add it here. Now here let's scroll down and see on which day we get the data. Our data was starting on Saturday. We got the data on a Sunday. Every day, year we add a day. It's coming on 12th. It's coming on 13th. I needed this data on 12th, right? Because then it will become same weekday last year. So same weekday last year is actually 364 days behind always. So trail 1 week year, and that is 364 days behind. So now we are trailing 364 days, and you will see a little bit of difference here. Now we are on 12th October, not on 13th. We are trailing by 364 days, same weekday last year we are getting. So we know how to get same, we know how to get yesterday means last day, last month same day, last year same day, date, last year same date, and last year same weekday, last week same weekday. So all these we can achieve this using this, and we can take a differential also using this one. Now trail by 1 day, and if you see trail by week, you are still seeing the data. Even in case of trail by month, the grand totals are matching because we have additional dates available in our calendar, and those dates are generating the month, additional month, week and day, where the data is actually not available, and because of that these data points are available when the net is not available, and we are getting the same total. But for a given duration, when you select something, this will give you the correct values. Now there is one more set of functions we have, which is previous functions. So you try those out, and then we'll explore previous function and understand what difference they have from current functions which we have already used. Now let's explore few more functions. We have this function previous month, previous quarter, previous year. So let's explore that. So to do that, let's bring in again our date. In a new page, I'm bringing in date table, date from the date table, and net, and again I need month here, another visual month here, and net. Now that's absolutely fine, we got it. Now let's create a measure. I'm going to create a previous month measure, and now I'm going to call it previous month. How do we do that? Calculate net, function is previous month, and again just like all other time integers function, it takes date, continuous date. So we give a continuous date to the previous month function. We don't want to give anything else right now. Previous month is ready. Let's use it here and here. Scroll down. What is this? Previous month works at month level. You are not going to get data at date level. So it is complete previous month. So good thing is, if you need the complete previous month data, you have a function previous month which you can use. You will get the complete previous month data. As you can see at the month level, this is working fine for us and giving us the complete month data. Now same way, previous quarter and previous year is going to give us the complete quarter and the year data. So let's quickly build those also. So we take this and we bring in previous quarter. Let me call it previous QTR, previous quarter. Again, it required only one. There is no second argument here, comma, no. We have to explore that in year, previous quarter. We bring in, we will not see data here. Let's bring in here previous quarter. And when we went to the January quarter, you can see all the 3 months having same value. They have the last quarter total summed up value. Once we add the quarter one, we will be able to see that. We will do that also. We'll check quarter by quarter. So let's scroll down and see. We should be getting the same value day by day also. Okay, that's great. Now let's, what next? Previous year. And previous year function, let's see, does it has two arguments like the we have in dates one? Previous year. Calculate net previous year continuous dates. And yes, we do have a date function. In case you want for your financial year, you can give a date and year and you can get previous year for that. Let's bring it here. There is some mistake. We have not given anything after saying second argument. If we give the comma, then we have to give the value. And for this year, we will not get a value. For the next year, we should get a value. We are getting the same value as this quarter, and the reason being that was the only quarter available in the year. So this was previous. Now let's see this with the quarter and year. How does it behave? So quarter, year. Let's search for QTD, net QTD, net LYQTD, and previous quarter. Happily seeing that. Previous year, bring it here. Let's bring in year here. From the date table, there are too many years actually. Convert to table visual. Bring in YTD, net YTD, net LYTD. Let's not check with the financial year right now. So you can see this is my net, this is my previous, the numbers are matching. Same way in the quarter, which is matching. Seems like things working fine. But let's understand one thing. Now, get a page. This page is going to really become interesting now. Let's bring in the previous one here now. Previous month. Okay. And let's make it as a card. No problem, isn't it? Card visual. Let's bring in LMTD also. Should show same value, isn't it? Very good, they are showing. Now scroll down. Latest month is selected. And you were expecting that. When I check, nothing is showing. Okay, that's fine. But we do the calendar trick again. So let's go ahead and do the calendar trick. It is important to know that calendar trick. Okay, so we say okay, fine, we'll bring in the calendar trick, and we'll make it a max date, and max date is max date, max sales date, and that should do for us. Isn't it? And let's take it till end of month. Isn't it? Good idea to have that. Let's come back. What happened? Previous month is not giving value. LMTD is giving. And this is the value we have for September. So if we go here and scroll down, this was the value 65k. It's not giving value. Why? To understand that, let's go here, select December. Very happily, both the values are same. Now select November also. Both values are different. What are these values? Let's understand what are these values. Go to MTD. Remember, December is 976, 892, 576 is October. This is October. This is November, and this is December. What is the behavior previous month is showing? So previous month, previous quarter, previous year, consider the first date to calculate that. And here right now, the first date available for calculation was 1st November. And when you haven't selected anything, it was the 1st January 2018, the calendar's first date, and that's why you are not getting previous month. So if you are using previous month, you have to ensure that something is selected, or you are not selecting range, because if you are selecting a range, the previous month is going to be calculated on the first date, not on the last date, if you are expecting that. So you need to be very careful how the previous month is going to give you the value. So previous month is going to give you the value based on the first date, not the last date, where the MTD functions, TD functions, total QTD, total MTD, total YTD, datesqtd, datesmtd, datesytd were working on the last date. And every function has something like that. First date or last date. So you have to check the definition online, what is going to have what. So whether it's going to be first date and last date. And to understand that little bit more, let's put in these here, previous month. Now, when you put previous month here, and when you put LMTD here, you'll be able to understand the difference further. See, LMTD is coming for the Q4 because December is the last month. Based on that, it is able to give us November value. But previous month is not coming because October is the first month in the quarter and there is no data for the September. Now, when you go Q1 2019, you see the previous month is giving the December value. And net LMTD is giving me the February value. And let's look at what is the value 892. February. So that's how. Same way when you add it to year, the behavior will change based on that. Now, before we jump onto the next one, which is, custom time intelligence, especially using week, let's use one more time intelligence function, which is for the last year only. So again, this is last year, same day or whatever you call it, calculate net same period last year. Whatever period you are selecting, the same period for the last year, it will get the data, and it takes one argument, date, continuous date. We are going to give it from date table, and that is why we need date table. So let's bring in this function last year into our visuals and check what does it give. So if I bring in with the year, you can see it gives me the year value for the last year. Let me create a little bit of space here. Let me bring it with this. It is same as what we have trailed for last 1 year, -1 year. It's going to show similar kind of behavior. You can see this is the value for the last year, same quarter, same period last year, just like -1 trailing, almost similar behavior. So you can use that. Now we have done with most of the important time intelligence functions which are available with us. We don't have something for week, and we would like to do that. So you try these out, and we will jump onto those time intelligence which are not available, the time intelligence things which are not available with us, week on week, week till date. For week on week or WTD comparison, we need some columns in our date table. So let's go to date table and check out. So for we need week rank. First of all, that's the one column we need. And then we need day of week for WTD. So let's click on the date table. There are too many of them now. Okay. So we don't have a week rank, and week rank or any period, any custom period where you have the week rank is needed on week start date. Now week start date is coming in this table, and we are returning this. So what we are going to do is we are going to say add columns here, and in the add columns, we are going to add a new column. So we given the table, and after table, we can give a column name. We can call it as a week rank. Now, if your week is starting from some other day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can do the minor adjustment in the week start date, and based on that, you can create your week, and your difference from your weekday should also get adjusted based on that. So what is my rank I need? This is the rank column. So we have learned rankx major. Now we are going to use rankx in a column. Now when we use in a column, we don't need this all or all selected. We can simply give the table name, and here our table name is the variable which we are using, underscore tab. Then we need a column on which we need a rank. So we need a week start date. It could also be YYYWW in some cases, or YYYPP when we say period. So it could be any period start date, or it could be any YYYPP, as long as that's what you need. Now third argument, again, we are going to keep empty. Fourth one, we are going to give ascending, because we need ascending order, and ties would be dense. And here dense is really important, because what would happen, week will repeat for week date would repeat for 7 days. So week start date would repeat for 7 days, same date. So same rank would be there again. We'll get for 7 days 7 7 7. Now it would be easy to have a difference of 7 in this case, but period could be a little bit different. Like if you have period which are 31 days, 28 days, 30 days, so you can't decide. So that's why we say dense. It means even if it repeats 7 times, one repeats 7 times, the next rank should be 2. And then we also need a week day as a number, and let's see, do we already have it? I think we already have a weekday. So we already have a weekday, that should suffice, and we have a week rank, and let's sort it ascending. The table, let's sort it ascending, and just have a look at it. Let me close this table. Let's minimize this, scroll a little bit and check it out. Okay, week rank 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 3 3 3. Now so let's do one thing. Let's start with this week versus last week. Now this week, if we are plotting week year, then I don't think we even need that. But just to understand what we are going to get, let's start creating. Now this year week and week start date should match in terms of which day they are starting. So that is one thing we need to take care. So now in this year week, let's bring in our major net. Okay, so definitely few weeks starting we don't have data, so from the week we have data, we are getting this. Now what we need to do is, we need, this week is as good as net, but still just to, for our learning purpose, let's say how do we create this week. Let's say only one date is selected and then you have been asked for this week, complete week has been asked and the one date is selected. In that case also it should work. So we are going to have now this week. So this would be calculate net. Now look at the syntax what we have. Filter. Now when you have everything right now, you don't need this all date. It would still work without all date. But if one date is selected, then you need to get data more than that for that complete week when even one date is selected. That's why we needed all date here. Now once we've taken all of the date, means we are ignoring the filter. Means it was a date filter. In spite of that date filter, we are trying to select the complete week. That's what we are trying to do here. So we say all date and we say date and week rank equals to the max of week rank. Now what is this going to do? Let's understand that. So max I closed, filter I closed, and calculate I closed, and let's understand how this is going to work. So what's happening here is, see this max, if there is a filter and there is no row context, is going to take that max from the filter. So what we're going to happen, if I drag it here as a card visual, what is coming back blank? The same reason what we have, because the last date in our date table might not have any data. Let's look at it, what it has. This time I think it is max sales EO month we are giving, so end of month, so that week doesn't have a data, so max date it picked up. Now in the row context it is getting the max from here, so this is my max. So what is going to happen is, it's going to get a rank from here. Let me bring in rank in this one, week rank. Now in this case, the week rank for a week is not going to be 2 week ranks, is only 1 week rank. But even if there are more than one, then we want this week rank, one of the week ranks which is available, max of the week rank. So that's the week rank which is coming from the row context. So this max is giving us the week rank available in the row context. And what happens, if you remember, we used earlier in our tables, the earlier gives that particular row value and this week rank gives that. In the major, week rank gives that same value here. So we got this week. So now this week values will match with the net, because there's no difference, we are getting the same week rank. But for the last week we need to do little bit of difference. So same this week formula, but there is a little bit of difference. For last week what we are going to do is, I'm going to say max -1. So we got the last week. Let's search for week. Last week, we got it. So now you can see the things are a week behind. So we got this week, last week. Same way, this period, last period. Only rank need to be there. And then week on week is, again, the way we calculated month on month. Week on week is just, let's create week on week percentage then. Divide. Always current means this week minus last week, and then divide by last week. So week on week. So you got week on week percentage. You can mark it as a percentage column if it is not marked as a percentage column. So we got week on week percentage. Now we need WTD, week till date. Now to get week till date, the date need to come in play. So first bring in date and understand this week at least. Now in this case, what would happen for this complete week, whatever days we have in that particular week, the day, and then look, we have data starting from 13th, but we are still getting data from 8. The reason for that is basically because for that entire week, now we are going to get the data because of the week rank. Now the next week also we have the same number. This was same behavior what we observed in the previous. Now the similar kind of behavior there, but here we are using max, not min. Now we need week till date. How do we create week till date? Now part of the formula will remain same. This week equal to this week. That is the same formula in the WTD. Then what is the different? So in week till date, the part of the formula remains same. Then what is the formula which is going to change? We need additional condition. What we need to say, weekday is less than or equal to earlier weekday. Sorry, max weekday. Weekday is less than or equal to max weekday and weekday column. Okay. So whatever weekday you are getting in the row, from that weekday, the weekday should be less. In the same week, it should be less than the whatever we are getting, whatever weekday we are getting in the current row. So current row's weekday, it should be less than or equal to that. So that's how this is going to work. So we got WTD. So max means current row's applicable value. Okay. So now you see, if I bring in net, that this is adding. And now you might want to have a weekday here to see that is it coming from Monday to Sunday or not. So here you will see 6 and 7, they added up. From Monday again a reset, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Again I reset. That's what we have, isn't it? We always have a reset when the period starts. So period start till period end, values will keep on adding. Week is just a 7 days period. Now last week till date, very simple formula, same formula is applicable, just one change. The entire formula will remain same, just instead of this week rank, it should be equal to -1, last week's rank. So whatever rank we have into this week, -1. So take the, in the complete table, in the complete date table, take the rank which is 1 less than the current rank which is available in this row, applicable to this row, and weekday in the complete table where this rank condition is satisfied is less than the weekday which is applicable for current row. That's what it means. So let's bring in this also. Now you see after 1 week, the same thing start repeating. So now we have done weekday versus this week versus last week, and week till date versus last week till date. And same way you can have last year week till date, 53, 52, you can subtract whatever is applicable. Or you can have year equal to year, week equal to week. That is also applicable in case of year. Now we want to extend this custom time intelligence to half year. We would like to have half year till date. And for that we need to calculate half year. So first of all, how do we find out the half year start date? So basically what happens is, for every date, we need difference in the month. So basically year has to be divided into two parts, part 1 and part 2. And so if we take the month difference, then we should be able to get, with the 6 months, if I take, we should get some mode, and based on that mode we should be able to get the start half year start date. So let's say, how can we do that? So half start date. So first of all, what we need is I can take month difference because half year would be in month. So month start date or year start date. Now, neither the year start date nor the month start date is available here. Okay. So if I want that difference, I need to get both of them using the same formula, which I'm getting it here. So if I need month start date and year start date, I have to use these formula. So this is my year start date, which is the smaller one. So where underscore diff equals to date diff year start date comma month start date in months, and let's now return it. Let's see what it returns. Returns underscore diff. So it returns 0 to 11. Now whenever we get these kind of things 0 to 11, we should always prefer not to add +1 if we have to do some kind of division or something like that. So what I want here is basically I want a mod here. Mod means remainder from 6. Or one way is quotient from 6. So if I need a mod, then for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for the 6th month is going to become 0. But in that case, I need +1. But if I take quotient, now what does quotient give me? Quotient give me 0 and 1. So for first month, second month, third month, fourth month, fifth month, sixth month, it's all 0. And then rest is 1. Now what I want from here is, this is my year start date. Look at the logic. This is my year start date. I want to add the month to it. *6. I divided by 6. I'm multiplying by 6. I'm taking quotient. I taken quotient and then I'm multiplying by 6. And let's see what we go. So we are saying from in the year start date, you add the number of months, multiply by this. Okay, let's see what happens. So we are getting end of month 1, 31, 7, 31. But what is our month? It's not that much. It's 1 less than that and +1. So this one -1, that go 1 month back, and then so we put this entire calculation in this one. So now we are getting the half year start date as January, July, January, July, January, July, January, July. So what we have done is we taken the month difference, we taken the quotient, multiplied it, added the dates, we went to the last month, then we say okay, we went to the January end date. Instead of that, we subtract 1 month, we read December and June, and then we added +1 to get the half year start date. Now we have started, then we can create a rank, and then we can also find out the half year day. So now we need 2 things. Enter. Now this is going to happen for each and every custom period you need. You need some kind of date or YYHH. In this case, it could be YYHH. In that case, it could be YYPP. So same rankx underscore tab. Then we have half start date. Then we have next is empty, ascending, dense. So we got half year rank. Now we don't have, like weekday, we don't have a half year day. So for that, what we say, half, we say year day. So we can say half year day is equal to date diff half start date comma date smaller date larger date difference in days and +1. Here we need +1. Now let's look what kind of data we are getting. Half year rank would be only few, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 only. That's correct. And this could be around 180, 180, 181. That's the maximum values we can have, 184, fine. So we got 2 half years and then half year till date. So now same formula, same logic what we use for week on week, WTD, same thing we are going to have it here for half year and half year till date. So let's bring in half year start date first of all. So we got half year start date. Let's get the net here. Now let's quickly create the formula. So this half, last half. You can even +1 next half, +1 in the week, next week. Okay. So this half year. So what is that? Calculate net filter all the date, take complete date table. In that date table, the half rank should be equal to the max half rank. That's all we need. So we got this half. The values should be equal. Yes, they are. What is the last half? -1 in the rank. That's what the rank is. And that will only happen if you have dense rank. Okay. So we got half year, last half also we got last half year. Now what we need? Half year till date. So bring in date. And we know what formula we need to copy and then change it. So let's start with this half. And I think we will no need to calculate last half. We know what needs to be done. So half year till date. So half year till date, HYTD. And we know this is fine. This half year is fine. And half year day is less than and equal to earlier, is less than or equal to max half year day. So max, whatever is there available in the row context, from that it should be less. Let's bring in net also here and let's see what happens. Now we can see the values are getting added up, and because we are using standard half year, it should reset on the January. It got reset on January. Keep on adding, keep on adding, keep on adding. And on 1st July, there should be a reset. We are getting reset on 1st July. So we have used standard time intelligence. We have taken the period for which we don't have time intelligence, and we know how we can get period versus last period, and how can we get the period till date. Same things will apply as long as you are able to create a rank sortable column. Basically, you should have a sortable column. Week start date or year week or YYY, WW, all these are sortable for that period. They can give period in a sortable form. Once we have that, we can create a rank, and that rank will give us this period versus last period. And if we can have a period day, that can give us period till date. So try all these things out. As of now, when we are recording this video, there are 3 new Power BI functions which has come, which is offset, windows, and index. And we want to learn what these functions can do for us, what things they have changed in Power BI, and where to utilize these functions. So let's quickly jump onto the Power BI and try to see. So first thing which I'm going to do on the Power BI is I'm going to bring in category from the item and net. And then I would first like to experiment with offset function. Now offset function, what it can do is it can give me the data from a previous row. Okay. So let's look at the syntax of that offset function. Okay. A previous can be previous 2, previous 1, previous 2. So let's say offset 1. So what we have to do, offset function we can't simply use. We have to use it inside the calculate or X functions, depending on how we wanted to use it. So we have offset function. Now look at the syntax of the offset function. First we have to give delta. retrieve a single row from the relation moving number of row within the specified partition. So there is a partition sorted by specific order by on the axis specified. The axis is specified. We are going to specify category here. Okay. So first one is delta. Delta could be +1, -1. Relation would be, let's say, all selected item category. If I say item, then it would be at item level. Then order by has to come from that relationship. Blanks, if you want to keep blanks or not. Right now only we have a keep option. And partition by, let's say I have brand and category both together, then I can partition it by brand. When we have, let's say, month and year together, we can partition by year. So those kind of things we can use in partition. So within a partition, what is my order by, and in that order by, how do I need to move? Positive, negative direction. So we are saying is move -1. What is my relationship? We say right now your relationship is all selected item category. That's what I dragged into the visual. Now third is order by. Right now I'm going to leave the order by, because if there is only one, it should take that as an order by. Okay. So let's see what does it give. So offset function right now in the basic format is completed, and let's see what does it give. So we get offset, and you can see now it is one row before. So in the order by, I am able to get the last value -1 value, and I'm able to display. Now look at this was, now for time intelligence, we were doing those things using time intelligence function, getting last month. Now in this one, it's becoming even easier for something which is not related to time intelligence, just categories, like let's say. Now this is really good. Now if I make it +1, I can get the next. Now here also what we can do is, we can specify additional argument like order by. Now order by, right, it has to come from this relationship, and right now I only have the one, and that's why I could have left not giving that, and initially I have not given that even. Okay, so it's not going to make any difference. I made it -1, that's why only it is moving down. Now what happens when brand comes in? From the item table, I bring in the brand here. Now let's sort it on brand and see what is happening inside that one. Now I can see from category 1 coming from here. I can see this is category 3, this is category 4. Now let's do one thing. Now we have two things. So can't we add that? So we say item category, and let's also say item brand. So let's add item brand also to this one. Okay, so we say item category, item brand, and order by, we are saying right now keep only item category. Okay, so once we have done that, now what you see here is basically, see order by item category. Now let's sort on the category. Now you see this is the number, this is the number, this is the number, this is the number, this is the number. It keep on going here. Okay, so sorting on this one, and automatically the second one has been taken care. I say no, I don't want to go cross. Now if I see here the brand, this is right now in the combination, but I say no, do it inside the brand. So in brand I have two categories. In brand 10 I have these three. I want it inside the brand. I don't want this cross one. Okay, combination I don't want. So what I do is, let's add additional argument, keep, only the keep is there, or we can leave it. And then we say partition by, and now in the partition by we'll say item brand. So we would only like to do is inside the brand. Now if I don't give last parenthesis, Power BI can add that. So what is happening right now? Now I am inside the boundary of brand 1. Previously it was combination. Now the combination has been broken. Now inside the category, I am just looking at these things. Look at this. The last values we are able to get. So this is really powerful function. And now because this is so really powerful function, we can move around up and down. So one of the common problem we can solve it with the time intelligence. We have seen all the time intelligence function, but this can also do a good job. And what we will do is we will try out that, and then we will see what all possible combinations can come out from that. So let's call it offset 1, and let's create now offset TI, time intelligence. To do that, let's bring in month here from the date table. So need of the date table may or may not go away depending on how your data is stored. But I would always prefer to have a date table. So I bring in month here, and I'm also bringing in month year sort. And for some reason I'm doing it because I wanted to tell you, you know, there is certain things which are required to make sure it work. So I say net. Now we know how to use offset function. So we'll say, okay, -1, isn't it? Previous month we need. So what we need is month offset -1. Previous month -1 +1 new. So how do we do the calculate net? That's not changing. Now instead of time intelligence, I'll say offset. How much? -1. I need last month. Relationship is all selected, month, year. That's what I need, all selected month, year. And that was sufficient, isn't it? Initially, that's what we have seen. So we bring in it here, we bring it here, as well as we bring it here. There's something not working. Now, this is not something which is sorted correctly, can give us. So we say, okay, let's take help from the date, month, year sort. So now what we are saying is we'll take the help from date, month, year sort. And once this is done, we will also specify order by. So we say order by is date, month, year, sort column. So the order by is going to be on date, month, year, sort column. And then we say, let's change it and let's see what happens. Now you see the moment I done it, my previous month calculation or month offset -1 is correct. Let's say I wanted to have offset of 2 months before. Okay. So it's not going to make difference unless you make a 2 here in the offset. Saying name will not recognize it. So -2. -12 if I want year. Okay. That's a great thing. Now this gives me, I can go. So if you remember, we have this days which can go 1 day behind or 364 days behind. I can get same work day. I can go 7 days behind to get the same weekday last week. These things are possible. Now year would be a little bit tricky for a date. Okay. Going year behind for a date would be a little bit tricky. But what option it gives me is basically what I can do here is basically for a date, I can quickly get last week same day and last year same weekday, 7 days behind, 364 days behind, isn't it? So let's quickly bring in net here. And this format is too big. So what we can do is sometime if your date format is too big and it's taking too much of space, click on the date and choose the format which is smallest, short date. I select this. This is going to give me pretty much small date. Now I have a smaller date and you can even adjust the sizes. And we have told you one option, auto adjust column size off. So whatever size you give is going to remain that. Because the moment we do certain things like this, we come back, it might actually take the size whatever it want. Now we are here to, you know, experiment with offset. So let's quickly add one column. Last day, very simple. Last day is calculate. We have a previous day function. We can do date equal to max date -1. We can say date add -1. All these options were there. Now we have one more now. Net offset -1, all selected, or now sometime what happens now, this all selected, you need to be really careful because what happens right now, the data is available. What happens if the data is not available? You selected a one particular month. Let's say if I select this month, let's take this example afterward. So we're going to say all date, and because date is at the lowest level, I said, okay, why don't I take date table? And then in the date table, I can take any order by. Let me take order by as date of date because it's at the lowest level. So I should be able to do that, isn't it? Now after that, I'll explain you what happens when we select and what is the all and all selected role is here. Okay, so now I'm a day behind. Now let me select, let me go to that offset again. Offset -1, offset -2. Let's make it -2 only. Now let me select December here. Now the value has stopped coming. January value has stopped coming. The reason is because we say all selected, and previously in the all selected it was available. So what should I do? I should say all. Now even there is a selection, I can go behind. That's what the same thing was happening in time integers function without you saying is, because you were passing a table which automatically were taking care of that. So you were not aware. Now here we have to specify all and all selected, and that's why we need to make sure that when we are giving the offset and we are going to have a selection, and in that selection the data is not going to come for the previous offset, then we need to use all. Okay, so now here also it's ensuring that even though the data is not there, it is getting the previous day. Now let's look at the last day. So we could have used previous month, we could use offset. Now last weekday, same weekday, 7 days behind. Now last week, same day, -7. We use dated for this one, isn't it? Now you will see the things would be 7 days behind. So 15 is 7 days behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And on the next day it came. So this was my week, 7 days. Okay. Same weekday. So the date of 13th and 20th will share same weekday. So you can see data on 20th. Now 364 days behind, same weekday last year would be 364 days behind. Last year, same day, minus 364. And if you scroll on 12th of, let me make it a little bit bigger, overlapping. On 12th, you got the data. Okay, because it's 364 days behind. Now what I want here is basically, I want to use offset, but I want, let's say if it is day, it should be day behind. If it is month, it should be month behind. If it is quarter, it's quarter behind. It's year behind. So can I do all of these things together? And we would also learn a new function, is in scope. So what I want here is, let me go to my date table. So from my date table, in a matrix visual, this is what I want. So I want, first thing is basically year. Second thing I want is quarter year. Third thing is I want is month year. Fourth thing I want is date. Okay. And I want net. And let me keep on expanding this. Okay. Okay. So what would happen? Year is always is in scope. So the way is in scope works is, the date is the lowest element. It's only is in scope when the date is displayed. Then month is in scope. So month is in scope for date. Quarter is in scope for month and date and quarter itself. And year is in scope for everything. The top one is in scope. So is in scope ask for, is that thing is in scope or not? So let me give an example and then we will create our measure. So we'll say is in scope and we'll say switch true is in scope, date, year. If it is in scope, say yes, else say no. I'm using one value because I'm going to modify this formula. We are not going to keep this, just for our reference. I'm just creating this formula. Let's understand is in scope. So you say everywhere it is yes. Now when I say quarter, year, the first one is no. Quarter is in scope in all below. And when I say month year, so month year is in month year and a date, and finally that's a date. So we always, whenever we want to perform these kind of operation, we always do it in reverse order. So first we'll handle the date, because we know date is in scope only when the date is there. So what formula we need here is when it is in scope, I want my date to be one behind. So I say calculate net. I can create variables, but just to showcase you everything here in one place, I'm doing it. And I say offset -1 day, all, even if it needed go across, all date, order by date. And right now I don't think there is a need of partitioning, because let it go across. And we don't give an else part, so let it come null. So we start getting the value. So we are getting a 1 day behind value. Let's see when the next month. It's really important. I'm always worried about the next month. Am I getting the continuous values or not? So my calculate formula is here. This is ending. Now shift enter or control enter, I moved it. Now I say, okay, my date is all handled. Let's think about month. So we say, we do a comma and then we say, okay, date, month year. So we want to handle the month year now. So we say, okay, calculate net offset, and we'll done it like what we have done previously. And then I'll tell you some challenges which we can face. So then we have to opt for different things. We say date, month year, and date, month year sort, order by date, by month year sort. See, month year is not going to work. We have to make sure month year sort works for us. But what's happening? That's fine. But is it getting the, see, every quarter without even giving the partitioning, it's not giving, because what is happening? The quarter itself is not available. You are doing the quarter and the quarter itself is not there. So now two options is I add a quarter and then I might have to add year, or can I, instead of saying simply all date table and say order by month, and can that work for me? So let me try out by giving the date table here, instead of adding quarter and year. Now let's look at the number. Are these numbers making sense for us? So this number is not making sense here. So we say all date, month year, date, month year sort, comma, date, quarter, year, comma, date, quarter, year, sort. Let's try that out. And let's go to the second one. Now it is working here. See, this number is coming here. This number is coming here because there is another year. Okay. So how? Now I have to give year also. So now let's add year also. Let's see what happens. Now we are getting it cross year also. So now for quarter, what we have to do is, we don't need too many things, but we only need few things. So let's put a comma and then we say quarter year. So when quarter is in the scope, this place, you don't need month year and this one, month year sort. You only need quarter year sort and year, and here also you need quarter year sort. Okay, and let's put it. Now we are getting a quarter value. Let's close the quarters. Let's make it a little bit smaller so that we get the sign of going up and down. Drill up, drill up. Now let's drill down. Expand. So this is my Q4 value and this is my Q1 value. Here I'm getting this 275, 275, 628, 628, 669, 669, 531, 531 here. Okay, so we got our quarter. Now year is even simpler. Now because year is only year and it's on the top. So right now we can say, okay, put one comma here in the formula, is in scope year. Actually that's by default, so I don't need to check, but just we wanted to show you how to do that. So year was already there, so I don't need this. All here, anything, and I only need year. Year is self sortable, so we don't need anything. Formula is correct. Let's look at it. So for 2019 you got this value, for 2020 you got this value. So what's happening now? You got all the value for their one period behind, and we have taken care of other values which are also coming in that context, and we have used is in scope to handle the different scopes. So this, what we have done is offset. Time has come to look at the second function, which is Windows function. Let us look at the window function now. So for that one, let me bring in again. So what I'm going to do is I will try to create running total and let's say cumulative, and we can also create MTD, QTD, YTD. So let's go to our date table. Bring in date first. Along with date, let's bring in net. Now let's try to bring rolling. Let's say rolling 2 days. Very simple. We want to start. I want to get rolling 2 days. So I'll say rolling to window. So calculate net. Now let's look at window function. What are arguments it need? First is from. From means -1, -2, -3, or +1, +2, +3. Type. Its type are to absolute or relative. So when we are doing rolling, we will do relative. From the current date, go -2. From the current date, go -3. From the current date, then 2 again 0. Current row is 0. If I want to go forward, +1, +2, +3. Type again absolute or relative. Relative. Now absolute means I would always be able to start from 0th position, absolute 0th position in my partition. Now relation, again the table, all selected in the table. That table should contain order by and partition by, on which I want to do order by and partition by. Let's say I want MTD, then I don't want to go beyond the month boundaries, then I'll use that kind of stuff. So for that, what we need to understand, two things we need to understand. First, we need to understand rolling, and then we need to understand running total or cumulative, and the cumulative we will add the partition in the cumulative formula and keep on getting MTD, QTD, YTD, etc. So Windows, I say start with -2 relative position, go 2 dates behind, come till the 0th relative position, not absolute position. Absolute means the first date. Then we say all selected date. Now date table and date key is same, so I could use any one of them, but let me use date of date. And the relationship order by, right now because I only used one, it's optional. So let me try with that. Let me check this to add into. Let me drag it to this one. Now if you see here, it is 15,000 because there is no data before it. But for this one, look at this. This is 2 days addition. This is 3 days addition. Now is this 4-day addition? If you look here, it's not looking at a 4th day addition. It is basically these 3 days, 28, 37 to 7. And to be further more sure, let's make it only -1, last 2 days. So now this is this one and this one, and this one is 5 and 8. Okay, this is again around 65. Okay, 5 and then 1 carry and then 65. Okay, so in this one we can get rolling. So we got rolling 2 days. Now I can make it rolling 3, rolling 5, rolling n number of days, and similarly I can get it rolling month. If I want it from future, so I can say 0 to 1. So it's future rolling. Fine, that's good. Now I can also get cumulative from it. Okay, or if you want to test the month, let's test the month first. So rolling to month. So in that one, what would happen is in the window, we will say net window 0 relative, and let's say start with -1 to 0, all selected. Now we will say month, year, comma, month, year sort, because we need a sorting column, correct sorting column, then comma, order by month, year, sort. Everything is ending, rolling 2 months. Now for that, let's bring in things from date table. Month, year, and also bring in net. So I have this one, these two are getting added. Now this is around 17 plus something 18. This is again 19. These two 19. These two 18. These two around 17. Very small number this one, the second one. So you can see the total. So now it is rolling. Now similarly I can create rolling to 2 months and all those. So we know how to create now rolling. Now how do we create cumulative or running total? And for cumulative, we also need to know how we were doing previously. So let's first of all create a cumulative total, how we were doing previously. So before Windows function, this is how we used to say. We used to say cumulative sales. We used to say calculate net, comma, we'll say filter, all or all selected. Let's use all, because even if the things are not available, I want cumulative. Date of date is less than and equal to max of, means whatever date is available, max of date of date. So this is how we used to get cumulative sales. So what we are saying, filter all the date table, and whatever date is available in the context, all the date should be less than that, and consider even if the date is not available. So this is how we used to get the cumulative sales. Let me add this to here as well as here, and you will see both the places, irrespective of whether it was month or date, it was working. So can we get the same working from the Windows function? So let's add the new one and let's call it running total. So we say running total, and we say calculate, we say net, window, how. So now we say start from absolute 0, all selected dates or date, all date or all selected date. I'm using all selected date here because I don't want to go beyond the dates which are available. So let's say all selected date, and let me see if I can work with date table instead of going. No. So first of all, absolute position, then we need to go till what place? We need to again go to 0 relative. So from absolute 0 to relative 0, all selected date. Let's try to use date table instead of date of date. And then order by is date of date. And right now I'm not going to give any partition by. And let me see, does this running total work here first of all? We need to scroll down and keep on checking the values till the last position. So this is correct. Now let's check it out. How does it behave when we use all? same behavior. Now here, let's add it here also in the second one, and let's see, does it work? Like previously it was working without even month reference. So here also it is working without giving any month reference, the running total. So what we have done, start from absolute 0, is from where the data is available, till the relative 0. Now what happens if there are completely blank rows? It's not going to give us data. And that's what the Power BI behavior is. That's why even though we started from all date, those dates where there is actually nothing is not coming in, because cumulative is not applicable before I have any data. So from absolute 0 till relative 0. Relative 0 is this. This my current row is relative 0. Absolute 0 is the first row available in the context. Now add order by date. So now the running total is also working. Now this is window. Now this function is really helpful also to create MTD, QTD and YTD. So let's duplicate this page and let's create MTD, if possible QTD and YTD. So now what would happen is, we don't need so many things. So we know how we created the cumulative, and this one, let's try a little bit differently. So same way, the running total MTD window using window function, or we could have called net MTD window. So what we are going to calculate net, and then we are going to say window, start from absolute 0, go to relative 0, then all date. Let's continue with the same formula, order by date of date. Next, keep is only one option, so we'll leave it. And now here I say date, I want to partition by month here. I am now going to put my limit. Let me partition it by month here. What happens now? So I got a new measure, net MTD. I add it here and I add it here. And here I go and remove cumulative sales, running total sales, even rolling 2 month sales. Now look at it here. What is happening here? Net MTD month. Adding till this place, and there is a reset. Now we do have MTD previously. Let's validate. So we bring in MTD, the one we have from the dates MTD. Okay, everything is fine. Reset is happening at correct place. Everything is fine. Reset is again happening at correct place. Continue the same behavior every month. So does this means QTD is just by saying instead of month, let's say quarter, and it is going to create for me QTD. So instead of this one, we say quarter here, and we'll say QTD. So let's bring in net QTD and net QTD window. Let's look at their behavior. It should behave same as QTD, continue to improve, continue to increase, continue to increase, continue to increase, reset. So quarter, continue to increase. We have already validated the other one is correct, reset. And this should be our 1st April. It is our 1st April. Same way, YTD, interestingly, WTD. Okay. So we have this. Week on week. Let's duplicate this page. We have WTD here. Okay. WTD window. Let's remove this table. We don't need this. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Now formula we know, very simple. We will copy this net QTD window into a new measure and call it WTD. Everything is same. Net, start the window from 0 to go to from absolute 0 to relative 0. All the date, order by date, but partition by is week start date or week year. Okay, year week. Let's try year week. We have not used year week. Net WTD window, and let's look at the number side by side. Same number, same. So MTD, QTD, YTD, running total, cumulative, everything. Now we can do it using window function also. So standard time intelligence functions are available. We can also use these functions. So try this one also out. So now let's look at the index function. We have used offset, which has given us, position behind, let's say one position behind, two position behind, third position behind data. Windows has given us a range. Now index is going to give us a particular position data. So let's look at that. So to do this, we will take an example. We start with category, not with, the time intelligence, what we are doing typically. So I take a category, and in that category, let me bring in net also along with category net. So now I want to know what is my first category's net. Okay. So let's create a major new major. So let's say first cat. So we say calculate net. And what we are going to do next is index function. Index function, not the index major. I have an index major also here. So index function, I want the first position. Starting from first position relationship. Now all selected. In this case, let me use all selected. Item category I'm only using in this one. So I'm going to take item category. Order by is right now optional because only one is there, but let me give the order by item category. And no partition by right now is required. So let me say first cat. So let's see, once I do the first cat, what happens? So it should give me the value of the first cat. What happens if I need the value of the last category? -1. I get the value for the last category. Now, because of the decimal place, you can see, okay, you can make it as a whole number, or you can say 0 decimal places. You will see same number. That sounds really interesting. Now, if you remember, we all done one exercise where we found out the first date for the customer. Can I do the same here? And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring in name. I'm going to bring in sales date. And I'm going to bring net also. Now what I want this first sales date. Now what I'll do a little bit simplification here by doing an exercise where I'm going to stick myself to the sales table and try to bring in these things. So I want to bring the first date. First sales date. So I'll say calculate. Where I need to calculate? I need to calculate minimum sales date, because I need a expression here. I can't say sales date simply. Then I would like to use index function. Now in that index function, I need the first position. Now relationship is really important here. So what I'm going to say here is all selected sales customer ID. I'm not going to customer table. I'm just taking the sales customer ID and sales date, sales date. And in these two itself, I'm just going to say order by sales date. And then we'll leave the keep argument and we say partition by customer ID, sales customer ID. So I'm going to partition it also by customer ID. And this customer ID is also something which is joined with my customer table. So it should be able to handle it. We don't need to go to the two table scenario here. So now you see I'm getting the first date here. 28 is my first date. In this 100, what is my first date? 3/27/19, see 4/14, 4/30, 6/17 and 12/14 all are greater. Now this is really good. Can I get the net sales of the first sales? Yes, pretty easily. Now you have all done this. Now you first date, first sales date, net. And instead of minimum date, because there we need in an expression, we can say net. So what we are going to get here is, we are going to get net also here. So now whatever net you are getting, this is for the first date. This is for the first date. See, on first date 27th, what was the sales on 27th? 42.64. So now decimal place is again playing around with us. Put 0, enter. 43. Okay. Then we have 66 for the next one. So in this manner, you can use it to find out the first thing. So it could be top first thing, you can find it out. So first sales date we found out, first sales date, sales we have found out. So you can utilize this index function doing such kind of stuff. Now you might ask a question that, you are dividing by first category. Who divided by first category? We might divide by the top net. Can I get a top net? Now net top can only come by, for a category only can come when I sort it by category, but I can't sort it by category. I have to get the net when data is by category. So how can we do that? So let's try out something. Can we get that? So we are going to create a new measure. So we call top cat. So we say calculate, we say net, and then we say, okay, fine, let's start doing the things. Let's say index, and in the index we say 1. We say, now here we will say summarize all selected item category. Let's start with item category. We can extend further if needed. Item category, definitely I need item category. And let's bring my measure into the table. And let me call it, let's say _1, comma, net. Net is my measure which I'm using. Now order by, and it order by, and let me try to give _1. It's not suggesting me, but let me forcefully take _1. And let me leave it. Let's see, does it work? Now let's look at the top cat measure. Now top cat measure is not showing any error right now. Let's bring in here. So why this is minimum? Why it is not top? One thing we forgot. Order by, this is the minimum value. Order by descending. And now we got the highest value. So we got the value of the top category. Now similar kind of things we can, do with more complex data and partition by. So this function can help you finding out top. So now we have a lot more opportunity once we are able to use a measure to find out few more things and use them. So go ahead, try that out. Let's now look at some of the Power BI features which can make your report interactive or change the look and feel of your report or make it more dynamic. So we are going to look at some of these features. Let's begin looking into this feature using interactions. Now, whenever I on a visual and I click on something, you see the other visual is getting filtered because of that. Now this is happening because of feature what we call interactions. The visual interact with each other. Same way the filter interact with your page and your slicers interact with your visuals. Now who can interact? It's clear, but where we can stop the interaction. So we have an option. Once we click on any visual will get format, and we have edit interaction. Now this edit interaction can change the behavior. Now before understand that, we need to know what all kind of interactions we have, because the table visual is not going to cover all of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly create a visual which is a bar visual. Let me create a pie visual also. Copy, paste and duplicate it. So I need a bar, I need a pie, and let me add in the empty space a quick table visual, small table visual, and let me add a slicer also. So we add a slicer. So now let's quickly look at how these things interact with each other. So all these will need one measure, and right now let me keep net. So all of these visual I'm keeping net. Now Let's go down. Item, we take brand in the first visual, we take category in the second visual, and in the table let's take something else. Let's not take something from item dimension, let's take state. Okay, and we can move around the state the way we want it. Okay, and let's have category here. Let's make it table visual. Let's give a little bit more space, and let's have filter on, let's say, brand only. Now, if I click on brand, you see everything is filtering. Okay. Now, if I click on, let's say, Alaska here, you see there is these faded things, or when I click on Arizona, or when I click on California, you see small portions are getting highlighted. This behavior we call highlight behavior or fill behavior. So basically it is filling the other visual. Now this behavior is only available with the visuals like pie or bar. Now if I click on pie, you can see that here it is filtering and here it is highlighting. Now can we change this behavior? So yes. So if you go to the format, we have edit interaction. In edit interaction, what happens? One is driver and rest is driven by that. So if I want to change this pie chart's behavior with all other visual, I will click on the pie chart and I click on edit interaction. Now it shows me how it is interacting. So now this is interacting, but the slicer behavior is one way for us right now because we are filtering from the slicer to visuals. Now you can see there is a highlight behavior here. I can make it filter. It is only filter right now. So now if I click here, you see that, you know, there is no more highlight. The values are getting changed. So numbers are getting. I can go ahead and stop the interaction. So if I do that, now you see when I'm doing that, there is no impact which is happening on the table visual. Same way when I make my slicer as the main visual, I can right now if I select brand to everybody is interacting, I can stop the interaction. So, or I can again enable if it is already stopped. So in this manner, what happens is we can work on the interactions and make sure our visuals are interacting in a particular manner. Now, sometime you ask, can filter do it? So see, whenever, even if I'm clicking on a filter, see, there is no thing which is, you know, I can control right now. So, okay. So it's still the visual which is selected. It's not the filter which is getting selected here. Okay. So behavior of, you know, visual can be controlled from the visual to another visual. From filter pane, it cannot be controlled as of now using the edit interactions. So edit interaction is something that, now what we do is let's quickly create one example which can make you. So let me duplicate this page. And so we duplicated the wrong page, delete, duplicate this page. And in this page, let me delete these two visuals. Now, this one is right now interacting with the below visual, isn't it? Let me duplicate both of them. Now, if I select brand 13 would be here. But what I would like here is, and let me make it a little bit, you know, draw a line here in between. Let's say insert and let's say shape. And let me draw a line here. Now, we need to rotation by 90 degree. Okay, let's make it thin line. Now I don't want left side to interact with right side. So what should I do? So again, click on the visual from the format, make sure edit interaction is clicked. Don't interact, don't interact. I click here, don't interact, don't interact. I click on this, I say don't interact, don't interact. I click on this, I say don't interact, don't interact. So now other side is not interact. I selected brand 13 here, I can have brand 13 and I can have brand 12 here. See, I'm looking at the different numbers. I can have the same numbers, you can see the same numbers, I can have different numbers. So same page divided into two parts. You can divide it into three parts. They are not interacting with each other. These portions are not interacting with each other. This is what you can achieve using edit interactions. So edit interactions changes behavior between the interaction behavior between your visuals or slicers. And all those elements are something which you are able to place on the page, not the filter pane. So try this out. The next thing which we wanted to cover is basically bookmark. Now, the feature which we are going to cover for the bookmark is basically something which can also be done using field parameter, which we plan to cover next. Now the reason I am still covering that feature, not the menu kind of or filter pane, which we can design, so slicer pane which we can design, the reason is we want to differentiate how the previous method used to work and how the new method is working. So one of the thing which I wanted to do using the bookmark is I want to change the axis. So now what happens is, now what is the need? Let's say if I bring in a category and a net visual. And let me create a bar. Now, how do I change the axis of this? So you say bring in brand, but how do end user do that? I as a developer can bring in brand here. Okay. How the end user will do? Will end user bring in brand and it will become a brand visual? No. So how can an end user switch from category to brand? So we Control C, Control V, I duplicate it. So I will bring in a brand here. Now I want something where these visuals could be brand visual or category visual. So right now I'll keep them separate little bit. You can see those. So to do that, we used to have bookmarks. Now bookmarks is kind of snapshot. In a particular snapshot you take means basically this is visible, this is invisible, and you take that. Now you can, in that snapshot, you can keep data, or you can say don't store the data. So data become, get changed using the slicer across the bookmarks. So bookmarks used to create that kind of snapshot where certain things are hidden, certain things are visible, and using that hide and show method, we are going to create buttons, and those buttons are going to switch between categories and brand. So we are going to switch the axis, and using switching axis using the buttons, and those buttons will work on bookmarks. So we need to create certain bookmarks. Now to create those bookmarks, we need to go to view, and we need to enable selection pane and bookmark pane. Now when I am in the selection pane, you can see that I can hide certain things. I can show certain things. So I know what needs to be done now. I hide the brand, only category is visible. At that stage, I add a bookmark and call it as category. If you do any other change, once the bookmark is created, you have to right click and update. And you can uncheck the data if you don't want to save the data. Now I unselect this, and means I make it brand visible and I make category invisible. And this is another bookmark. Now this bookmark is brand. Now I make both of them visible and put them one behind another one. Okay. The visuals are one behind another one. Now both are visible. This is my scenario right now. And I can click brand, you see brand, I click on category, you see category. Okay. Now what I need to do here is I need to bring in two buttons. So what button I need to bring in? So insert buttons, and in the buttons you have many buttons. You have bookmark button, which I personally don't prefer because of the shape. So I bring in a blank button, and instead of just starting doing the changes on this one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do two things on this, and I'm just trying to keep it as near as this one. So what I'm going to do here is in this button, I'll go to, now I don't need this selection part because these button needs to be visible always. Also bookmarks are created, so I can, collapse this. I enable the action, which I'm going to give later, and I go to style and text, and I'm going to write down first one as brand. And brand is visible here. Now I copy paste it. The reason I've done it because I don't need to change the properties later. So now I can simply go to style and I can say this is my category. Now what happens? Every button has an action. Now I open the action for the brand. I say you go to bookmark whenever you are clicked and go to brand bookmark. I go to the category and then see the same action is open, and that's the reason I actually enabled and then copied it, so that I don't have to enable it. I reduce the number of steps. So sometimes you have to use these kind of stuff to make sure that the work is reduced. Now I have a page where brand is visible, category is a button. Now how do it work? So control click in desktop, simple click on Power BI service. Once we publish the file, it goes to Power BI service. There you can simply click on the buttons and it will work with a click. Here control click brand, no change because it's already brand. Now category, brand, category, brand. Keep on shifting. Now this is the previous method we used to use. Now this method has its own importance because order by can be maintained, which is right now with the new feature, sometimes that order by maintenance is little bit of challenge. But we have a new feature, field parameters, which can also do the similar job, and that doesn't require bookmarks. Because think about, if you have 10 of such things, you need 10 bookmarks, you need 10 buttons, and again you need buttons, they are not slicer. So now let's look at this feature. This feature was released in May 2020, field parameters, and enhanced in November, where a slicer can also, can change the value using the field parameters. So let's understand that. So field parameter is going to do two jobs for us. Dynamic slicer is going to give us dynamic slicer. It also going to give us dynamic axis as well as dynamic measure. Both axis as well as measure can be changed. So we need dynamic. So I don't need to create n number of visual. I may end up creating one visual and giving user a choice what you want. So to understand that, let's create a new page. Now we know, as of now, we know the options what we have. So instead of creating a visual, on the brand and then change it, giving bookmarks, what I'm going to do is I'm first of all going to go to the modeling tab and click on new parameter, and there I have an option fields. Inside these fields option, I'll click it and I'll call this, I'll give it a new name as axis. Now, because I want to change the axis or dimension, you can call it dimension parameter, you can call it axis or row parameter or whatever you want to call. Now, add slicer to page, I'll keep it checked. Even if it is not added, we can add it separately. There's no challenge. Now, I call it axis because I want categorical variable, and you need to be very careful what kind of variable you are taking. If you want categorical, then only take all the categorical variable. Don't try to mix and match things. So I bring in state, I bring in city, and from item dimension, and I can go cross dimension, I bring brand, category and subcategory. I can change the order. To add something at later stage is a little bit tricky, but I'll tell you how to do that also. And I say add this slicer on the page. So what happens? The moment you do it on your page, you will get a slicer. Now, right now my page is empty, having only one slicer. What to do with this? Now I'll search for this table again, access table. Now, if I need again the slicer, if I don't edit it, I can drag it and I can create it as a slicer. Now, but I don't want that. I want to actually create it as a visual. So I will bring it in empty space. Now, right now it is showing me all the values. I convert it into a bar visual. Now again in the bar visual, when I bring in net, it will show all the values. Right now my net is static because I have not created a dynamic measure. So now you can see, this expand icon is there. And why this icon is there? Because we have right now more than one values available for us to analyze. Now what I can do is I can make it select state wise. See, net by state, automatically changing. Net by city, net by brand, net by category, net by subcategory. Now you can force it to have a single select if you don't want to give, because user can have a multi select with the control, and they can, have expand, go down the hierarchy. All these features going to be available once they have multiple selection, depending on what you need. So what is happening right now? See, now if you need a button look, you say, no, that button look was pretty good. Now December release, December 2020 has moved this option from this down arrow to the property slicer setting. And here, instead of vertical list, you have to call it tile. They started calling it as a tile. Previously it was horizontal. Orientation is horizontal. Now you can click button, and again with the control click. That seems pretty good. Isn't it such a easy way to change your axis? That's good. Let me make it a little bit smaller because I'm going to show you one more feature. That's good. Now what I want here is basically I want my measure to also be dynamic, and field parameter can do both of them dynamic. Why do I need? Why do only net? Why not gross? Why not discount percentage? All of them. Previously the option was we used to create a table with all the major names, and we used to change that. The another one was calculation group. Now with the single measure, because we cannot have different kind of format of data, it was little bit challenging to handle both the sales and the discount percentage kind of measure together. But that's not going to be challenged with the field parameters. So insert modeling, new field parameters, fields, and then we are going to have here measure. And in this measure, I'm going to bring in my measures, base measures, which is gross, net, margin, discount, COGS, margin percentage, discount percentage. All of them I'm bringing in. And I checked, that button remained checked. So I will get this one again. Let's make it as a button tile. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Now, how do you, it will come into this one? Simply clicking will not do. What you have to do, go to this visual, to the property and says, no, you don't need now y-axis net. You need something else. So go to the major slicer. And bring it on y-axis. Now it became major 2 because we already have a major table, which we created for our KPIs. On the top it is there. Now it is gross which is selected. I click on net, it is coming net. If I unselect anything, all of them will come together. But look, when I click on margin, the axis is automatically adjusted and it's showing percentage. There is no challenge of format, number format here. Net is net, gross is gross. I can control and click and get both of them together also. So that's really interesting stuff. My axis is dynamic, my major is also dynamic. Now my slicer is also dynamic. How? I will bring in this axis again here. I'll make it as a slicer. And the moment I make it as a slicer, it becomes state. So you'll say, what is dynamicity here? Right click on this and say show selected values. Now it's going to show the state values. I can filter on state. I go to city, I can go to city. Now you might need more than one axis slicer for that, or you may have to change the interaction to, make sure it works on differently. Now that's the one thing. Another thing which you might also need is basically you might need a dual axis. So I say fine. I only make it as a single select. Okay. Okay, and now, but I need it 2 axis because I also need a line here. So this visual, I want a line also. And what we are going to do for line, we are going to create one more major slicer. So we go to the modeling, we say new parameter. We don't want them to interact with each other. And we call it major 2, or we can call them major 2 is already created. So this time I'm only going to bring in 2 majors, which are basically discount percentage and margin percentage. And I say create. This is again going to be added here. And this one, what I'm going to do is to just show the little bit of thing that this actually work on the line. I say, okay, this actually work with line. So you be near to the secondary y-axis. Okay. And on the secondary y-axis, from the major 3, I'm going to drag here. See, and I can make it single select, or let me leave it like this. So both discount and margin are now plotted as a line. So though this can do a pretty good job while you're shifting 1, 1, 1, but we can make sure that, we have different kind of things for bar and line, and we can make it working. So field parameter is your tool to make really, really dynamic visuals. You can reduce number of visuals using that. Dynamic slicer, dynamic axis or dimension, or dynamic measures or values. These things you can achieve using field parameter. Such a powerful single feature it is. Time has come to look into more features of Power BI. Now let's take our interactive visual across pages. So there is a feature which is known as drill through. The feature drill through, what happens is you can actually from the first page, you can go and pass on the values to the second page. So let's say I'm drilling from here state, I should be able to pass on this state to the next one. So let me do one thing. Let me create a table visual here in the second page, page 8. Let me have there. And the second visual, the visual doesn't need state. Okay, that's not compulsory. But to showcase you how the things behave, I need to bring in, let's say, state. Let me create a table visual here. city and net. And let me have another visual which is basically on category, brand, category, brand and net. And let me do one thing here. Now this is my drill page. So let me call it as drill page or detail page maybe. Okay. This page I want to come from any other page. Now we have two types of pages, page 7, which is basically a page where we have the dynamic access, and we have the pages, static pages like, you know, the brand and category page. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is basically in this page, in the drill through filter, let me keep only one thing, which is category. Okay. Right now I'm saying only categories there. Okay. In the drill through. Now I go to the bookmark page and right click on the category, and moment I say drill through page, I say drill page, and able to see and that category 2 getting filtered out. I automatically get this back button, control and click, go back. Let me control and click on the brand. Let me right click. Now you don't see this because when we give this drill through, those are the only one on which right click we are going to get it. The second thing, there is no control. Okay. It means, let me right click here. Now, right now it's not coming. Let me bring in category here. Now, the moment you see a category here, see, it is field parameter, but the moment category is there, you have the drill page. Okay. You can click and go. Now, what happens is the moment you added something like category or brand here, whatever page contains it is going to show that. There is no way you can control that you drill through should not appear. So drill through will appear on that page and the value will get passed to this page. Now, let's say I also add a brand here, or let's say state here. I'm able to add a state here. Let me control and go back to the page. Now, when I go to state and I right click here, or even if I keep the mouse here, state, right click, drill through, drill page, I'll get that. And state is getting filtered. Does it mean brand, if selected on my page, is not going to get filtered? So if I have some filter on the brand, will it not get filtered? Okay. So let's bring in brand as a filter on this page. So we bring in brand, we create a slicer, we create brand 10. Brand 10 is getting filtered. We right click on the California, drill through, drill page. See, only brand 10 is coming. It doesn't mean that if the brand 10 is getting filtered on that page, it's not going to filter because only state is getting passed. It's going to pass. Now, if you don't want a brand to come, okay, and for that you need a little bit of effort right now here. So what you have to do here is basically erase. Okay. Now, if you don't want brand to come here, you have to say uncheck this, keep all filters. Now only category and state, drill will be only in category state and only category and state will be passed. Now if I go to my page 7, where I have brand 10 selected, I right click on the California and I say drill page. Now you don't see the brand filter getting passed because we have set keep all filters off and we say only category and state is passed. So now whatever is available here, that only can pass. Now sometime what would happen, you will say no. Can I drill using multiple? So you say I'll shift control and click and select more than one. You will not see. So drill through filter is not available when you are selecting more than one value. That's the one thing. Sometime you say no, I don't want my end user to right click. Is there an option? Yes, there is an option. You can always go and add a drill through button. Okay. So insert button. A blank button I am inserting. I can bring it here on this itself. I keep it set, and then in the action I can enable and I can say drill through, and see I have a FX button. It means you can do coding. You can say is in scope or is filtered something and you can decide which page to go. So I can make a dynamic page drill through also. So we say drill through and then we say drill page. Because right now only one page is available, but I can make it dynamic using a major. I need to give a name. So I go to style and I'll say text drill. Now this button is disabled right now. But the moment I select one value here, I have this button enabled, control and click here and only click in Power BI service. So drill through will take you to the next page, the drill page with the details. And you can have multiple level of drill through as long as you keep your flow of passing values from one page to another page intact. You should be able to drill through multiple pages. That's also possible. Now, sometime you will say, I want to see more things on the tooltip. I say, okay, go ahead and add something on tooltip, isn't it? So if your visual supports tooltip, you can go and add values. You say, no, I want to see a pie chart. So what I want to see a pie chart which displays the value. So we have a tooltip page also. To create a tooltip page, click on an empty page, go to the properties, page information, allow to use as tooltip. The moment you do this, become a smaller size, you can actually change the canvas setting. You want a tooltip kind of page or you want a normal page. I'm right now going to keep it really small. And what I want here is I want to show the brand split. Wherever I am, I want to show the brand split. So brand net. Again, it has feature like what you want to pass. Keep all filters. This is all what you need. Now here we don't need to right now drag a brand here and say, okay, only when this is there, then it will happen. Now this is basically the visual which is taking a lot of things. Let's see if we can create a better visual. So let's see, this is the visual more suitable here. Now, how do I get it on any other page? Let's say page 7, I go here, can I get a tooltip page here? And now this is especially important because this is access slicer page also. So we click on this visual and we go to the format, journal. We have a tooltip page which is on. Report page, it is auto. Instead of auto, make it as a page 8. Now you go here. Why only brand 10? Because brand 10 is filtered. So that's passing, okay? Now you can see the values are changing the moment I'm going up and down on all of them. So the California value is passing. Now again, same way, just like when we can call it as a drill page, tooltip page. You can disable keep all filters and keep whatever you want to pass in keep all filters. So if you don't want to pass, let's say brand, but brand is something we want filtering. You don't want to pass something, then you can uncheck this and then drag whatever you want to pass. You will be able to do that. So in that manner, you can have a tooltip page also, and wherever it is enabled, let's say on table visual, can we enable that? So we go here, we go to the general property, tooltip on, and we say tooltip page. And we are able to get it. So these things will add more dynamic content to your visualization. You can make pretty interactive report. So field parameters and drill through, all these things can make your visualization really dynamic and can give a flow to the information. So try all these features out. We have learned quite a bit amount of DAX and other functionalities of Power BI, but there is a very important part, Power Query, which can help you in transformation of data. So time has come that we go ahead and learn that part. So let's begin our journey for Power BI transformation. So I've taken a new file because I'm going to import a new file now. And let me directly click on get data, and the file which you need to import is basically pivot data. So Excel workbook I want to import. Let's import pivot data. And in this one, we are going to take quite a few files or sheets basically. So we'll take fill sheet, we'll take gap sheet, we'll take master, master 2, we'll take pivot data, we'll take pivot and pivot. Let's take detail, let's take replace, text operation, transpose and pivot. Almost everything we end up taking. So let's say load, and instead of load, now this time I will say transform data, because I want to transform this data directly, and I'll show you and explain you data as and when we are proceeding with that particular sheet. So one of the sheets, let's look at it, is basically this sheet. Now this sheet had quite a few problems. Now first problem which I see with this sheet is that the headers itself are not correct. The first row is header, and sometimes it gives that this is old and you just press refresh. Now so that's the first mistake I want to correct. So what we can do in this case is we can say use first row as header. In the home tab we have an option use first row as header. Now basically there are two: use first row as header, use header as first row. So if you don't select anything, just press it, then it will use first row as header. So now I got first row as header. Now I see another challenge with this file is basically there are completely empty rows. There's rows which doesn't contain anything, complete empty rows. And if I click here on the row, it can show me all the values like in this format below. Now these are completely empty rows, and to remove these completely empty rows, I have another option in the home tab, which is remove rows, and I say remove blank rows. Once I'm done with that, I still look at this file and I see that the row 3 and row 4 seems to be same, exact duplicate. Now if it is correct as per your business, fine. If that is not correct as per your business, then what you can do is you can go ahead and say remove duplicate, and it remove duplicates. And you need to see that remove duplicate should give table.distinct remove duplicate row, because if by mistake you select a particular column and then you say remove duplicate, then it might delete duplicate based on that column. So typically what we do is we actually click here so that nothing is selected, and then we do remove duplicates. So this is the first set of operation that we have learned. We know how to make first row as header, how to remove blanks, how to remove duplicates. Now let's come to the second operation, which is pivot. Now this is basically a pivoted data. Now what is wrong with this data? If you see name, that seems correct, but subject is always in rows. They are not in columns, because if I want certain analysis, I can create this as a matrix visual, but this data doesn't seems right. The subject should have been in the rows so that I can have a subject slicer easily. I don't have to do additional effort to create a subject slicer, and then I can create total, subtotal, etc. Then how do I correct that? So what I can do is I can select the first column and then shift and select all the columns, and then I can go to transform data and I can say unpivot, because it's a pivoted column, and I can say unpivot columns. But if there are certain set of columns which actually I want to keep, and I'm sure I always want to keep, and these can increase, let's say tomorrow one subject can also get added, then what should we preferably do is we should select this one and should say unpivot other columns. When you select and say pivot those columns or pivot only those selected columns, that is going to pivot. Unpivot column can take a decision. Unpivot selected column will unpivot the selected columns, and unpivot other columns will unpivot the other columns. So we say okay, subject might increase, so we do that. Now this seems much better. I have maths as a subject in the row, and I have the value which is marks, and then we need to rename. We need to call this as subject, and we need to call it marks. So we have got the subjects and we got the marks. Now if the data type is not correct, you can click here and you can go to the home tab and correct the data type from here. Okay. So, or you can also on the right click, you can check it out, change type, whatever you want. Now this is, we have the pivoted data. Now we can also have unpivoted data with us. What is unpivoted data? Now look at this case. Sales and margin are typically measures, and in our case the margin is kind of a number. Don't treat it as a percentage. So margin is a number, sales is a number, and sales and margin should have been columns, not rows. So in such case, this is unpivoted already. We want to pivot it. So select these two, go to the transform data and say pivot columns. Now in the pivot columns, you have value and you have operation. You have sum. Sometimes what happens is you don't want to aggregate it, and I want to show you what happens if I don't aggregate this. I'm getting an error here. Why I'm getting an error? Because actually in my data there was a problem. We need to add this data, then only is going to come correct. So what happens in Power Query, the good thing is, which is not in the DAX is all the steps are shown here. Whatever operations I'm doing are shown here. I can actually go ahead and cross this operation. So I'm back at the same stage. I can again select these and I can go ahead and say transform data, pivot data. And this time I can say, okay, do it as sum. So I got my corrected table. Now sales and margin are columns. They are not in rows. So this table now seems correct. So we have corrected two kind of data. Now let's look at transpose. Now what's happening here is, here the data, complete data itself is transposed. Major, sales and margin, they should have been columns and these columns should have been the rows. So the complete data itself is transposed. You might have done transpose in Excel. That's the same thing which is happening. So let's click here on the corner. Now go to transform data and say transpose. Now once we transpose, our problems are still not over, but they are almost there to be solved. So major, sales and margin are still the column names, which are basically in the first row. So we know we have to go to home tab, use first row as header, and this will become header. Now Power BI has automatically added this tab change type. So once Power BI is added, this actually corrected it. And if you want to remove some of those change type, you can cross it and go ahead with that. Also, one more important thing you should check it out is here. If you go on any table and right click and you can go to advanced editor, the same option is also available under home tab, advanced editor. You can go and see the code for each and every step. And some of these things you can modify once you are really comfortable with Power Query. Now Power Query use M language. And that's where this code is happening. Power BI is automatically writing down Power Query. Basically, the menu options are automatically writing down this code, but you can also write down, once you are a little bit expert, you can manually write down this code. So now we have looked at the code. Now we have done with transpose and all those. Now sometime what happens, you might look like to append the data, or before that, let's look at some of the data. Like this is the data which I have, one of the data. Basically what's happening here is there are certain blank values. Now what I want is, whenever there is a blank value, in this case I want the same value should get filled down. You might have done it in Excel, whatever is the value, put it down. So if you want the same thing in Power Query, what you can do, you can click here and you can go to transform data, fill down. See 90, 90, 90. Now here let's look at this one. Now this one in computers, we have option both available, fill up or fill down. So now we already know how to do fill down. Let's try fill up in this case. So this 89 should fill this, and again in this case also 89 should fill. So again transform, select the column, transform, fill up. So it will fill the data upward. So 89, 89, 89, 89, 89, 89. So that's got filled up. And if you are not sure what happens, you can actually click. You even don't need to revert it. You can just click on the previous row and of this tab, previous step, and then check it out what happens. This was my data like this, and now I look at this step and this is how my data happens now. So I can always check that out. So this is my operation, which is fill up and fill down. Now what happens is, sometime I bring in my data, and when I bring in the data, I might require an index column. And sometime even when we solve certain problems, we say, okay, add an index column. You need a unique column. Each row it should come a unique column. So how do we do that? So for that we have an option under add column. We have an option add index column. Now index column can start from 0, from 1, or any custom number. We simply say right now add from 1. And now you can change it, like basically from number, step, and the data type we can give, and then you can get the correct numbers. If you want, you can change it. Let's say we make it 0, or we make it this one 2. These are like even numbers. Let's make it 1 and 2. Odd numbers, 1 and 1, continuous sequence. Okay, in this way you can add an index column. Now let's come to this. Now again in the replace sheet, what we see is here there is one problem. First of all, the header is a problem. So we go here and we say, okay, use first row as header. Now I want to replace the null value in the first column with something, let's say HH or something, or maybe NA. Now replacing a value, if I ask you replace BBB, you say, oh, okay, I can replace it something, or I say YU, I say replace it. So you will say, okay, right click, replace value, YU, replace with, let's say YOU. And then there are advanced option, match entire cell content, replace it using special characters. So you got U, but how do I replace this null value? Let's say I want to bring in NA here. So now let's go to again replace values, and there instead of blank I'm going to write down NULL, all small, and then I say N/A, NA, N/A. Let's try this out. Now you see I can replace the blank value or null value. So you want to replace the null values. First item you have to give is the null, and the second is the value. You can see the code here, replacer.replace value, replace value. It's the last step name basically. Typically in Power BI, that's the last step name. So whenever you look at the code Power Query in the advanced editor, you will see this was my last step. So the next step referred as last step most of the time. And then you have this last step, this get replaced. Basically what is happening, every step is returning a table, and we take the table and do another operation. Then we take another, then it returns a table, we take the table and do another operation. That's how we are performing our operations. So we are able to replace the things. So you want to replace now then how does these changes will go back to us? Now first of all, before we move forward, let's say close and apply. So once you do close and apply, see before the close and apply nothing was there. Now first time the data is loading, and the transformed data will be loaded. So we have to look at like how does our pivot and unpivoted table has come. Let's look at those. Now if I go here, if you look at my unpivoted table, it was not like this when initially it came in. And even if I look at my pivot table, this was not like this, it has came. Okay, the subjects were in the row. Subjects were in the columns, now it is in row. So only the transform data of last step has come. Now let me go back and tell you one important thing. If I go back to transform data, let's say while looking at this data, let's go to our pivot. You say, okay, I just want to check the marks of mathematics. You just filter the mathematics marks. You say, okay, it actually adds a step. It is not filtering, it actually filtered the data. And now if you say close and apply, it actually removes the data from your analysis. You only have the mass data. This doesn't happen when you filter it here in the DAX. But if you filter it in Power Query and come out, it means the data permanently got removed from the analysis. So you need to be careful if you apply a filter, and if you need it temporarily, go ahead and remove that. So remove this, come back, close and apply, come back, and you will see the complete data is here. So while you are applying the filters in Power Query, you need to be a little bit careful. They are permanent in nature. They can remove the data if you don't remove them, if you're just testing and do that. Now these are some set of quick operations which we have done, which help us to transform our data. But sometime what happens is we might require a little bit more complex operations. Like in this one, the text operation, I have the data like this. Maybe I want to split it into 4 rows or 4 columns. So, or maybe I want to split it before and after. So that kind of operations I need. So for that, what we need to do, again, we need to go to transform data and split column. Now split column we can do by delimiter, we can do by character, by position, by upper lower case, digit, not digit. Here we say we need it by delimiter. Now in this case, first time I would prefer to use advanced column, and 4 columns I want on based on hyphen. Now it has automatically detected that I have hyphen. Otherwise it has option like colon, comma, or whatever I want to give, I can give using custom. And let's see, let me split it. As you can see, it has created 4 columns. Now the initial column has gone. Now there is a transform option and there is a add column option also. If there is same operation which is repeating between the transform and add column, the add column like this for format and extract it is repeating text before delimiter and text after delimiter. In such cases, what happens is, if you use add column, that will add a new column by doing that transformation. Now, if it is in the transform, it actually changes that particular column. So now in this case, what has happened is the column itself got split into 4 columns, and you don't have that original column. You have an option to duplicate column. You can use that if you want, and the same operation is not available under the add column. Now let me revert this step. Change data type, I reverted. So the data type were changed after this operation automatically. Now let's say if I want it into rows. So I will say right click. I can also use split column by delimiter, again hyphen, but this time in the advanced option I say row. Now in case of row, I don't need to specify columns, because if you specify the column, that many split will happen. If you don't specify now, so you don't need, because in case of rows, it can create as many rows as it wants. Column, we have to specify how many we want. So we split it. Now it created 4 rows for each one of them. Now in such cases, what happened, the data get multiplied that many times. So you need to be really careful and knowing the use case when you are doing split by delimiter. So this is the text operation. Now let's revert it and let's look at one more operation in the text. Now sometime you actually don't want to split. You say, okay, I have a delimiter and I want before text, like this 2020 is the year which I know is there, and I want to take out that one, and I want to take out, let's say, new as a new column, and I have an option in extract. So get the text before delimiter as a new column. Now what is my delimiter? My delimiter is hyphen. Now there are advanced option like from the starting point or from the end point. We say starting point. Number of delimiter to skip. I don't want to skip any delimiter. I want text before delimiter. 2020 I am able to get. And then I can, if I want to change the data type, I can click here, go to the home tab, and I can say treat it as a whole number. Now one more important thing you should remember here, like if there is some number which is decimal, it contains decimal place, and you change the data type here. Let's say in the first step, you change the data type to whole number. Then you come and add another data type to make it decimal. It will not recover. It will not recover decimal places. You should change it at the very first occurrence of the change data type. Similarly, date time can lose the timestamp if you mark date. So very first step where you have done it, you have to change the data type there. So the data type in Power Query, the changes could be permanent in nature. In DAX, certain changes are only hidden, like search is only, you're searching, the data is still there. Similarly, date time data type, you make it date, still it is date time. Now we have done some of these operations. Now what we would like to do is basically, we would like to know, like I have this master table, ID, cat ID and name. I have a second table, ID, cat ID, name and cat ID 2. Can I append these tables? Can I create a new table containing these two, or can I append in one of these tables? So what you can do if you want to append the data, or union all, kind of union all, but union does require all of them same, but Power Query doesn't say that all of them need to be same. So you can go under the home tab. Under the home tab, you have this append queries, and right now I'm going to use append queries as new because I want to have a new table. So I go here in the master, I have this kind of data, and then I have the second table which is master 2. I have both of them, and I say okay, append these two tables into a new table. Now look what Power Query has done. Whatever columns have the same column name, they are just, the data is just pasted one below another. Whatever data was not having that column was not present in one of the table, you get all the null values, but both of them got appended. Again, you can say close and apply, or you can say simply apply. Data will get loaded into the Power BI. Before we do more set of operation, let's save this file first of all. Now let's go back to transform data again. Now what we wanted to do is we want to merge the data, two set of data together and see. So we have a detailed table. Actually this is not detailed, this is the master table. And then I have a master table which is not actually master table. Let's look at these two tables and let's rename them. So double click M1 to call it as master and D1 to call it as detail. So let's look at the master. So it has category 1 which is repeating, and knowingly it is repeating to showcase you what happens when you have duplicates value in master. 2, 3, 5. Now D has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as IDs. cat ID 1 is repeating, cat ID 2 is repeating, cat ID 3, and there is a cat ID 4 which is actually not present in M1. Now I would like to join these tables, merge these tables in C, and we are going to do merge tables as new, so that we are able to differentiate between different kind of options we have in the merge. So let's take the M table, the master table, first of all, click on that, and then go to the home tab, merge queries, merge query as new. So first one is M table, second one is a D1 table. Now you can select more than one column if you like this, and then if you again shift with the shift, and again if you want to remove with the shift, you can remove that. Now I want to join cat ID with category ID of the D1, and I want to perform left join. What left join means, the table on the left hand side would be given preference. So in the table on the left hand side has a ID 5, which is not present on the table on the right hand side. So table on the left hand side has a ID 5, which is not present on the table which is on the right hand side. So that ID should appear, but the table right has ID 4, which in this case should not come. So that's the left outer join. So we join both of them, and it gives the first table as it, and second table it gives us a table. If you click on that, you can see the data, and there is an expand icon at the end. If you click on this expand icon, you will see what all column you want to bring in. Right now I want to bring in all the column, and I don't want a prefix of the table name, so I can uncheck that, and then I'll get ID cat ID name .1, because the same name was there in that table. Now first thing which you see here is this 1111 is repeating 4 times. 2 times it was there in the master, 2 times it is there in the details, so it repeated 4 times. That could happen if you have duplicate values in master. Now another thing which you see for cat 5, there is no data, and there is no data for cat 5 because category 5 doesn't exist in the right table, and we are doing a left join. And in case of left join, the left, all the data in the left hand join, the data which can join plus the additional data which is not joining available in the left hand side table would be given to us. So that's the left join for us. So we have done with the left join. Now the category 4 has no mention here because category 4 is not appearing. Now again what we are going to do, we are again going to click on M1, and then we will go to merge queries. We say merge queries as new. We again select category ID. We say D1 cat ID, and we now select the second join, which is right outer join. In case of right outer join, the table on the right hand side will be given preference, and what would happen here is basically all from the second and matching from the first. So second table will give everything, but first table only matching rows will come. Matching rows can create more rows, that is also fine. So now what would happen, we will get this ID 4 which is not present in table 1 or the left table, but table 5 will not get it. So let's click on OK, and this time the moment I done OK, you start seeing a null row here, and this null row corresponding to the ID 4 cat ID 4, which is only available in the right hand side of the table. Right and left is just the placement of the table. Both the joins do the same job. So if I could have taken the table detail 1, then I could have done the left join to get the same thing. Now let me expand it. Again I use the same kind of options. I will want to get all the columns, and now in this time you see that this is the ID which is coming because of the right hand side. Again duplication of data is happening for the ID 1. Now we have learned left and right. Now this time what we have done, I think we have actually merged it into the table 1 only. So let's do one thing, let's remove these steps and again do it. So we say append merge queries as new. We will do this operation again, M1 D1 cat ID right outer join, and we'll get merge to, and we can rename it as right join. We can expand it and we can say OK. So that's the power query. You can revert certain steps and come back to the original stage and can keep on moving. Now the third kind of join we would like to explore now is the inner join. Again click on M1, home tab, merge queries as new, M1 category ID, D1 category ID, inner join, only matching. First we are doing inner join, then we'll do full outer join. Means 1, 2 and 3 cat IDs will match. We got the table, expanded table. See 1, 2 and 3 is coming. there is no blank, and even after we expand, there is no blank getting added. We are not getting any row for 5 and we are not getting any row for 4. This is inner join. Double click or right click, rename, we call it inner join. Now let's try full outer join. Again we select M1, we go to the merge queries as new, select the column category ID, select the second table D1, cat ID, and this time we say full outer join. So in this case what would happen is basically you will get both the IDs which is having the, so inner join plus additional data will come. So this time when I say you start seeing one null row, you start seeing 5, and when I expand and add the things, you see 4 is also coming, 5 is also coming, and all the matching rows are coming. So that is full outer join. You will have additional rows from the left which are not matching, additional rows from the right which are not matching. So both the tables merging together and giving you full outer join. There are actually 2 more joins which are available. Let's try anti-join now. So again, we will begin with the table M1. So in M1, let's select the M1 table, then go to the home tab. In the home tab, merge queries as new. Then we select the table D1, category ID from M1, click and select, cat ID from D1, click and select. Then select the join left anti-join, and left anti-join means only rows from first that are not present in second table. It's A minus B, something which is present in A, not in B. Okay, so it should only exist in A, not in B. So once you do, you will see only one row. There was only one ID 5 which was present in A, and that's the one which is not presented in B. If you click here and near to the table, you will see that null row is going to come. You can expand it and get that null row. So now this is the left anti-join, means we are getting the rows which are only present in the left table, not present in the right table. Same way we will work for right anti-join. Click on M1 again, then go to home tab, merge queries as new. M1, select the next table D1. In M1 select category ID. In D1 select cat ID. Right anti-join. Something which is present in the right table means D1, which is not present in M1. B minus A, in this case we are assuming B is the second table, and in this case we should get this row 4 because cat ID 4. We should get the row for the cat ID 4. And you can see the null values are coming when you click on the table, and always click on the empty space if you want to see. Don't click on the table here, otherwise it will add an expanding step. So we can see that the data is going to come here, and we expand it, and then we get one row where, you know, the left hand side table data is blank and only right hand side data is coming. So anti-join means something which is present in a particular table and not present in another table. Now left and right is going to decide which table is that from where the data should come. So now we have good understanding of, you know, joins. Time has come. Let's create certain custom columns. Now let's learn how can we add new columns. Those new columns could be conditional column, could be simple formulas. So let's try that out. So what we are going to do here is basically, let's go to this pivot table. Here we have marks. So why don't we convert these marks into grades? Now for that I have option that I create a custom column and write down my own script, or I go to conditional column and write down my script there. So in the conditional column, I would be having like if the column name, operator, value, and the output, and I can choose from that. Or maybe I can write down if conditions here. So I can say, okay, grade. When I say grade, okay, so what all is going to be there in the grade? So what we are going to say in the grade, we would like to have, let's say, if marks. Now, unlike the DAX if, where you start the parentheses, you write the condition, and then you have two part then and else. In here, what happens if condition, there is no parenthesis, need of parenthesis unless you want to include some condition into the parenthesis. If the condition portion can only be in parenthesis, not the complete if. Okay, if then and else don't need parenthesis. So marks equals to, let's say marks is greater than 90, then we can call it A, else if marks is greater than 80, then call it, let's say, grade B. Else call it C. And we can have in multiple lines. There is no need of alt enter, simple enter would do. And if I, let's say, want to add more condition, let's say you say no, we want to add one more. So see, the way we are giving condition, we are saying greater than 90. So we know it cannot come to the second condition without that. So automatically the next one is becoming 81 to 90. Okay. So it is 70, let's say 70 is C. And let's say rest is D. So we got a conditional column, we got a grades. Now the data type is something which you need to correct. Now whenever you create a column in Power Query, just pay attention what is the data type. Now data type, either if it is the add column, you can actually go ahead and add a comma here at the just before the formula add, and then there is a column type. Now this could be column type like number. So we have this int 64 dot type or int 32 dot type. We can use that. Now, or you can add an additional step. So I added this additional, see in the script add columns, the last argument could be the data type. So I have given that. Otherwise, if you're not comfortable with this, you just select this column, go to the home tab and use the data type. That is another way. Now this is one calculation where basically we got the grade. What happens if I want some numerical calculation? Let's say I know the maximum marks is 100 and I want to create a percentage column. Just simple A divided by B, A plus B, something I want to create like that. Again, we can go to add columns, say custom column, can call it as percentage. And we can say, ideally speaking, if you divide by 100, it is always percentage only, but just to learn the trick, we can say A divided by B. Then we got this column. Again, the numbers are not correct, so we need to use certain things, or we can go here and click on this column, go to the home tab, change type to decimal numbers. Okay, type equal to number. You could have given the same type equal to number here as the last argument. So this way we are able to add new columns and do certain operation. Similarly, if you want to have some column like extract, first character, last character, a text before delimiter, after limit. Let's say I want to extract the first character of the subject. So I can add a column extract first characters. Now how many characters? I say only one. Okay, which column we have used? We have by mistake used the percentage column. So let's add another column, extract first character. Oh, the column is already selected. Select the subject column, extract first character. I want one characters. So I get M, P, C, C, M, all this. Okay. Now you might want two characters, then look at the code. Where is the number of character here? You can go ahead and change it to 2. So when you move forward and you keep on learning about these things, you will be able to do. So we do have, like we have learned in the DAX left, right and mid, we do have start, middle and end also here, text.start, text.middle, text.end here. Similar kind of function can do similar kind of jobs for us. And whenever you can do the same operation in DAX versus Power Query, we should prefer to do that in Power Query. Now, there are a few more things which are available in Power Query, and as a beginner also, you should be knowing that. So if you go to the View tab, you have these 3 columns. Now, one of the column is column profile, which basically gives you the complete profile of the column, which gives you the, like, and it will depend on the column which you are. So like right now I'm in a text column, so it give me count, error, empty, distinct, unique, empty strings, min, max values. If I have a marks column, you will see count, error, empty, distinct, unique, not a number value, zeros, min value, max value, average value, standard deviation, even numbers, odd numbers. And then there is a distribution, how many distinct values on those distinct values. It is basically group by and count. So this is what we get. Now if you go to the fill sheet, now here we have certain empty values. So if I go and look at the distribution, you will be able to see certain counts in empty. Go to the gap sheet. I think we completely filled up. Once you check on all the tables, you will get, like if you go to the text operation, you click on any of the column, it will show you like this is the date column, what kind of values will come on the date column. Okay, now let's go back here. Now let's come to another column, which is column quality. Now the column quality shows you valid, error, and empty. And what happens if your table is big? It has more than 1000 rows. What would happen? If you look at the bottom near to the status bar, the column profiling based on top 1000 rows. You can click on this and you can say column profiling based on the entire data set. So it is not necessary that you get it only on 1000 rows. You can include the complete data set and then the values will come. So what would happen when you see valid, percentage, error, and empty? This initially was calculated like you are saying only 9. Now, if you have, let's say, thousands of rows and you are seeing this number is small, it means you need to change your column profiling based on the complete data set. And the option is below near the status bar. Now, same way I have a column distribution also. Now, column distribution is basically, now this is something you need to understand: 9 distinct, 9 unique, 4 distinct, 2 unique. Now, what is the difference between distinct and the unique? See, distinct is all the distinct values. Means I have 5 values, A, B, B, B. So then I have 2 distinct values, A, B, B, A, B. But there is no unique value. Unique value is the distinct value which only appears once. So that's the unique value which is going to be unique. So the distinct value which appears only once is unique. Means it's only appearing once in the data. That's unique. So distinct is basically, even if your A is appeared twice, I can take. So now what is happening in the first column, all the values are distinct as well as unique. It's like a kind of a primary key in this table. Now here we have 4 distinct values, but only 2 are unique. So 78 is repeating, 90 is repeating, 45 and 56 are not repeating. They are unique values. So that's the difference between distinct and unique. So, and if you are preparing for, let's say, any exam, especially PL 300, then these kind of questions may be asked to you, especially around this thing. Fine. So you have additional tools in Power Query for diagnosis. You have help available also here. So try these things out. We are done with quite a few concepts in Power BI. Now time has come that we publish this file and explore the Power BI service and see what are the various stuffs like data flow, dashboard, etc. on Power BI service. So what I'm going to do here in this file is, this file contains a lot of things which we don't require. This file contains table which we don't require. We have just created it for, learning purpose, like this date ranges. This date range is 1. This date range is. Now some of these tables which we have created by mistake might have contained the measures which we need, like some of those tables contain measures. So what you need to do is you need to move those measures inside the tables where we need it. So what we are going to do is, so we will go to this data model view because it allows us to multi-select. So like this date ranges, date in ranges, all these 3 tables I don't need. So I can say delete from model. They doesn't contain anything which we need. Now data 1, let's look at data 1. It doesn't contain any measure. Data 2, it doesn't contain any measure. Delete them. Date I need, date 1 I need. Let's look at the gen table, what it contains. Now you can see the moment I delete certain things, it starts throwing error. Now I don't need this one also. I don't need this one also. And let me check. I also don't need this one. Now we have this gen 1 table. And this is we also generated. So I have taken a backup. I saved this file with a new name where I'm deleting all these things, so that now I have measure. I have this MTD table which I created just to showcase you what does MTD going to show us. Then I have this range numbers. Look, let's look. Do we have a measure here? No. So then I can delete this also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this. And let's say if I found some measure which is not in the correct table, what I can do is I can move that into my correct table. So let's say I want to delete a table and that table contains a measure which I don't want to delete. Then I can move that measure inside the correct table, which is measure table. So I'm going to do that cleanup, and then I'm going to delete the tables. And I'm also going to do is I'm going to delete all the pages from here. And once I delete all the pages, we'll create couple of good visuals on a new page, and then we'll publish this file. So meanwhile, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause this video, delete everything, come back and show you what is the remaining file. So clean up, delete unnecessary column, delete unnecessary measures, delete unnecessary tables, delete all the unnecessary visuals. Just make the file as lightweight as possible. Anything we have created just for training, we are going to delete that out. I'm almost done with the cleanup. I kept few pages to showcase you that how I'm going to delete. So I delete it and press the space bar to delete it. I'll just keep this drill page in case I need it. I have this bar page and the tooltip page. I kept only these pages. Then I am left out with the customer table where still I have some major. I cleaned up my geography table, removing all those unnecessary columns which we created. We have parameter which we need. We have the major 2 and major 3, which are our major slicers. So let me go to the model view again, and if you can see that, you know, I have quite a few majors in the customer table, and because this is less number of columns, what I can do basically with the shift, I can select everything, and with the control, let me take out what I need here. Okay, so I press with the shift, selected everything, all the majors I've done, and then let me move them to the home table, the major table, and they will all move to the major table. Now we can you know, further create subfolders. They are like, say, all except, all average of city. Some of them need to go, let's say these all distinct. We might not need all these distincts we just created, for example, but let's say they go to distinct subfolder. We can create a subfolder and push it there. Okay, so in this manner, let's say net brand majors. We can, this type of subfolders we can create and reorganize our majors. Now, if you remember our sales table also, I created few things like this year and year descending, rank year, and these were something which we were not needing. Even the sales date one, they were just created for an example. Column 1 is another example which we did. So we can say delete from model. Even column which are not needed, we are going to delete those. And I can go and check my sales table. Here, if you this first date we don't need this column, we can delete it. So sometime we can view the data and delete it. First date, last date we need it. Last sales quantity we might need it. Okay, so all these things are there. Table is cleaned up, model is cleaned up, pages are cleaned up. Now time has come, let's bring in a dashboard out here. We can move it first and let's call it analysis. Now we call something really different in Power BI. So when we say dashboard in Power BI, it means really different thing. It means the dashboard in the service. So what we are going to do here is let's quickly create some visualization here. So first I want few slicers. So let me bring in one slicer, organize it, and then rest of the slicer I can have that copy paste again. So I had this slicer, I go to the property, I go to the slicer setting, and I say drop down, and I make it a little bit smaller. And in case I want shadow or something, I can go and, you know, check out the effects. I can say shadow on. Okay, this seems, now I can copy paste. So I copy pasted few things so that I can have few of them. Let's keep some space for the date slicer, or instead of date we can only have month here, and we can resize the others which are coming. So let's say we want to bring in city in the second one, and I'll delete. And one more thing we can do, it's not necessary that I have like this. Maybe we keep city here. What would happen? It will create a hierarchical structure like this, and we are fine with this, isn't it? So we can have, now we don't need city here in the second slicer. We can have the second slicers on, let's say brand. Now category and subcategory I can have in the same one. In the third one I can have category and subcategory, and even I can have item name if required there. Okay, and if required I can change the title. I can have a dynamic title, or I can say the title, or I can say item. And if I don't require title, I can remove that. I can remove the slicer header first of all, and then, or what we can do is in the slicer header, let's make it an item. So we can make it in the slicer header. Now again, this one I don't need state. Let's bring in something from customer table. Let's bring in customer's name. Now let's bring in month year here from the date table. And this one we don't need it, or if in case we need it, we can have a year filter in this one. And again, month year I can have with year and quarter if I need it. That's what I can do. But let's have year separately here right now. I have year, and let me remove this one. So now my slicers are all set. Okay, so slicer is set. What I need is few visualizations. So in that visualization, I would like to add one, let's say map visualization, small map visualization. Let me add it here. And let me go to the generic properties. After I add something, let me try to change it state, and along with the state, let's have net. Net is really important for us. So in the base measure, let's have net, and it gives us bubble size pretty good. We can zoom it and keep it somewhere as long as it keeps it. And if we want, we can change the map. We say auto zoom off, don't auto zoom. Few settings we can do. Bubble size, we can make it a little bit bigger or smaller depending on the requirement. So I got this one. Now I have these generic properties. I go to the effect, I enable the shadow, and what I'm going to do is copy paste. So some of the properties this visual can copy. Now here I'm going to have the next to it basically a line visual. So let me convert it to a line visual, and here let me have a month year trend. So I have a month year trend here. This is how it looks like. So I give it sufficient space. Now I'm just copying this again, and let me have a brand wise analysis, and let me keep this as clustered bar. Let's give some space here, and whenever we have this kind of shading, let's give some space between the visualizations so that they look a little bit better. Copy this, have the pie, and in pie we will need category, not the brand. I can make it a little wider if needed, and let's have one more visual. Let's create it as a scatter visual. Let's bring in calculated measure, margin. Let's have discount, margin. Let's see, can we have name are too many, or if we can have values. Names are too many, I think. Let's have only city. Okay, looks pretty good, neat, clean. Now if we want, we can have those quadrant and all those. These things we can do, and reverse axis for the discount if we want. So we can go to the x-axis and we can say invert axis. So in the discount, higher discount is here. So now we got our page set up. If required, sometime, few users prefer to give a name also. Okay, they give a name to the page, so they keep a space there and give a name. I don't want to do that, but on the second page, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy all these things. And I'm going to paste them, all of them, and I'll say yes, keep them in sync. And this drill page, let's see, is it coming here? We already getting this drill page because drill page has certain things. And what we are going to do is, in some of the visuals, let's enable the tooltip page. Now tooltip page is on brand, so let's not enable it somewhere via brand. So let's enable it here. We go here and we'll say tooltip page here. So generic tooltip page on report tooltip. So we'll get a boom. So we got enabled features. Now here we can getting the drill down. So drill down can come on what pages? Drill pages can on category and state. So in category we can have this one. We'll have a category at least, so we'll drill from here also. fine. Or if like we can give a button here, all those things we can do. And this tooltip page we don't want to show anyone, so we'll say hide page. This page also we don't want to show anyone, so we'll say hide page. So only those two page, and let's not call it bar, let's call it category analysis. So once you are done with all those things, clean up and everything, your final thing is ready. And it is not necessary that I hide only the pages. Actually, I can hide the columns also. So in item, you don't see couple of columns, ID columns. What I've done here is basically I went to the model view and I hidden some of these things which I don't want. So in item table, you can see brand ID, category ID, and subcategory ID I've hidden. So those things which we don't require, we can hide them, so that finally when it goes, the end user is not able to see whatever we don't want him to check. Okay, so this one is a little bit overlapping. If you want to save with certain setting, we can do that. Now save the file and then click on publish. Once we publish, it is going to publish on app.powerbi.com. You need to have ID on the app.powerbi.com. Once you have ID, you can publish it. We are going to publish it, enter the training tutorials. We can publish under train one or tutorials. I'm going to publish it in tutorial. I say select, and it's going to publish learn powerbi.pbix on Power BI service. Now, once it is published, we are going to go to Power BI service. So I go to Power BI service. This is my tutorials one. Let's refresh it. And you can see now we have learned Power BI. Now, once you publish a file, and let's say this was an import mode file. So in this case, what would happen is basically it will happen in case of direct query also. You will get one data set and you will get one visualization file. So data set got separated out, visualization got separated out. And what we have to do is you have to go to the setting of the visualization. Now this require on-premise gateway. So you have to set, set up your gateway, and you have to configure that the gateway should be up and running, and you need to set up the data source credential if there is any data source credentials which are required. So all these things you have to do. So once you are done with, then you will be able to create an incremental refresh here. So after that, you will be able to schedule an incremental refresh. So this is the thing you can do for data set. Now if I want to go back to my workspace, previously how did I open? When I reached to the home page, of Power BI service, I actually pressed this one, and then I scrolled down and I clicked on tutorial and I reached here. So I reached into my Power BI service workspace, which is tutorials workspace, using this option workspace. Now, in case you want to create a new workspace, there is an option here. So you can say create workspace, and you can create your own workspace and you can publish in that. For that, you need to have a permission to create the workspace. Now it depends on what kind of user you are. Based on that, you're going to get the workspace creation role. Now, if I click on this file, which is the report file, which I got from there, you can see this file here in the Power BI service. Now the display is going to be as is what you were seeing on the desktop. Now, if it is having some difference, then what you can do is you can clear your browser cache, refresh, and try it again. Now you see the pages on the left hand side, and you can see the pages. Now see, I don't see those two pages, but it doesn't mean that my tooltip will not come. My tooltip is coming, and in fact on the right click drill through, I am able to also go to the drill page, and from the drill page I can press this button, and I don't require now control click. I'm just able to click, I come back. Few more things which are available on the Power BI service is that's full screen view. I can view this on full screen. I can analyze this data. I can put slicer values and all those, and I can analyze those data. We don't have data in these months, but we have data here. So we can analyze all the features like Power BI desktop, whatever we have, interaction and everything is going to work fine. Press escape, come back. Now the features you have from here is download this file. I have permissions to download this file as PBIX, save a copy. I can create another report from here. I can generate a QR code. I can embed this report, embed on SharePoint Online, website, developer pack, playground. All these options are there. Then I have certain settings which are available here, where I can give the description and the context, and all those things are available here. Now for export, I have an option analyze in Excel. I can analyze this file in Excel. I can download it from here. PowerPoint embed as an image or embed as a live data. Live data means you will be able to play around like a Power BI. You need to have Power BI plugin with you for that. Or PDF, again, it would be an image. Now each visual also have an option here to export the data, and export the data with current layout, summarize data, underlying data. Okay, so these are permissions which is allowed. This option is only available with table and matrix visual. So if we have a table or matrix visual, we will be able to do that. Okay, so if you don't have a table or matrix visual, we will not be able to use that. But any case, you will be able to export your data as summarized data, underlying data, or this thing. There are row limits which you can export. Within those limits, you will be able to download the data. Now, so you can download the individual data, you can export the report, you can share it with other user by giving their name. Now those users should have access to Power BI. They should have a pro license. Minimum pro license is required for sharing. You can share with other user by giving their name, typing out name here, and you can share with other users. Chat in Teams, you can bring in this in Teams. You can click on get inside to get. Subscribe, you can subscribe to this report. You can add a subscription so that you will get an email whenever on a regular basis. You can get this subscription here. You can say analyze, run now, and you will get an email. I'm canceling this out. You can edit this report because I have a privilege. I can actually go ahead and edit this report, and this got saved actually. So we have few more things out here. We need to clean this up, and we need to be very careful if we are doing some changes here. I can make it as a table visual. If okay, this was showing export is only available table visual. I can make it as a table visual, and I can save it and come out. Now this report is saved. I can go to view, and I can do these all options, grid lines and all those. It is almost same as your editor what we have on the desktop with certain limitations. And then I can go to reading view, and I'm back at the same view. Now you can see once I've cleared the filter, you will be able to see. Now if I go here again on the three dots, export data, I can see data with current layout. And current layout is really important because that's what people were asking for quite some time in Power BI, that exactly with the things whatever we are looking at the same format it should download. So that's what is really important, data with current layout. Summarized data means the aggregated data what you are seeing here, and underlying data is the raw data which is there. So these kind of exports are available. 3 exports are available. Now other than there are few options like see related, contain, open, lineage view. Lineage view is important to know, you know, how this file is dependent on where where are the sources lying, what are the connectors. So learn Power BI is the data set, and it is using this Excel. So it is telling you the complete flow from where this information to how to reach, and I cleaned up it little bit, and that's why you are only seeing that one file. Okay, now so this is what is there. Now if I go back to my workspace, what I see here is this data set is there. Now this data set I can utilize in two ways. I can create a report here itself. I can say create new report, pick up a published data set. I can say learn Power BI. I say auto create a report. It will auto create a report, or I can I can myself go ahead and create a report in the edit mode. So I use this edit mode. Let's say what Power BI generate for us. So it would be interesting to see. Power BI has also generated a report for us with the visuals, like, where this, look at this visual, which gives you the information also. Okay. And so, and now let's go to the edit mode and check out. See, we have this format pane fields. This is our text box. This is our visual format. So these different kind of visuals has been created out here, and see, I'm actually clicking here. I should have clicked here. There are shapes behind it, and there are visualizations also there. Okay, so there are shapes, there are visuals. Okay, so here is the visual actually. So you got this visual, then you have this visual. So Power BI have used quite a few things. Then there is a name and all those. I can also add my own pages here. I can duplicate this page, modify certain things. I can add my own content, and I can create a blank report, and I can do this. With the help of, let's say, access slicer, let's create a visual. Let's create a dynamic visual, which we don't have in this file, having the access slicer. So we will have access as a slicer. And then if you remember, we have measure 2 as one of our y-axis, and then let's bring these as slicers, create this as a slicer, And what we have done in Power BI desktop, we said, okay, this we want as a slicer as drop down list, or we said as tile. So we got a tile here. Let's create, and then let's have another tile of measures. Let's create it as slicer, and in the slicer settings, tile. Okay, and let's make this tile as a single select. Let's make this tile also as single select. We don't want too many things. So we got a dynamic visual out here now, and I can save this and publish. Let's say this is my explore, and this is my AI. Is AI generated? Let's call it AI, and save it. Now you created something new in Power BI. Let's say this is report one. Destination workspace we are going to keep same. I have a permission where I can create it across workspaces. There are tenant setting which are available to do that. So I've done that. So I created. Now before I go and do the same stuff on the dashboard and publish it back, I would like to show you can create a dashboard in Power BI. Now the dashboard will not contain the slicer. Now what happens, why it doesn't contain, I'll tell you. So like if I click here, I will see an option here, pin visual, and I can pin this visual to the existing dashboard. But if you go to this thing, if you don't see any pin visual here, okay, even if you go to here, you don't see any pin visual here. So now the pin visual is not available with the slicer. The only way you can pin a visual to a dashboard or pin slicers to the dashboard is to pin the complete page to a dashboard. So we have to create a new dashboard, which is learn Power BI dashboard, and then we can have pin live. And once this dashboard is created, we can go to that dashboard. Now if I add further more content, that will keep on adding, and these tiles are not going to interact with each other. I can edit this dashboard here. I can have a few more options to view the lineage and etc. So let me create on edit this dashboard now. Now I can, same way I can do this, the same way the visualization was working. I can ask certain questions. I can have a Q&A, top most customer by city, and it is going to generate all those things for me. So I can say exit Q&A. I will be back on my dashboard. I can say edit, add a tile, dashboard theme, mobile layout, all those I can do. I can subscribe to a dashboard also. So all these things I can do in dashboard. So dashboard in Power BI service is really different from what we have a dashboard in other technology. Here dashboard is combinations or the visuals coming from different reports placing at one places, and their slicers are not going to interact. Their slicer is only going to interact if you bring in complete page and place it there. We go back to our tutorials workspace. We open our learn Power BI file, and in that Power BI file we can say pin a visual, and we can say existing dashboard, learn pin, and we can say go to dashboard. Now what do you see? You see additional. Now if I change anything here, this is not going to have any impact here. Even if they are related, this is not going to be any impact out here. Now in this case we bought something which doesn't have impact on other visualization, but even if it has, then it's not going to have an impact. So let's go back to tutorial. You can click here also and you can go back to tutorial. So now these are the things. Now we know we can create a report, we can create a dashboard. There is something known as create app. You say include in app, all this checked or yes and no. So you can actually create an app, and while creating an app you can decide, Now Power BI app is really important. What happens is basically if you are a premium customer, you can create a Power BI app and you can assign this app to even to those who don't have a license. And you can have multiple reports inside that one, and you can give your users access to that one. So that is one of the biggest advantage when you create Power BI app. And other than that, in the Power BI app, you can add certain other contents also. Okay. So I can say next add content plus add content. I can say only want to add dashboard or file, add. And then in add contents, if you see, you have add new section. In the new section, you can say delete, drop, and you can say whatever you want to bring in. Okay. So I can decide what I want to bring in. Next, set audience. I can set the audience, and I can say publish app. And once I publish the app right now, and then it will be giving a URL which I can share just like I share the report URLs. And so category analysis is something which coming, analysis category analysis, learn Power BI, all this I have a go back here. I can come back to my home, or I go back, I can come back to tutorial. So app. So we are able to create a Power BI app also. Let me go to my workspace. Now one more thing which we are going to do here in Power BI surveys, before we jump back, that there is something known as data flow here. Create new data flow. Now if you remember, we have done this all Power Query operation and we shown you only few of them, but actually you can do those Power Query operations here. And we can say add in new tables. Now when we add a new tables, we can say I want an Excel workbook. So I can say link a file or upload a file. Upload a file is something you can upload a file. And because I have already uploaded few files, actually I can bring in the file from OneDrive. So I can say browse from OneDrive. I uploaded many times. So your OneDrive, you should have a permission. If you have the permission on your OneDrive, you will be able to get your files. Okay, so in the app, Microsoft Power BI query uploaded file, it will show me all my files. I have uploaded them many times here. So I can say, okay, select the file from there. Now it will say connection and you say next. It's going to show me all the 4 files which I have under this one, the 4 things, and I can check. And I can say transform data. And if you remember in the sales table, we were adding those columns, gross value, this value, that value, all those things we can do here. Now let it load. Right now it's still loading. See, it's adding those steps and it has done a little bit slow. So you are able to see that how Power Query process the data once it is there. Actually, we missed out. The other one was also processing. So now you can see how it processes the data and actually how can it add it. Now I can add a new column here. And instead of having all those steps there, I can have it here, and I can also ensure that everything is coming from SharePoint or OneDrive, and I have a central repository. All my transformation are done centrally here. Where do we are going to prefer data flows? So in the newer scheme of the things, we should prefer common dimensions to be part of the data flow. What could happen? You can do the transformation whenever you require transformation. If it is pretty heavy table, because the most preferable way to use a data flow is going to be import again, not direct query, because it will have direct query limitation. And that is again, direct query is only applicable for premium customers. So we are going to import it again. So if you bring in a heavy table in the data flow, one storage, then again, you're going to copy back into Power BI, second storage. So my only advice would be dimensions and the tables where you require a lot of transformation and they are not really big in the size. You can create data flows and then you can import it into your Power BI. Okay. So now let's create one simple add column here. That we have done here is that is gross amount, and there we can say quantity star price, and it will create a column, and it might not create with the correct data type. We know that it happens in Power Query. We can go to the home tab and correct the data types. Most of the things you will get at the same position here, other than few differences. The UI differences would be there because it's a web version. You cannot actually have the similar kind of placements for everything. So that much difference is there. Now we add that, we say save and close. Now important thing you must remember here, when you do save and close here, it does not load the data. You have to explicitly load a data, and let me call it the sales learn Power BI, sales data for learn Power BI. Now instead of getting that entire stuff from there, I could have got it from here all. Now I should say refresh now or schedule it. I can refresh it. Otherwise, after I go out, I also have a refresh button. So once it's saying it start refreshing the data, so it's gone, I can close it. And if you see here, we will see our data set, and there is a refresh button also. I can refresh it. And whenever I want to see my refresh, I can click on refresh history and I can see elapsed time. It is refreshing on demand in progress. So once it is finished, I can go to my Power BI desktop and query it. While it is refreshing, we have to anyway go to the Power BI desktop because we have a data set and we want to use that data set and want to learn how can we use a data set in Power BI desktop. So typically what is going to happen, you are going to create a data flow for the common tables. Then you are going to create a data set that will not even have the visuals. We have published right now file with a visual. But ideally the first file which you should publish should have only data set, only sample visual if you need for testing, or one or two pages for testing. And then you should go ahead to in your Power BI and create a new file. And in that new file, you should go ahead and add your visualization. So in this way, what you will be able to do is you will be able to separate out your development of model from your development of UIs. So now there are two teams which can work in parallel, and you can take help of ALM toolkit to merge your dataset changes. If there are more than one people working, you can copy paste visual from one file to another file if in case two developers are working in parallel. Okay, so now what we need to do, I open a file which is empty file. Here what we are going to do is we are going to click here and we're going to say Power BI dataset. Power BI dataset can have connection like live connection, which I'm going to display it here. If you want more than one, then you have to change it to the direct query. I'll tell you where that option is. So I got, see this one, and the difference if you want to observe, on the left hand side we have report and model. We don't have any data view. This is live connection. If you want to add something, it's going to error out. Add to local model. You can't add anything. You can only add measures. You cannot add columns, anything. You can see what the view looks like. You can't change anything, much of the things out here. And when you click on the table, see only new measures and quick measure, everything else is disabled. Table is disabled, column is disabled. So this is the ideal situation when we want to separate out our visualization and data modeling. That's the best way. Only thing is, whenever you want to push your changes, you have to publish that file and push it, and the other person has to refresh it. So whenever I want to get the new changes, I can simply click on refresh and I'll get the new model changes. Now I can quickly create a visual here. And let me bring in measures, net and gross. Now I need my theme. So I'll go to view. I'll say browse for themes. This is my theme which I created initially. I browse it. My theme is correct. Now I don't want to add too many things around it. I just wanted to save it. And I'm going to say learn Power BI dataset. And I'm going to publish it. And once I publish it, you have to see it carefully again to the Power BI service, what actually I'm going to get. So I go here and I publish the tutorials. When I go to the service and I refresh, see I have not got any, and I can click on descending. So learn Power BI dataset don't have any dataset. Why it doesn't have a dataset? Because it's pointing to this dataset, and you can confirm it by pressing on these three things and view lineage, and you can see the lineage. That lineage is showing that it is using the learn Power BI dataset. Let's go back here. If you remember, we were also working. So now we are done with our dataset part. We know how to use the dataset. Now just we need to see one more thing. Can we check this data flow, how it is working? So we have to check the refresh history. The refresh is completed. We go back to our desktop. We create one more file just for checking how to use data flow. So I create a new file and I'm going to bring in my data flow. Now data flow only stores tables. It doesn't contain model or anything right now. So it just the thing. So we go to the more option, and in the more option, we need to search for data flow. Power BI data flow, data flows. Let's take Power BI data flow, connect. Sign in as different users. I corrected my sign up. I'm waiting for the my data flows to load, and I got my data flows, and you can see the tutorial I have. I have this sales learn Power BI. If I click on that, I can see my tables. I can check and add those tables, and I can continue the entire processing which I have done during my creation of the model. After I load it, I can create the relationship, I can create measures, I can create columns, I can do all those stuff. In fact, I could have created my date table in Power Query there. So if you have the Power Query script for the date table, you can go ahead and create a date table in the Power BI data flow, and from there you can use it. So you can also use data flow as a central repository of certain data sets, which is basically only created at Power BI, not available at the database level. Ideally, you should have everything in database. If you not, then data flow is another point. Now again, I can save and do all those operations. So we have learned, how to use. Now, before we wrap up, let's look at something which you might not have access, but there is really one important thing which is there in Power BI service, and where this is setting admin portal. Now this option could be a little bit different some places, but the tenant settings are something really important. Sometimes what happens is you don't have permissions, and these permissions are governed by these things like, export and sharing permission, publish to web, copy paste visual, export to Excel, export to CFP, download report, allow live connection. Look at all these things are controllable. Discovery settings, content pack setting, integration settings. See even your map. Sometimes you ask, I have logged in, I am not seeing map, because after login this applies, and if it disabled, you will not be able to see. See, SSO you required for Snowflake, for Redshift, for Google BigQuery, it's all permissions. Power BI Visual SDK if you require setting, R and Python Visual setting, audit setting, dashboard setting, developer setting, admin API settings, data flow setting, template app setting, Q&A setting. So many settings are available. So if there is something which is available and it's not working on Power BI service, or maybe one or two features on desktop, time for you to go and ask your Power BI admin. He will have access to the tenant setting, and ask him to give you the permissions. And if you're a premium user, you will have access to the users, capacity, all those things also admin will be able to see. So there are many options on the Power BI service which can control the Power BI behavior, what controls user is going to have in the Power BI service. So go ahead and try this out. So in this video, I have tried to cover as many concepts as possible within the given time limits. So hopefully you enjoy all these concepts and able to start your Power BI journey. Other than that, you can take help for other series available on the channel and can take the advantage of the videos out there. You can ask your questions in comment and I'll reply to that as soon as possible. I have tried to cover DAX concept, basic Power Query concept, and basic of Power Query, whatever is needed for a beginner. So hope you will enjoy this video. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Keep watching, keep asking questions in comments, subscribe to my channel and press the bell icon so that you can get notification for new videos. Thank you.